Bank's closed anyways, right? It's all direct deposit.
It is Thursday.
It's all direct deposited anyways, right?
Not as much as you'd think.
Not it's not.
Are your employees?
Huh?
Your employees direct deposit?
No, I write a check and hand it to them. They bring me their time sheet. I got the check.
Can I slip one in?
Huh?
Can I slip one in?
No, I don't get anything.
We might, when we talk about the
They say,
liaison,
what, Marty? I say,
I
yeah,
asked Bill to have me open
Give me
that.
the sheet, goes to that,
Prepare a pamphlet
calculated.
for everybody.
Just
Yeah, I
turn your
think
mic
you're-
on.
you have your policy.
I think we're ready. Okay. I'd like to call the meeting to order. It is, looks like 6:06 maybe PM. And I would like to have us pledge allegiance.
I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I would like to start by introducing Mike Wood, Selectman Mike Wood. He wasn't in last week, and I'd like to introduce him to the town and to the board.
Thank you.
And thank you for showing up tonight.
Is that a jab?
No,
Start right in, Bill.
Seriously, 20 seconds in.
Who did you say you was?
all right, so I would like to quickly start by saying, last meeting that they had nominated me to be the chair. I'd like to make a couple quick statements. I love a good challenge. I will work hard for the town. I will run the board professionally. I will bring the boards and committees together, and I'll always say thank you to the town employees for their hard work. I will keep the town employees in the loop. I will keep them in front of the board and answering any questions the town employees or committees have. I will be committed to bringing Groveland to a more business-savvy town. I will get common sense answers and be able to bring them before the board. Again, thank you. The first, do we have any residents in the audience that need to speak for the time? And they will have 5 minutes. Doesn't look like we have anyone.
Wait a second, Bill.
I'm sorry, do we just sit down if we have a hearing, or?
Yep. So you're here for the hearing?
Yeah.
Okay. So we don't have anyone in the audience that wants to speak? I would like to see if Joe would like to approve the warrants.
Sure, let me go through it. Mike, pay attention, you're gonna take over.
Perfect.
Okay, we're gonna go through the warrants. These have to be approved with open outcry every meeting. So, first one, PW. Payroll warrant number 15-47 for a total of $137,295.81. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor? That's unanimous. The next one, DW, deduction warrant number 15-45A for a total of $22,319.93. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Yep.
All right, that's unanimous. The next one, bill warrant BW number 15-47 for a total of $357,113.71. Do I have a second?
Yep, I'll second.
Second by who?
Go ahead.
Ed, okay. All in favor?
Yep.
And last, bill warrant number 15-46 for a total of $23,495. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Usually after seconds, we have discussions, but
Mhm.
we never discuss these. If anybody has a concern, you can always
Yep.
bring that up. So just procedurally, just to get through them quickly. Thank you, Bill, I'm all set.
Okay, thank you for doing that.
Sure.
Okay, we have a hearing at 6:15. I don't know if all parties are here. It's not quite 6:15 yet.
Fortunately, we
Are
have
all
to wait.
parties here? Let me see.
You could certainly go to some appointments if you'd like while you're
Okay, we
waiting.
can drop down to the appointments.
Yeah.
So we have, an appointment for Erin Merrill of 14 Summer Street, Groveland, to fill the vacancy of the Affordable Housing Committee through June 30th, 2015. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the appointment?
Sure, I'd like to make a motion, Erin Merrill, to be appointed to the Affordable Housing Committee through June 30th of 2015.
Someone second it?
I'll second that motion.
Any discussion?
It's only till June 30th? What happens after that?
If I may, it's an annual appointment, so
Mhm.
she's filling the term right now,
Right.
so she'd be up for reappointment with all other affordable housing members for July 1.
Okay. I think she'd be a good fit.
I know her, she'll do a good job.
Agree?
All right, okay.
Fine.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes.
Probably squeeze in a couple more, Bill.
What's this, Alessandra E. Dato of Linfield to the position of the Reserve Patrolman effective May 18th, 2015 through June 30th, 2015. Would someone like to make a
I'll
motion?
make a motion.
Second, anyone second?
Second.
Any discussion?
So this position as well will be up, the chief appoints the reserves annually, so he will submit them on a list for the full reappointments for July 1st.
Is that done automatically usually?
The appointments?
Yes.
I
If
don't
somebody,
know how it's been.
if somebody fills in a temporary,
If someone fills in a temporary, with the reserves, he only appoints them through the end of that fiscal year anyways. But if someone's filling in a temporary or filling someone else's position, they would be for the term of their position.
so if Erin wanted to be considered for the next fiscal year, does she have to put in a second request?
No, what I'm gonna do, I don't know how it's been handled in the past. I just composed a spreadsheet of all appointments of all committees, so we know when everybody's up. So the people that are up this June 30th, I will notify them to see if they would like to
Re-up it.
continue in their spot. Then I will present it to the board if you choose to not reappoint them or reappoint them.
Mhm.
We have plenty of vacancies that we'll be asking people to fill, but I will be reaching out to those committees and those members,
Well,
leading up to the July 1st appointment.
I'd be in favor of not giving volunteers a choice.
For life?
Yeah, life appointment.
The,
Okay.
the reserve patrolman there, has he already been working for the town, or how does that work?
He is not, he's
He's
been
a
working.
new guy?
He is fully trained, he's been working in another municipality, so he's coming here as a transfer reserve.
So that's on the, is it the chief's recommendation that we?
Yes, it is, his
we-
letter is in your packet to recommend
Okay.
him.
Is this Mr. Dodo here?
No.
No, okay.
Okay, so all the discussion on that, Alessandro, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay. John Clary of 12 Fairview Circle, Groveland, to the position of a part-time temporary cemetery parks keeper for the hours as needed up to 19 hours per week at the rate of $10 per hour, effective May 14, 2015 through October 2015. Would anyone like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion with, appoint John Clary.
Okay. Any seconds?
I'll second it.
In discussion?
And if I may on them, so the next, so this, and then the next two, with the cemetery, we decided they have funds, they're gonna hire 3 part-time kids, they're summer kids. They'll work anywhere from 1 to 19 hours a week, they possibly will overlap to get the cemetery ready from Memorial Day to start, and then keep it clean throughout the summer and get ready for the fall. They have the money in their budget, they were approved at special town meeting and going forward for July 1st. They thought this was the best resource to have more hands working, and we have to keep them within the 19 hours because they are not seasonal, so they, are just temporary employees.
So the only thing.
How were they selected?
They were
Because
actually-
I don't know, 'em. We're voting on people
Yep.
I'm not familiar with. And
Yep, so in your packet
Sure.
is, we actually posted a job description, it was posted on the website at Town Hall. The chair of the cemetery commission went around to local schools, some colleges. They were interviewed, and then the superintendent of the cemetery recommended those 3 affirmed by the cemetery commissioners and presented them to you.
Okay. Is there a reason why some are June 30th and some are October?
Yeah, so the 3 cemetery are all through October, because that's
Right.
their, made up, October is their peak time.
Okay.
So the 3 cemetery temporary employees are all through October.
And I'll remind the board, this will fit the scheme of what was approved in the budget.
Yes, it will. They know to stay within their budget,
Right.
and this is the best use of their resources.
Okay.
So, great plan.
I know it doesn't have much to do with us, but I would like to just make sure that the foreman or whoever's in charge of these guys, I would like to see that they span the work out to last until October, so they don't put 3 up there early on in the season and burn the budget out. So that's,
Yeah.
I like to see it get spanned out, so come October, leaf season, we have enough people there.
And they will. Special town meeting gave them money to finish out this fiscal year, because Memorial Day is one of the biggest days of the year for the cemetery. So they will be working, right now through the end of the month to get it ready, and then they'll work throughout the summer mowing the lawns and planting flowers and things, and that will
Okay.
last. They will pace it through October.
Okay.
And that's a good point, Bill, and also to your point, Dan, from the last meeting, you'll see here, we have the variance ledgers on the budget, so we'd be able to, if we study these and that line item, we'd be able to see if all that money's being spent up
You don't
faster.
wanna gauge it as we go. I
Gauge it,
mean,
yeah,
you know,
exactly.
You don't wanna get behind.
Exactly, so the ledger, this is great, we're gonna get this once a month, or?
Yes, the second meeting of each month. you'll
Okay,
get
so
that
this will
report.
show you, if you take a look on the right-hand side there, the variance, the percentage, you can see how the money is being spent in the budget, so.
Okay, so do we have a, we had discussion, do we have a vote for John Clary?
We already got a second.
Yep, so we need to have a vote, it's all in favor?
Yep.
Yes.
Aye.
Okay, all right, moving on.
6:15.
You want me to stop and do the 6:15?
Yes.
Okay, so we haven't done that, okay. So we're gonna go to the 6:15 hearing. We have a public hearing. The board is now going into a public hearing in accordance with the Mass General Law, Chapter 140, Section 157. In accordance with the board will conduct a public hearing on a dog nuisance complaint. The complaint was filed against Diesel A. Rottweiler owner Albertino Renato of 11 Dora Street in Groveland. Let me see here. All right, so we need to start with the swearing in.
We should start with Mr. Cochran, who,
Yep.
filed.
Is Mr. Cochran here? Okay, so,
Yes, the board has the complaint that was filed, but now under the law, we actually have to obtain testimony from both sides. So if you want to
Yep.
ask them to come forward, maybe to.
Right. Do you want to come forward and sit up front? Okay, I guess both of you can come up. So we're gonna have to swear you in. Could you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear, affirm the testimony to be given in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full name and address.
James E. Cochran, Senior, 147 Sylvan Street, Danvers, Mass. 01923.
Okay. Okay, then you can proceed with your statement.
There's not much to tell. I just drove up in my son's driveway and got out, was walking towards the gate. And all of a sudden, I hear the barking and the growling. Turn around, I was looking at this ugly face of a dog. So,
Okay. That's all you pretty much have to say?
well, only that it's a family neighborhood, and I think that I tried to keep my feet, and a little kid can't do that, so I think that's a catastrophe waiting to happen.
Okay.
And we do have pictures.
There's some pictures of basically the dog attack, and he tried to fend off the dog with his hands, and his hands got bitten up.
Okay, start with Joe.
Thank you.
That will be taken as evidence, right?
I can copy them if we need to,
That's fine, I get copies in my office, you can take.
then yes, you may have.
There's about 4 or 5 pictures in there,
Okay.
actually. There's some with the bandages off and what have you.
Can we ask questions?
How are your hands now?
Oh, the sore, the doctor said it aggravated the arthritis that I have anyway,
Oh,
so it just did not help it any. So he bit right into this knuckle there. and That's where I got the most.
When the dog bit you, did it quick release or it hung on? What happened?
Well, it seemed like 4 hours to me, but probably a matter of maybe a minute.
The concern we have as well is we still haven't gotten confirmation of insurance. As far as that coverage.
Well, Mr. Cochran, I'm very sorry that this has happened to you. Help me understand a little bit, because I wasn't there.
Okay.
Did you feel immediately threatened by the dog? Did you feel that he was going to attack you or anybody in that position that you were in?
Well, he come on to the property, and as soon as I saw his face, I knew. I spent 30 years in the post office and only had 2 incidents with dogs, so I'm not afraid of dogs. But when I turned around and saw him, I'll tell you, I was terrified. He is a mean-looking,
Okay, not knowing what the lines were, do you think there was no possibility that you may have gone into an area that he felt he needed to defend? I'm not a dog expert, I'm just trying
my
to,
son's driveway?
oh, well, okay, I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, no, no.
Okay.
He come running from across the street.
Yeah, I'm trying to
So the
extra-
dog lives across the street from your son's house?
Trying to extrapolate the facts, that's why.
Had you seen this dog before?
I've seen him,
Yeah.
but he never out on the street. I saw him looking through the fences and things, but he's been out before. Not one of my grandsons down to the ground.
Does anyone else have anything?
I just wanna, under the law, I mean, you weren't teasing, tormenting, provoking the dog in any way.
Absolutely not.
You just get out of your car and went to walk into the house and the dog came after you from across the street.
Absolutely. I pulled right up in the driveway, walking towards the fence. And that's when I heard the growling and barking. I turned around, there he was.
Has it ever happened before?
With that dog,
Yeah, had you ever seen that dog before?
I've seen him looking through the fence or something. I do have a glimpse of him occasionally, but unless he was over running the back of his house. But he has been out before. It's the only way I could have seen him.
Where the dog lives, does he have a fence? Was it gated? What happened? Do you know how he got out?
I don't have a clue how he got out.
Yeah.
Don't have a clue.
Is everyone satisfied with their? Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna now hear from the complainant James Cochran, and any witnesses.
That's who we just heard from.
Okay, I'm sorry. So, the owner, do we have?
No, now you go to the police
Okay.
and get their
You
fine.
see it? Should we get?
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll hear from the Groveland Police.
Good evening. So I'm Jeffrey Gillen, Deputy Chief, and this is Nate Peavy. He's our Animal Control Officer, and he's a Reserve Officer. He's going to tell you about his investigation with this, but just to start off, this is a dog that's known to us. It's not the first time it's bitten somebody. We've had numerous complaints over the years of the dog getting loose and barking. It's been a nuisance, and it's a concern in the neighborhood. A lot of people don't want to come forward, so we're here to represent people like you saw already today, and to hope that we can do something that will be good for these folks and for their dog, and come to a conclusion that will be safe for, again, for the people and the dog. So Nate's just gonna tell you about his follow-up with this actual case, his investigation, and we do have a couple of recommendations for you all.
During my investigation, it seems like the dog escaped from the property underneath the fence. It was able to dig underneath, and that's how it got out. Speaking with Mr. Bernardo, it seems like the dog has free roam of the basement and the outside backyard that is fenced in. It seems like Mr. Bernardo, when he leaves the house for a long period of time, the dog has access to both areas. In my recommendation, I believe that the access to the outside needs to be eliminated when Mr. Bernardo is not home. I also believe that the dog is fine when it's not an issue when with the owner. It only seems like when the owner's not there is the problem. My recommendation would be possibly an electric fence inside the fence that's already there. Or a different option would be building a pen on a cement slab so the dog cannot dig underneath. You could also do a fence that's 2 feet into the ground. Something that causes the dog, or disables the dog from digging underneath the fence. The dog has bitten in the past, and there's about 10 different calls, reported calls that the dog has been either barking or roaming Door Street loose. So this is an issue that we need to do something about so that the dog cannot get out.
Just a question. How many fines have been issued, and have they been paid?
So I issued a bylaw citation when this happened. The first one was by another officer. That was a warning for dog at large, which is the dog being out off the leash. The one that I issued was for not registering the dog. It seems like the dog has not been registered for a long time. Mr. Bernardo just recently registered it, and at the time of the bite, the rabies vaccine had, it was not up to date on the rabies vaccine. As of right now, the dog is up to date on the rabies vaccine and is registered with the town. There has in the past been issued citations, not by myself.
I have a question for you. If the dog has figured out that digging is the way to freedom, and you say a foot or 2 feet placed into the ground, is it possible for the dog to just continue digging?
It is possible. That's why I would recommend either an electric fence in the existing fence.
Right.
That way you have 2 barriers.
Okay.
And then also a cement slab also, so the dog cannot.
And if will an electric fence stop a dog that can dig 2 or 3 feet?
Well, if there's, I don't think by itself it couldn't, but I believe that if you have the existing fence and right inside that fence also have the electric fence, it won't have the ability to be able to sit there and dig.
And would any modifications to the property to accommodate some of your suggestions be enforceable by whom? Us or the police?
By both of us.
Okay.
I got a question.
Thank you.
From your investigation, do you believe the dog is out and digging when he's left for a long time unattended?
Yeah.
Or do you think it's just constant?
I think it's when he's left for a long period of time.
I mean, I'm a dog person, so I've had dogs for 15 years, so.
Right. And that's why I think the issue is leaving the dog a long period of time.
Right.
If the dog has access to both outside and inside, then that's the problem.
Mhm.
I believe that the dog shouldn't be allowed outside unless the owner is home.
Right. Which is, from my experience, is responsible dog ownership. I mean, if I leave my dog outside when I'm not home, it's
Right.
15 minutes to run across the bridge and come back.
Right.
It's not for hours.
Right.
Precisely because that reason that they can jump the fence, they can dig under, whatever they want to do from feeling lonely or whatever the information is.
Right.
Okay.
You said the dog's bitten before, could you
Yes.
elaborate on that a little?
See when it happened. It was several years ago, or a couple years ago. The dog had bitten a friend of Mr. Bernardo's girlfriend. I was not the ACO at the time. However, it seems like she didn't want to cooperate. She was a friend of Mr. Bernardo's girlfriend.
Okay.
So But in the the narrative of what that officer wrote, it does state that she didn't want to comply because she was afraid to.
All right. Let me ask you, it seems like the dog bit his hand and released. Is that consistent with the other story?
In the other story, it only states that the woman was bit in the right leg,
Huh.
above the kneecap, and did seek medical treatment.
Did the dog run away? My concern is this a dog that's a risk to maul somebody and seriously injure them? I know that a dog bite could be serious,
From
but
what I believe is,
is it a bite and release and the dog ran away?
well, from what I believe is, I believe the dog is protecting the area.
Okay.
I don't believe that, I believe if the dog wanted to do more damage than it could. I believe that, the problem is if this was a kid that was unable to defend itself, then it could be a lot worse. And that's why that's something needs to
Could have
be
been
done.
a face instead of a hand.
Right,
So the dog needs to be kept inside the house.
right,
Bottom line, or under the direct control of his owner.
right.
All right, so, do you have any more? That's pretty much your statement?
That's my statement.
Okay.
Well, Can
Go
I
ahead,
follow up
sure.
a little? I just bring to your attention, this dog agreement that was signed 17th of August, 2009. Apparently, the dog was owned by somebody by the name of Pirelli at the time. You familiar with that?
I'm not,
The dog must be in a pen inside the yard with a wooden fence around the yard. The dog must be neutered. The Pirelli dog, if it's outside the pen, it must be on a leash at all times. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not.
Was that when it was quarantined?
I think that was when it attacked another dog at the time, in 2009. So this is something that goes back several years.
I've been dealing with it probably more than Nate's knew. It has been going on for several years.
If the dog bit someone and it didn't have a rabies vaccine, it would have to be quarantined.
Now, there's somewhere in our statements here, it was under quarantine at one point.
Yeah, that's right. I was wondering if that's what that was, the instructions for when it was quarantined, maybe?
No, I don't
Never
think
had a
so. I
hearing.
don't think so. I don't know a dog to be quarantined that would needed to be neutered. And that's part of the agreement.
Okay, so why don't we,
If I may, sorry, there was a complaint filed July of 2009 against the same dog, but it was owned by Jessica Pirelli. So I don't know if it looks like just the animal control officer put together an agreement. I don't know if it actually came before the board, but there was an agreement that was signed off, looks like by Jessica Pirelli at the time, as a result of the dog biting another dog 4 times and then went to bite the owner when he tried to stop him.
Yeah, thank you. That, due to some lack of cooperation, I don't believe it did go any further than that at the time. Again, we had an ACO assigned to that case, but it's been something we've been dealing with for a long time. It's been, these incidents.
all right, so, okay,
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Do you recommend with the dogs outside that it be tied?
That it be tied down? I'm sorry.
Yeah, do you recommend if the dog is outside, even though it's in the pen, it should be tied?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Okay,
Has
I'm-
everyone,
I'm-
has
I'm
everyone-
gonna-
Joe, everyone said their piece?
I don't think I can add more.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what I'm gonna do at this point in time is I'm gonna let, Mr. Bernardo come up and sit in the front. Could you please, raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony to be given in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth?
I do.
Please give your full name,
Albertino Bernardo,
your address.
11 Dora Street.
Okay, you can go ahead and proceed with your statement.
Okay, as far as the first dog bite with the girl, what happened was I was having a party at the house, He was in his pen, she was drunk, that's why she didn't want to put in a complaint. She went in the pen and started kicking the dog, and the dog, she wasn't kicking him to, like, fight him or anything like that. She was kicking a ball around, and he went for the ball, missed the ball, and got her leg. There was only like one, there was literally like only one tooth mark. It wasn't even like a grab. They were playing with the ball and whatever. That's why she didn't like put in a complaint. The dog was able, I basically have a doggy door, and I have my basement finished. I have a 4-foot chain link fence about half my backyard fenced in for them. So when I'm not home, I was allowing him to basically go through the doggy door and go outside when he wanted to. And last fall, I put up a 6-foot white vinyl fence all the way around my whole property. So there's actually 2 fences. When I put up the white vinyl, it was late in the fall, and there was a couple of areas, I wanted to keep the fence level. There's a couple of areas that maybe 3, 4, 5 inches or something like that that you could see underneath. My intent was to buy loom this spring and level it off and fill all those areas and stuff like that, which I have now done. I did it just last week. Basically, when I'm home, the dog doesn't try to leave. So now when I'm not there, regardless of now that the white vinyl fence is up and all that stuff, and there is 2 actual fences that he'd have to go through now, I'm just not gonna allow him, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he's lost his privileges, to be able to, be able to go inside and out, you know what I mean? So when I'm not home, I close down the doggy door and they stay in the house. So he's no longer allowed to go outside when I'm not there. I mean, that was an issue that, yes, when given time, when he, hours, he was digging under the fence and getting out. And that's why I put up the secondary, white vinyl fence. But, I'm not gonna take any chances. I don't want him, harming anybody or anything like that. I've had the dog for a long time. So therefore, I'm just not gonna allow him to be outside unless I'm there, that I can, watch him. I honestly thought I was, not gonna say doing the right thing, but just giving him, the access to be able to go inside or outside with a doggy door, inside of his pen, which is about, like I said, I literally spent about $3,000, $4,000 on a black chain link fence to give him about half the yard. And then I did have a wooden fence that was kind of coming apart, it was old, around my whole perimeter. And late last fall, I took that off and replaced it with a white vinyl all the way around the my whole perimeter of and you can't, but again, my problem was I made the fence level, so there was a couple of areas, that, a 3-foot gap, so, that's how he got out. But again, I did buy loom, 8 or 9 yards of loom. I rented a Bobcat, leveled it all off and everything. Literally made it about 6 inches higher than, the white vinyl fence has like a bottom thing, and then the post, if you will, and then a top rail. I made it where like the bottom rail is almost all basically covered with dirt. And again, that one is beyond his pen. And what I did around his pen was, I literally, again, just after this happened, I'll be honest with you, I thought he was jumping the 4-foot fence. I honestly didn't see anywhere that he was kind of digging underneath, if you will. I thought he was jumping it. I've also gone to the extent of, I put up a camera and saw exactly how he was getting out. It was a particular area. So what I did was I got rebar and basically banged down the rebar along his fence, 3-foot pieces of rebar, and every 6 inches or so, I pounded it down about halfway, about 18 inches down into the ground, and about, another 12 or 14 inches up, like intertwined in his, chain link fence.
Did you do this before the incident or
After, everything's been done after.
Okay.
Well, the chain link fence was already up, I reinforced that after, and the white vinyl was already up, but I hadn't bought the loom and all that stuff.
What I was gonna say is, number one, I'm a dog lover. In your statement that you just made, you've done a lot of work basically for this dog that possibly could get out. I would say that if the dog is out any given time, I think he should be on the chain. That's just me, because it sounds like he's bitten a few people, sounds like you've gotta do a lot of work to keep him in. I think the dog should be chained at all times in the backyard, that's just my opinion. If he's not chained, I would like to see him put into a cage with a slab, a cage. I mean, it sounds like if that gate opened and that dog got out, he could hurt someone. So, we gotta be more cautious here. I know you've gone out of your way to try and resolve it. Give the dog his freedom, in my opinion, would be, put him on a chain in the backyard, and, I think I would be happy with that.
Can I put him, was a runner about the same? Can I put him on a runner, is that?
Yeah, right, the same thing, as long as he's some kind of chain.
How big is the black-coated chain link fence?
How,
The
what do you?
dimensions?
Oof,
Rough, doesn't have to be exact.
probably 20 feet out and 40 feet across. It's
Oh, so
literally
it's
half
big,
my,
yeah.
it's literally half my backyard that I gave.
Right.
He's got more of a yard than I do. Again, the biggest issue, and if that's what you guys would like to see.
I'm only saying it because you're already here in a hearing.
Right,
You don't wanna be back here in a hearing,
No,
because it's not
absolutely
gonna be a good scene if you come back again.
Right.
So, and if you're proactive with this and you did the chain for the time being and, things go away, okay. But it just, I know, I'm not speaking for the board, I'm speaking for myself, but I hate to see you getting more hot water than you're already in, and I think
I think
that's.
a runner would be a good
Right,
medium.
right.
right.
Let's see how that
I mean,
goes.
again, I think somebody said it, you're absolutely right in the sense that I can't allow him to go out.
By
First
himself,
and foremost, I
right.
can't allow him to be outside
Right.
when I'm not home, because
Right.
it's sort of like somebody being in jail, they have absolutely nothing better to do
Right.
than to think of a way to escape, if you will.
You mentioned, and it might have been just words you used, you said they. Do you have more than one dog?
Yes.
Okay. How was the other dog? Has it been any?
She's a rescue dog.
Okay.
She won't leave.
Good.
She, when he leaves, she stays. She won't, she's afraid of her own shadow.
Okay.
She's very timid. She was beaten and stuff like that. So, I mean, they get along great and everything, but when he
So
does leave,
you have two dogs, only one's had complaints.
yes.
Okay.
Only him, yeah.
I just want to make sure that I understood that they meant more than one. Okay.
Yes.
You all good?
That was good. I have one thing, if you don't mind. I probably would like to get the board's consensus or a vote before we proceed any further as to whether we feel that the dog should be considered a nuisance or a danger. Is it a nuisance? Is the dog a nuisance, or is it a dangerous dog? Based on the remedies that are being discussed here, including what was suggested by the chair a few minutes ago, if you take a look at page 24 of this document, it seems to fit appropriately those remedies that would be considered either individually or in the aggregate, we use more than one of these, remedies for a dangerous dog. I think we have a dangerous dog.
I would go on the limb to say we have a dangerous dog. Just from the testimony.
So the remedies that I'm hearing seem to be reasonable from you.
I'm not disagreeing with that. Again, I'll do whatever the board feels is appropriate.
The only thing is, I just want to throw this out there, because there's ways to humanely do things. So we can humanely chain a dog. We can also humanely muzzle a dog. Is that what would you know your dog, what would your dog's reaction be if you muzzled him and you left for 6 hours?
Inside the house?
Yes,
I don't know. I've never put a muzzle on him, but.
or outside?
Well, again, since this incident, I mean, every day when I went to work, I would leave the doggy door open. So at night, I would obviously, they sleep in my room with me. So at night, I bring him in. And he's not out there past like 8 o'clock or something like that. But during the day, when I went to work, yes, I would leave the doggy door open so that he could kind of come and go as he pleased. ever since this incident now, I do not allow him to go outside when I'm not home, so, you know, as far as the muzzle goes, he's not gonna be outside without me, if that is any, you know, any help to you. I mean, as far as the chain goes, he likes to play with his toys out there. That might make it a little difficult for him, but, I mean, again, he's kind of ruined it for himself.
But you said like a runner. You could do a runner.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
And I think,
Mr. Chair, could I? just
Sure.
interrupt? The law doesn't allow to actually chain a dog to a fixed object, but I think a runner, if that's what the board and the owner agree to, but actually, when we talk about chaining it, the law doesn't allow you to chain a dog to a fixed.
well, we'll run, like we just,
A runner's different.
yeah,
I
okay,
just wanted to-
okay.
Thank you.
So I have a question for the chair. If there is a lapse in what you do on your commitment, we keep the neighbors in danger. So I don't know the answer to this question. How would we enforce or oversee what you're doing would be consistently maintained?
Well, all I can say is, obviously, if he got out again or something, and the police were called, then they could bring me back in here again, and then you guys could take whatever action
Right,
from
but-
there on, I guess.
Me sitting here, and I'm not trying to be mean or hard on you, I'm trying to protect the person where that dog could get out and go hurt. That's all I'm trying to do. And I understand, you can hook a chain on the dog, he can go out and go in the yard, go on the run and do what he's gotta do. God forbid the dog gets out of the house, runs across the street and bites someone, you know, it could happen. I'm not saying it's going, you're not saying it's gonna, but if he got out of the house, he runs across the street, bites someone, we got a problem. You're gonna be back here, at that point, we're gonna have to take a harder stance, but I don't wanna see that happen, that's all I'm saying.
Right.
And I understand, the chain's only as good as the chain, I shouldn't say chain, I should say cable, whatever, is good when he's in the yard. But, we gotta be careful the dog doesn't get loose out of the house and do damage, you know, that's all I'm saying. We can't, I don't see how we could do that, I don't.
Well, all I can
And I don't
say
think that
is-
muzzling your dog in the house is, to me, that's inhumane, you know what I mean?
All I can, I'm sorry.
What about, I'm not an animal behavioralist, but have you tried to take your dog to, you
The
know,
dog, to me,
something to desensitize it to other people? I mean, is it an isolated dog where it's just not around
no, I mean, the
people?
dog with me there,
So-
I mean, he's a great dog, to be honest with you. I mean, even, there were 2 officers the night that this incident happened, and he wasn't home when I got home. I was in Peabody, and, I got a phone call, and I rushed home, and the 2 officers, they're waiting for me. He was already, when me and the 2 officers were there, he was already in the backyard trying to get back into the yard. You know what I'm saying? Excuse me. With me, he's very well behaved. He's gone to training and all that stuff like that. You know, back to your point as far as him getting out, with me home, in my presence.
You have
or even-
control.
He's never been out. Every time that he has gone out, it's been because of, I
He's had
allowed
free
the
rein.
doggy door open, and that's my, you know, that's my own fault. I
Right.
mean, and I, again, he's lost that privilege.
Right.
And if he has to lose a couple others, like, you know, being on a runner, then so be it. You know, I honestly was just trying to kind of give him
Yep.
the best doggy life,
Right,
you
right.
know, as possible, where it's not, if it's nice out and he wants to be downstairs on the couch, fine. If he wants to go outside and play, fine.
Right.
But obviously, he, you know,
He
thinks
can't
that,
handle having that freedom.
right, so he no longer can have that freedom, period.
We can't sit here and tell you what to do with the dog on the interior of the house. I know that I would like to see the dog being controlled on the outside of the house, and if the dog ever got out of the house and got loose, whatever we can do. There's a lot of things we can't control, what might happen, what happened. I don't wanna sit here all night and hash this, we need to come up with some kind of a decision, what we're gonna do. I think Ed wants to say something.
I just like to, you mentioned the fact that you're a responsible dog owner. Could you explain 3 to 4 years of not licensing the dog?
To be honest with you, that's something that I let my girlfriend handle, if you will, and, I thought she was taking care of it, and she wasn't, so I do apologize for that. That, I guess you could say I dropped the ball on that, I should've, you know, taken care of it, but I, you know, assumed that she was taking care of it, to be perfectly honest with you, sir.
So you must have known the dog wasn't licensed if it was running around without a collar on. And one of these complaints that didn't
I
have a
don't,
collar.
I don't keep the collar on them, to be perfectly honest with you. It chafes their skin, so I don't.
One other option would be, for me, is when I keep saying I'm worried about the dog getting out of the house, and what I would like to see is I would like to see some kind of a dog fence on the perimeter of that property and a dog collar kept on him, so if he does get out of the house, he hits that dog fence and he's not gonna cross the street.
You mean an electric fence?
Yeah,
If that's what you want me to do, then I'll
it's just
install
my
one.
suggestion, that's all it is. They're gonna make the decision, but that's gonna help me say, okay, the dog hopefully won't get across the street. He's gonna hit that point, stop, okay? If he's in the yard, he has to be chained, he's in the yard, he's gonna stay chained, good, I'm happy. I think someone in the audience wants to speak.
Just to ask the dog owner whether there is liability insurance for the dog.
Yes, my homeowners should be taking care of that. I already sent your letter over to them, so they should be taking care of that with you.
Okay, because I know that's one of the other issues with dangerous dogs is conditions that they have liability insurance.
That was gonna be my next questions about what's going on with the insurance.
Okay, thank you.
I understand what you're saying about, you know, the chains and stuff. It sounds like it's a real simple solution where just don't let them out when you're not home. Seems like that's where a lot of the issues are
Yes.
coming from, which is the major step in my book, right? I don't do that at home. I don't think it's responsible because who knows, the dog could get out and get hit by a truck, or go out and bite somebody. But adding those extra measures like you did with the extra fence, or even a runner, I think that'll cut down on any possibility of him getting out and doing any harm to anybody, if that's the case. It sounds like there's a couple of things that are in play here, but it sounds like there's some easy remedies that we don't need to go completely overboard with. You handle the insurance question, which is great, that's gonna be my next question.
Go ahead. Electric fence.
That's all I need to add, Bill, if you wanna
Okay.
close it, or.
I think Ed wants to.
Just a comment, a problem that I've encountered with electric fences,
I'm sorry, say. I don't know.
problem that has been with electric fences.
Yeah.
If the dog gets out, it can't get back in.
I don't
Second
know
thing-
much about them. to be
Second
honest
thing
with you.
is, if you lose power, there's no power to the electric fence, so the dog can get out. But again, sometimes the dog will get out, but once it gets out, the electric fence is keeping them from getting back in also, and that's a problem.
Well, again, I just spent about $10,000 between the two fences, the chain link and the white vinyl fence. So, I really don't wanna put in an electric fence. Again, I'm, at your mercy, if you will. Whatever you guys decide, if you feel that I need an electric fence so I can keep the dog, that's what I'm gonna do. If you feel that a runner is fine, that's what I'm gonna do. I don't know much about an electric fence, to be perfectly honest with you, to be able to tell you, anything about them.
I'll tell you a little bit.
I know a little bit about them.
Well, I'll speak and then, I know one thing.
They don't always
I've had-
work.
They don't always work, but usually, if you have a dog on an electric fence, I can tell you from me having dogs, they will know the boundary, and they'll ultimately get to know the boundary, and they won't cross the
They get
boundary.
conditioned.
They get conditioned
they
to
don't
the.
get
to the
zapped.
si-
Yeah, I've seen like the flags.
Yeah,
you know.
that's the
They'll
warning.
know that's the
Yeah.
boundary. I'm not saying if someone's across the street and he wants to go charge that person, if that's the kind of dog, he's gonna go over that fence and go charge the person. I can't speak on that behalf of it, but did you wanna say something?
Yeah, I just know, next door neighbor's got a couple shepherds, they're nice dogs.
Right.
They're
Well,
friendly, but
I'm only gonna make a
when the fence is off,
recommendation. I'm gonna make a recommendation, and then the board can act on it if they want, or they can do whatever they want. My recommendation is gonna be to keep the dog licensed at all times, and if he becomes unlicensed, you're gonna be, whatever the next step will be, I'm not gonna say what it would be, that we'll leave it up to the police. I am gonna make a recommendation that the dog gets fenced and trained to an electric fence, and I am gonna say that the dog is on a runner when he's outside the property at any given time. That's my recommendation.
Are you making that as a motion?
I'll make it as a motion if.
And I'll second it.
Okay, we got a motion, we got a second, any discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Seems reasonable.
Yep.
Aye.
I think the electric fence is
Unanimous?
too much.
Okay, so we had,
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, in favor?
I
Oh, I'm
think the
sorry.
electric fence is
Okay.
not necessary at this time.
okay,
Four,
so
yes.
4 with, okay, so that's what was voted on, and that's what you'll need to do to comply.
Now, how long do I have to get the electric fence?
You've got the other items in place already?
Yes.
So, let's see if we can't get the license is up to date now already.
The
Okay.
license and all that, that's
So
all.
let's get the runner in within the next 10 days, and we'll give you 30 days for the fence?
Well, the electric fence could be a few $1,000s.
No.
I gotta,
No, it isn't.
sure? I don't, I'm just being completely honest
Yeah,
with
you
you. I
can
don't wanna
buy
sell
them
you-
yourself at, you can go to, Tractor Supply sells them in a kit. Any doggy store has them, they're electric box, you put in the wall, you run the wire, I mean, you can take a grub hole and put it in or whatever, you can have someone do it, but, I mean, I don't think you're gonna be talking thousands of dollars by no, and even if you had someone install it, I don't think it would be a lot.
I think we ought to add that the dog shouldn't be out until those conditions are met.
I think we give him 45
You can make a
days.
second motion.
Okay. Dan wants to give him 45 days?
Give him some time on that.
That's fine. Is that a friendly amendment?
That's a friendly amendment.
We'll have to accept it because he made the
I'll
motion.
accept the friendly amendment. I just don't want the dog getting down in interim and hurting someone. So I would like to have the dog on a run, or on some kind of a device in the backyard when he's out, no matter what. And then I'll take Dan's friendly amendment, that it will be 45 days for the electric fence.
And now the electric fence has to be, would you want it around the whole perimeter of the house, or like in his pen area, or?
I would like to see it in the, wherever he can get loose into the neighbors. If your backyard's fenced, what's the sense of doing that? Unless
That's
he's
how
on,
he's been getting out, is the back, to be
well,
honest.
then I would like to see it in the backyard so he doesn't dig under the fence. Or you wanna put wire under there or something? I mean,
Well, we already put rebar into the
Yeah,
chain link.
Okay, so that's covered then. I'm just trying to protect the neighbors, I'm trying to
No,
protect him.
I totally, I
So if
get-
you wanna just do the front yard, and the small little area in the front yard or whatever, that's fine, but I just wanna protect the neighbors, that's all I'm trying to do.
Well, they need to be safe. They need to feel safe.
They need to feel safe, right?
Right, okay,
Okay.
that's fine.
Who's behind you? How close are they? Anybody?
Probably an acre of nothing.
So we have a motion on the floor with a friendly amendment that's been accepted.
All in favor?
Aye.
So we have 4, did you vote?
The 45-day amendment,
Okay, so we're all in favor. I'll
Right,
take,
so if I may just clarify, and I will send you a letter identifying the terms. So, your motion that has been accepted is that the dog must remain licensed, an electric fence around the front of the property. Is that, and the dog must be kept on a runner. You'll have 10 days to install the runner and 45 days for the electric fence. And the dog must remain inside until the runner is set?
Sure.
Right.
Can I, what if I'm
Well-
out there in his pen with him? I mean, because he's gotta go out,
if
you
he,
know what I mean?
Yes.
I would think if you were with them.
Sure. You don't want him inside.
So yeah, if you were with them.
When he's not under your direct control, he could be on the runner.
All these measures are really for when you're not in direct
Yeah. if
Right.
you-
proximity of the dog.
Well, again,
That's-
since
yeah,
I
you're
haven't
right.
been out there.
That's already been acknowledged that he's not doing that anymore.
Okay.
In your
That's it.
absence, on the runner.
Well done.
Yeah, well, that's done anyways. All right, so we all set?
You all set? Thank you for coming in,
Thank
and
you.
hopefully all parties are good with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, so we need to move 7 o'clock. We can finish with the appointments. So Ryan Cotton we're gonna finish with the appointments.
Yep.
And Ryan Cotton of 5 Pond Street, Groveland, to the position of a part-time temporary cemetery groundskeeper for the hours as needed, up to 19 hours per week at the rate of $10 an hour, effective May 14th, 2015 through October 2015. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion, we appoint Ryan Cotton, temporary groundskeeper, cemetery groundskeeper.
Any second?
Second?
And any discussion?
Yes. Was he related to Vernon Cott?
I believe it's his grandson.
He is, and if I may, so Ryan has worked for us in the past. He is the only person that applied that actually knows how to run the lawnmowers and the equipment at the cemetery. The superintendent thought that was worthy enough to allow him to continue working this summer.
Was there a fair application process?
There was, Mr. Cotton is no longer on the cemetery commission.
Okay.
He was not involved at all in the process. Ryan applied just like the other candidates. I believe they had 5 candidates, 2 were from out of town, so they went with the 3 Groveland.
Okay.
And there's no, I don't believe there's any licenses up there that are needed for mowing.
Not for,
Right.
not for this
Okay.
position,
All right.
no.
And I might add, if Mr. Cotton was on the cemetery commission, I see no conflict of interest whatsoever. The young- the
There
young-
would be or there wouldn't be?
I don't think there would be. The young man applied, he's being recommended by the superintendent. So it's really a non-issue, it's my opinion.
Okay. All right. So the next appointment would be,
I'm sorry, you just need to vote.
oh, sorry. Take a vote on that?
I'll go along.
Sure.
Yep.
Somebody make a second?
I did.
Yes, Mike seconded.
You have to speak up.
Okay.
You were thinking about what your next comment was gonna be.
Huh?
Too much discussion. All right, Josh, Corto of 21 Pleasant Street, Groveland, to the position of the part-time temporary cemetery groundskeeper for the hours as needed, up to 19 hours per week, at the rate of $10 an hour, effective May 14th, 2015 through October 2015. Someone like to make a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion, we appoint Josh Rutal, temporary groundskeeper at the cemetery.
Anyone second it?
Second.
And all in favor?
Aye?
Okay. Okay, we're gonna move on to 7:10, the police update on the ATVs and dirt bikes.
I'm sure you're aware, there's been more recent complaints. It's something we've been dealing with, I know, in my 25 years here in Groveland, dealing with ATVs and dirt bikes, and years before that in Georgetown. It's just something that's been around. I think what's happening is there's more building going on than ever, so it's really interfering with people's quality of life in Groveland. What we've done to address it most recently is I put out a directive for our officers to do directed patrols in those specific areas, and to start to gather intelligence rather than go out and think we're gonna chase these kids on dirt bikes, which we won't do. We won't put them in danger or our officers. So we're trying to get this approach of getting the information, start a folder, and that's worked. Over the last month or so, we've had about 6 encounters with ATVs and dirt bikes. So we've gathered that information. We've educated those people, we've given them warnings, letting them know that it's not okay. I mean, in the past, a lot of people have grown up in Groveland riding in the dirt pits and strawberry fields, if you will. So we're trying to work with those people and address the issue. Steve Patrone, our officer, Steve Patrone, is taking an interest in this, so I've assigned him to getting that information, and he's been doing a great job lately. Most recently, Friday, we had the environmental police come in. Steve organized that, and I met with one of the officers, and I can tell you that it's a problem for them too. They said that they're inundated right now with these types of calls. I don't know if it's because the winter was so bad or people just getting out more, but they said they can't keep up either. And the other problem is that this area should have about 6 environmental police officers assigned to it. He said right now they have 1. So those are people that we rely on to get out there and get on the ATVs and get that access. So they said they are gonna come out and help us, and they encourage the calls, because they need to know what's going on, you know, that affects them. So now we've stepped it up. Saturday, there was probably about $1,000 in fines written out there. We got a complaint from Whitestone Village. And we didn't have the environmental police with us at that time, but Officer Patrone went out, not that this is the best approach, but took the police car out to the pits.
Right.
Was able to get a couple of young people, and they did get fined. We're at that stage now where, again, the quality of life is really being affected, and the police have to go forward.
I, after our last meeting, I actually had called over to the station, introduced myself to the chief, and I had a brief conversation about this with him. And I can tell you, having my business on Center Street, I drove down Center Street, and I did see a car sitting outside the gate at Bussins around 3:30, 4 o'clock, so I know they were being proactive on it, which was good. And like you say, it's gonna be a hard thing, because we don't have the right tools, and they can come and go so quickly and what have you. And I think it makes it sound like what you've done is pretty proactive so far on it, which I appreciate, you know?
Is this mostly on that Strawberry Fields location, a
Yeah,
majority of it?
Yes, sir. The power lines that are
Yeah.
behind that Whitestone, but out in Strawberry Fields. Federal Way is another way that goes out to the old quarry. We do have some in the game preserve area, like 7 Star Road, Byfield Road,
Right.
J.B. Little. That's like a whole nother section of town too, that you can have trouble with 4-wheel vehicles, like trucks actually, and the ATVs. But to answer your question, the biggest complaint now is that Strawberry Fields.
Right.
And, again, the people that we spoke to over the last month, we actually got them going back into their homes or coming back out, so we know where they live and taking some pictures.
Okay, I was gonna ask you, how do you know who they are when you just pull them over and they don't have a license or something to ride a four-wheeler or something like that?
So it's been a good way to educate people and give them a chance, give them a break, work with them, and try to say, you have to stop, and that's where we're at.
Is there a place that they are encouraged to ride, or is it?
There's no place.
I didn't think so.
Massachusetts, it's very difficult for anybody. When I get a call from a parent and say, that, my son just got an ATV, where can they ride? I tell them, sell it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's that bad. There's just,
Donate it to us, we could use it on the
yeah.
police.
Years ago, we had
To
we had
chase
two of them
somebody.
years ago.
One thing that, I don't know if it's been taken care of, but I know I went by there probably about early last week, the gate was open.
The Strawberry Fields?
Yeah.
Yeah, so someone has
Bro.
cut the lock off, the highway department has secured it so that it cannot be cut now. So
Okay.
they've put a new lock on, they've secured the gate, and it
Okay,
cannot be cut.
so does the police have a key?
Mhm.
They have one, okay.
The police, the fire, the highway,
Okay,
and I have
all
a
right.
key here.
I was probably, I wanna say it was probably early last week I saw it open. Okay, yeah, so I mean, I don't know what else, I know we talked about four-wheelers in the past, we've tried four-wheelers, I know that was an insurance issue and what have you, liability issue. That's something that's not in this year's budget, I'm sure.
No, and, in the manpower, the hours.
Right.
But we're gonna look into that. We're gonna try to address it more aggressively and get the patrols. Not only, I instructed them to actually go to those areas, stop, sit, listen,
Yep.
observe.
Right.
And if there's a
Mhm.
problem, we can't catch them, and
No.
we don't wanna catch them that way.
Right.
I think it's too
Right.
dangerous. But go to those houses where you think they might be
Be
coming
going,
home
right.
and try to be there waiting
Right.
for them.
And,
And what we did over the weekend, I think is gonna spread
Right, right.
the word pretty aggressively.
and the other thing too, if you chase them, all we're gonna do is hurt them, by you guys chasing them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're either they're gonna rush off, they're gonna get hurt, and then we're gonna have a
It's not
problem.
the risk,
So like you
what's
say,
the risk?
probably the better way would be to educate them, and, I know I've called when I've saw cars there, and I've called, and you guys come right down and take the plate number, what have you, but I guess,
Years ago, when we had our four-wheelers, and we were out there patrolling.
Yeah.
The word got out, that it was known.
right,
And that's been years since that's happened. So you have people coming from
Yeah.
Haverhill, Peabody,
right,
Lynn, we've got them from all over.
right.
They think that Groveland's a place to come out, and it really is a great place.
Right.
Except you gotta
Right.
know that it's not legal.
Right. And I know in the last meeting, we talked about signage on Strawberry Fields property. Did we talk to Bob about that at all?
Well, we have a no trespassing sign there.
Okay,
I mean, it's hard to put signs
everywhere.
all around the
Okay.
fields.
Yeah, I've noticed when I run by there that there's some openings that are
Yep.
just made by people going in and out without
Right.
going around the gate or something
You
like
think
that.
of where a dirt bike could go, it's almost impossible
Right.
to really.
Dirt bike's impossible.
Right.
Yeah. And, we've identified,
Okay.
we used Google Earth the other day with the environmental police and to show them, and you can actually see the tracks.
Yeah.
Even on Google
Oh, yeah,
Earth,
yeah.
where they've made some nice little,
Trails
areas,
or
trails,
whatever,
I think-
yeah.
Right.
I think Ed wants to say something.
With your stepped-up patrols in the last week, 10 days, 2 weeks, whatever, you were encountering mostly Groveland residents, or you still having some coming from out of town?
It was mostly Groveland. One of the Groveland kids had a Haverhill kid with him. One was a business owner on Federal Way, and the rest were Groveland residents. In past times, not recently, we've had the vehicles go down Federal Way and caught them unloading, or we get the plate numbers, and they're from out of town.
So you, I think from the last meeting, there was, it was advertised a great place to ride, and they were bringing them in from out of town, but you haven't encountered that recently?
Not recently, but I've been told that for years, that there was a cycle place, I think in Peabody or someplace, that they had listed that Groveland was a place to go ride. And then I heard it was on the internet somewhere. I haven't actually seen it, but I've heard it more than once that we were listed on a place to go as Groveland.
Now, have you encountered any that are properly registered as recreational vehicles?
No.
I didn't think so.
And you may know this, I was educated, every time I talk to one of these environmental police officers, there's so many new rules. Now you have to have your ATV registered even if you keep it on your own property, which I was surprised. So, there's many ways to try to discourage people from coming here, rather than just our bylaw or the mass general laws of going on town property with an ATV. There's all kinds of equipment, unregistered.
Well, as you know, the reason that they don't register them as recreational vehicles is it?
Sales tax.
Sales tax,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Are you anticipating a budgetary impact on line item getting exceeded?
If we can't get a grip on it with, working within our budget, which I hope to do, I think it's, what we've done already is some progress. But, again, the quality of life is important to us and all the residents, and it's only getting worse right now. Again, I think the building is what's bothering us more than anything. You can think years ago that Whitestone wasn't there, and that's where some of the complaints are coming right now. So, we go through this with hunters too at times. So it's up to us to try to get out there and work with the environmental police are great, but again, they're limited on their resources, and they help us educate people.
As long as the town people know we're being proactive, which we are, I don't think they can complain we're not being proactive. We're being proactive. You're before us showing that you're being proactive, and I think that we just have to keep working as a team to keep moving forward and do the best we can do to keep the noise and the nuisance down, and hopefully, a little education that you've talked about and what we've already put in place that will subside.
Yeah, we wanna do whatever we can. I mean,
Right.
we know this is affecting people's, backyards and peacefulness, so any suggestions, we're willing to take it and try anything.
Have you, I mean, this is,
I asked before, is there anywhere in town that the kids, the people can ride legally? I mean,
No, that's
Seems-
the discouraging part. Years ago, you had the
And
Georgetown
is-
Rowley State Forest.
is there a place that wouldn't bother anyone?
Well, that's something the town, could think about. I don't know about liability, but
Strawberry Fields is at, Center Street. You receive complaints there from Whitestone Village, that far away? Or just,
Yeah,
Yeah, 'cause that
you got
backs up
the railroad
to it.
bed, then you got Whitestone.
really?
yeah.
we, over the years,
I know they're noisy, but I mean, lawnmowers are noisy too, and, can't have a cup of coffee without listening to a weed whacker or a lawnmower, so, I mean, I understand, noise pollution, but, it seems like, it's one of those things, you can't chase kids, it's too dangerous.
yeah.
I wouldn't do that at all. When I was a kid, I didn't have a bike, but I wanted one. My friends all had RM 125s or.
No, I think it's sad that it's
You know,
not,
I mean,
a lot of people enjoy that recreation. And it's-
So is there anywhere, in the middle of nowhere where the kids could ride and you solve the problem without,
Okay.
without infractions, I just, seems to
It
be,
would be nice.
seems to be a cat and mouse game you're gonna play with, but
Yeah, you know what,
if,
we've
forever.
done- We haven't aggressively gone after if we haven't had complaints. If they're out not bothering anybody, we can't get to them. And when we start getting complaints, then we have to step it up and they have to cool it.
All right, well, I think we've gone over all the possibilities and what have you. I appreciate you coming in and,
For having me.
whoop,
Can I just ask, just for common knowledge, what is the average fine that you give somebody?
The town bylaw would be $100. What they were issuing was a mass general law, which was $250. I believe it was for unregistered. So it matters what you apply, but the average would be a minimum $100 through the town bylaw, and then that can go up to $300.
Thank you.
all right, so we're all set. Well, again, thank you for coming in. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Good job.
So, it's a little bit early. At 7:20, we have Troy Ellis, Eagle Scout candidate, would like to discuss / obtain permission on what he would like to do as an Eagle Scout project.
Just as a point of order, I received an email from the young man Troy Ellis, and I directed it to Denise. So I'm glad you took that step to go through the proper process to seek some attention and being on the agenda tonight. So that's a good first lesson in civics. Thank you for that.
What do you have in plan? What's your plan? What's your project gonna be?
So my plan would be is that when Mr. Joe DeMore came to us, he said that when you guys purchased the land, there was a bunch of rubbish and tires laid around. So one of my plans was to get the tires or all that we could find out and send them off to a tire recycling area. And then my other plan was, as we sweep through the area, we were going to pick up any trash and make sure that anything that is there that shouldn't be there was removed. Therefore, it was not so polluted.
Okay. A question to you from me would be, I know the property, my business is abuts that property, and I know right now at the entrance to the gate, I don't know if you've been down there to see it, There's some couches, there's some concrete bags and what have you. There's, quite a bit of trash in front of the gate. I haven't been in around the property, but I'm sure if you go in around and drive around, you'll find more. Do you have the ability to try and get that stuff up maybe over to the highway garage, or, you know, if some of the stuff, oh, sorry.
So I'm just gonna, if we have someone sort of put it all together on the property, the highway could go and pick it up. So
Okay.
if they compile
So you
it
can-
sort of at the
okay.
entrance of the gate, the
Okay.
couches, I mean, I don't know if you could move the couch, but those types of things, the highway could go and just
Okay.
clean them up.
All right, so if we give you a designated area, and you could put it all in the front of the property, that you wouldn't have a problem if something was heavy and needed to be dragged out or what have you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this part of an Eagle Scout project that you're planning?
Yes.
Are you gonna have help? I mean,
Yes.
couches are pretty big.
You got a
right?
truck,
You can't move a couch by yourself.
front end loader, what do you got?
Yeah.
It's going to be a group of scouts. I don't know how many would show up. And I'm going to hopefully maybe get 2 people with trucks. And then I'm not sure how big the couches that lay out.
No, I mean, you can get them into the back of a truck, if you can get a truck.
Yeah.
I mean, I know, I'm only speaking for the entrance, which wouldn't be hard. You just need to take all that whole entrance stuff and kind of compile it into a pile. That wouldn't be hard. I don't know what's out back, but you're gonna need to have something to go out there and scatter everything together. I don't know how much is out there, I haven't been out to see, but I know the entrance in along Center Street, there's a lot of bottles and
yeah,
trash
all
and
kinds of
rubbish
stuff.
along Center Street, both sides. I mean, and the other part of this that I was gonna make a suggestion was, part of your project, if you take it on, as you just heard the officer that was in here talking about having a problem with these motorcycles and bikes and what have you, I was trying to maybe do more signage. I know Denise just said there's a sign out front of the gate, but maybe along Center Street, nail some signs on some trees, no trespassing, into the back of the property or something like that, maybe take that on as well, to try and help us with that.
You're giving them more work.
Well, it's not hard to hang signs, I mean, they just,
Well,
you know.
I-
How many hours do you need?
Picking up
How
couches
many
and
hours do you need in this
tires,
project?
seems like enough for me for free.
I believe it is 500 hours total among everyone.
Okay, okay, it's not 500 hours to hang up some signs and do some litter work, so.
How about, as a
Can you plant some
suggestion,
grass over there? I heard it's kinda sandy and the wind blows around.
We're gonna enlarge this project pretty quickly, we want you to put some fields in while you're
Before we
over.
enlarge it, may I
Yeah.
make a
I
recommendation?
don't know what your capabilities are, but
We get this project
what
done.
would be nice is if you were able to make up a sign, Eagle Scout project in progress, something to that effect. I don't know if you have the capabilities to do that, just to let people know what you're doing, which I think is fantastic.
I have some suggestions. Okay. I had a meeting, a walking tour of the land that was purchased by the state on the other side of town in Hampshire Woods. And if you were at Nicole's Variety Store and you're looking at the Chinese restaurant and all the woods that sweep in there, about 900, I forgot how many acres, 900 and something acres. We walked through there with some state officials. By the way, Ed, you had asked me who those state officials were, and I put them in writing. I gave them to Denise to put in a packet at some point. Mr. Dempsey was there as well, Mike Dempsey from the Conservation Committee. There's over 500 tires in there. The state officials are interested in putting together a volunteer force through their resources to go in there possibly this summer to clean up. One of the sticking points is they're trying to delineate what's private property and what's not. And they're getting very close to doing that. If there's any tires on private property, they're going to approach the owners and ask them for permission to go on there and get rid of stuff. It's a huge project. So, and I also do know, because I was not involved with, but I followed 2 Eagle Scout projects, so you probably know this. It's a pretty rigorous process. You've got to do a written component, you have to do a volunteer component, you have to do a civics component. So I'm going to strongly recommend that you have a meeting with the Conservation Committee and with Mr. Dempsey. And he will put you in touch with the state officials, because they want to do this, and they're gonna be looking for volunteers. So if you can attach a Boy Scout troop to the state-sponsored effort, to go in there and remove 500-plus tires, you're gonna be famous in Groveland, and you're gonna do a great deal of good for our open space. And the state is very much going to support you, I know. So that's gonna be a key step for you, my recommendation.
Joe,
Yes.
I must apologize. I thought we're talking about Busson's property. I didn't know we're
I
talking.
believe we are. We're talking about Center Street, right? That's the property you wanted to work on, the Center Street.
Right, but I wanna make him aware that there's.
I'm
there's
sorry,
another-
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Yeah, no, there's nothing to be
Okay.
sorry about.
Okay.
But I can tell you.
Bill's giving him more work,
500
clean up the rest of the town while you're at it. I mean, we got
No, I
other,
got you.
we
But
got
I'll
other
tell you,
sites.
the Eagle Scout project's 500 hours, and he's not gonna do it by himself, but it's gonna be a great opportunity for
why
him
I'm
to
here.
organize.
Right. I can tell you, being in the business, I can tell you that the Busson property, the one on Center Street, literally, if you could get 4 or 5 guys your age, you could have that done in 5 or 6 hours.
Right, that's not gonna be.
Not a
an
big
Eagle
deal.
Scout.
It is.
Yeah, that's not gonna be
It's
his
not a big
total
deal at
allotment.
all.
Trying to say.
So, I mean, if you can, if Denise said what she said, put it out, and the town picks it up, easy, not a big deal. So then maybe you could take on Joe's project
Right.
and help him with that project, that would be even better.
Well, no, well,
Well, I
that'll get
mean,
him to his
he's got
500
500
hours.
500
Yeah, he's gotta
hours.
get to a certain amount of
Yeah,
hours.
you gotta
so
get the
that-
hours, so
that first one
take
isn't gonna
Joe's
get you
project
there.
on.
Yeah,
what
and
you can
that,
do.
and that is the state, there are state agencies that are planning to do this, so they would be, the first thing they asked us when we did the walkthrough is, you think we can put a volunteer force together, locally based? And of course, 3 people say, yeah, maybe the Boy Scout troops will do. So now, if you are aware of this and you begin a communication with these state officials through Mr. Dempsey and the Conservation Committee, it's a little complicated, but he'll show you. He'll show you, then you need to be in touch with, you're gonna need to send letters to the state officials and explain that as part of your Eagle project, you are going to be able to organize a volunteer force, because they're gonna commit 1 week to do it, and it might happen this summer. So things will happen very, very quickly. You're gonna wanna be right in the middle of it, and that's gonna deliver your Eagle Scout project.
I would assume that they're gonna have more resources and
Oh, yeah.
equipment than just be
Oh, yeah,
him,
they're
4
coming
guys
in with,
carrying.
they're coming in with
couches around.
equipment too, but
Right.
they're gonna need hands.
Right, so you get your 500 hours, you also have more help with equipment than rather just doing it by yourself.
And within that, so if you make it, Mr. Dunn's recommendation, I think is important too. I mean, that's an easier piece, maybe that's an afternoon,
started
maybe
with
maybe it's a Saturday. But if you documented that that's part of your project, you'll reach your 500 with a very strong program.
So you,
Can we adopt what he
Right, that's what I was just gonna say.
proposed to
Yeah.
do?
can we, so my suggestion was gonna be to adopt what he had come before us on the Center Street property to start his project off, and then second fold, to work on Joe's proposal onto the other piece of property and put something together, and possibly come before us after you meet with Mr. Dempsey, and come back before us and discuss that end of it? Okay.
What's your, are you up against a deadline? Because most people that are up for their Eagle Scout are, generally, they get the application in within days of the deadline. How close are you? You got plenty of time?
I have next year of April.
You got plenty of
Oh,
time.
so you have a year, okay.
Right, and what happened to one of the last scouts that came before us, he was at his deadline, and he was going to college, and he needed to get this done. So I can tell you something, get on it now and get it done. And I can tell you that I was a life scout when I was younger, and I didn't get to Eagle because I didn't give it enough time. I wish I did, but that's the problem. It
Is there a
ran out
statute
on
of
me, so.
limitations?
What's that?
Is there a statute of limitations? Can you
Yeah.
get it now?
There's an age limit, right?
Yeah,
You can't.
but at any rate, so move forward with it, and I'll ask the board to vote on this, and we'll see where it goes.
May I just-
What?
Do you have a time frame? Are you looking at a specific month, or?
I'm just looking over the summer because if it's winter, you can't really do any yard work. And then comes around March and then the deadline ends.
So this summer would be your timeline for everything.
Good.
So I would just ask, you do have my email, if you could reach out and just let me know when you're planning to do this, so I could notify the board and the highway department on the dates that you've chosen to do this.
Okay, so I'll make a motion, or can someone make a motion on what we just discussed?
I'll make a motion to adopt his plan with a time, deadline of December 31st, 2015.
Is that enough time for you? You gotta go into the spring.
Should be
I
good.
can't go into this.
He could, he's worried about the snowfall.
Come back for an
covering everything.
No,
amendment.
but he said the summertime.
Right, well, he wants to get it done, but his
Okay.
timeline is, his schedule is due by next April, so we
So-
don't wanna wait till spring to.
He needs more time, he can come back.
Okay, all right.
You gotta put some pressure on you to get it done by,
All right, so
New
let's
Year's
do
Day.
that. All right, go ahead, you guys. He made a
I'll
motion?
second the motion.
You want a friendly amendment?
No, he seconded it.
You're all right.
No, that's a good idea.
All in favor?
You can amend it, you know, yeah,
All in favor?
that's a good
Okay.
idea.
You're all set.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank
Thank you very much, good luck.
If you need anything else, don't hesitate to come back. Okay? Thank you.
You know, may I say this, that's a good point. You want to give us some updates from time to time, because when we sponsored or said yes to other Eagle Scout projects, they went into completion phase, and then we had some problems. So maybe you can come back in a month or so, let us know what's going on.
Okay.
Okay, especially if you have had that meeting with Mr. Dempsey and the Conservation Committee, that's really critical for you.
Alright.
And then come back, ask to get on the agenda. Now, I know you know how to do that. And give us 5 minutes and give us an update.
And Mr. Dempsey was here.
I know.
Yeah.
Mike-
He's out, he
Out in the
some lady
hallway.
pulled him out.
Yeah, he may be right across the hall, that's their office, so you may wanna check in there and see if he's in there.
So, it doesn't look like Chief Lay's here yet, so I'm gonna move forward to go to the, established Board of Selectmen liaisons to boards and committees. If anyone has a special interest, please specify. And I know Joe had passed me out tonight some books when I first got here, and asked that I give each and every one of you guys a book.
Yes, I prepared a little something for you guys if you want to open it up. What I did is, on the left side, I pulled from our town website the Board of Selectmen adopted policies, and I would ask you to give them all your attention, but especially the attendance by selectmen at public meetings, which is the second one, the board and committee invitation to meet with selectmen, the third one, and then the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth one is the membership of boards and committees by selectmen. For our new colleagues, last year, the Board of Selectmen felt that there was a void in the bylaws on how we governed ourselves as a board. And so we engaged as a board. I drafted 6 of these, and Bill had made some drafts, and Betty as well. But we worked through them over 2 or 3 meetings. We developed these policies which we adopted, and they're all designed to fill a void that the bylaw doesn't address. Now, I'm very excited that we have a 5-member board. I was obviously one of the chief cheerleaders for that in the last couple of years. And one of the things that we had talked about, which I'm aware of, that all other towns that have 5-member boards, is this position called a liaison. The liaison is typically appointed by the chair. The chair will say, Mike or Joe, I need you to be liaison for such and such a board or committee, or you can ask, you can volunteer. My only concern about a liaison is I think that we as a board need to identify what it is and really define it well. I'll give you an example. A month ago, I was criticized by a board that I was trying to control their votes by suggesting that I attend their meetings or they attend meetings with us. And we could get into some hassle with some folks who have a misunderstanding as to what our intent is. I think this chair has done a very good job before he was a chair and now that he's a chair. And all of last year that he served on this board, that he wants to see people collaborate and work better together. We now have a way to do that with this position called a liaison. So what I did, for your pleasure, is I drafted an idea for what a liaison is. I did synthesize it from other towns, and on the right side of my blue folder, I gave you a copy of that, plus underneath that, I gave you a copy of the town of Chelmsford's appointed liaisons. And you can see, if you go through it, actually, I didn't give myself a copy, you can see that the Agricultural Commission is assigned to a certain board of select. The town of Chelmsford has 5 members. So he'll attend those meetings as needed. So you go all the way down, Board of Appeals, Board of Health. Many of these are as needed, many of them when they meet. And in fact, they even have liaisons attached to the local legislators, which is kind of interesting. So I definitely, for my new colleagues, the way we did the policies last year, we have a kind of an unwritten rule, which I thought was a written policy. We have a 2-meeting rule, so there's no policy that I would ever draft, or any one of us should draft and say, okay, let's vote on it. Let's kind of mull it over for 2 or 3 meetings. Come back with your ideas, with a different idea, or with some edits with the draft. But before we actually show up at somebody's meeting, especially if tonight we're gonna take on assignments, I'll speak for myself, I'm not gonna go to any meeting that I'm assigned to unless we are clearly defined what a liaison is and does, so that we, kind of really step it up in terms of a high standard of how we govern ourselves and what we do.
Okay, Joe,
Thank you for that.
okay, no, thank you. To kind of piggyback onto what Joe just talked about, is I am kind of, I think, on the same page that Joe was, and I was gonna bring it up in Selectmen's time, but I think we're kind of here now. I was gonna call it delegate work. There's 5 of us, all 5 of us are good at what we do. I know Joe has in the past, he's worked on the school committee. I know Mike's Little League and that kind of stuff, and Dan's financial. Eddie, you've been involved with the police and what have you. These are some of the things I had come up with. I was thinking the cable committee, have a committee or a liaison for election night, so when the election comes, we have the hall ready to go. Road study, finance board, the schools, which I just discussed, the rec committee, Little League committee, the bus and property, as far as, there's been some committees that have been talked about, they haven't come before us yet. Have someone that's gonna actually work from the board with that committee. And also, we have the Pines project, I know Denise has been involved in, that would kind of, know what's going on, or any questions that I answer, what have you. These are just some of my thoughts were, kind of, I think, what Joe's talking about, the same idea.
Do you feel, and this is I'm asking Dan and Ed and Mike as well, do you feel that we should also look at the Chelmsford model and also have specific liaison appointments for every board and commission in town? Or just special situations
I
like
think
these?
every board is gonna be overbearing, right? I mean, the duties of this, plus some of us are already sitting on other boards.
Yeah.
And then on top of being assigned, based on what's on your sheet, would be assigned 4 boards more each, right? So, I think every single board is probably a little much. I mean, maybe specific boards that have a lot of volume or a lot of say.
High impact to.
Right.
To,
Or as needed.
taxpayer, yeah.
I mean, if there's communications between certain boards that is lacking, then those might have a bigger focus than some of the other ones that are already in high communications.
I don't know what Ed and Dan were thinking. It's a good point.
Where is the Chelmsford thing?
It's on the right hand.
Yeah.
On the right side, Dan.
One thing that I wanted to do, is I wanted to keep doing, is I was gonna actually start asking, other committees to come in before us, like we talked about.
We actually have a policy that does
Right,
that.
right,
that
so
asks-
I'm gonna talk about that later on.
Yeah.
But I know I had asked Denise to give me a list of boards and committees, and this is what she had given me: the Affordable Housing Committee, the Board of Health, the Board of Library Trustees, the Cable TV Board, the Cable Improvement Committee, the Preservation Committee, Conservation Committee, Electric Light, Finance, Historical Commission, Open Space, Planning Board, Recreation, Water and Sewer, and Zoning Board.
How many of those?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
15.
15.
Good.
And
Here's-
I'm sorry, so some of these boards actually have a selectman appointed on there. Community Preservation Committee is currently Selectman Demore, whose appointment is up. The Cable TV, Selectman Demore has served on that committee. The Center Street Committee that you were discussing, Bill, actually has a spot for selectmen, that we haven't actually appointed that
Nope.
committee yet, so they're
Right.
not. But some of them actually have selectmen representatives already. But they are on here because Joe has expressed to me that, he'd like to give other members an opportunity to sit in the seats that he's occupied on those committees. So I did put them all on here. He's appointed in those until June 30th.
Yes, I've actually resigned as effective June 30th from the cable TV, the community preservation. What was the other one? The, I forgot the other one. And the reason for that, two reasons for that. Number one, again, I'm excited about, we have a 5-member board. This is really important. I want to see things happen you know, things turn out really well and develop well. I also, we have members with little experience or no experience on the Board of Selectmen. I want to step off, and I'd like to see other people step in and kind of take the opportunity to learn about town government and to serve in a special way by being the selectman designee on some boards that require a Board of Selectmen to be on there. So.
Regional finance.
A regional finance was the other one, exactly. So regional finance, conservation, the community preservation and, committee and the,
Cable TV.
cable TV, I've resigned effective June 30th, so that when the new appointments begin with July 1st, I'm hoping that you folks will take those on. The other reason I want to resign from there is I would like to do a liaison position, and I'll tell you, Billy, if you tell me where you want to fit me in. I'm not going to say this is where I want to go. You'd say this is where the need is, and I'll do it.
Right.
I'll take three boards and commissions, and I'll take one of these specialized ones that you said.
Okay.
Fair enough?
Yep, that's fair enough. What I would like to say is, I'm not trying to be negative when I say this, is I know, being a selectman and sitting in the seat you're in, I was on the zoning board, and I found out that it was hard sitting there knowing that there's gonna be, litigation coming against the town, and I'm trying to protect the town, so I found it hard to be there. And I know during the election that we just had, that a lot of people were saying that being a selectman, you can get up there and try to push your point, if whatever project you had dear to your heart, you push that. So I was trying to make this where we're using the best of our ability, we're not trying to control, we're just trying to be the people there in place to help them. They'll come to say, one of us, and say, hey, what do they need? What can we do to help you? That's all. And I think that's probably where you're coming from, Joe. And I think that's what we need to do. I think that's how it will work well. So I don't know if you guys want to, like Joe just said, is you want to take this, talk about it a little bit more, each one of you, and then come back next week and maybe say what you'd be interested in doing or what have you.
Yeah, if you guys have an interest, take up your interest, and whatever's left
Want to talk
over,
more
I'll
about it
take.
tonight, that's fine.
Well, I mean, I want
whatever's
to
left over.
comment on one thing. I mean,
Right.
you mentioned ZBA. I don't think ZBA should have a liaison. I've said it before that I don't think the Board of Selectmen should in any way try to influence the ZBA. I think it's quasi judicial and needs to be independent entirely from all other bodies in town. Certainly if there was a resource issue, they could come before us and talk about money. But, I'm not familiar with the other committees, and I don't know if they need to maintain absolute autonomy. The purpose of the liaison, if I could clarify, would be to pass information back and forth and to try to open up communication channels and try to get us to cooperate more. Seems to be our government is fragmented in many ways, and the right hand doesn't often know what the left hand's doing or what even is available for help or services. So I'm receptive to a liaison with the finance committee. I'd be interested in that with my accounting background, but again, if they felt that I was in their way, I certainly would want to step back and be removed from that. So it's just, I think there's a fine line between being involved and being imposing.
Right, well, I know that, I know where you're coming from, Joe, clearly, and I know I had a conversation because I think I came on with this a little bit strong earlier on, and Denise said, Bill, you've got to make sure you don't try to micromanage people.
Let me ask you.
And I will admit, I own my own business. I have a tendency to micromanage people because that's what I need to do. I'm the driver in the driver's seat, but on the same token, I'm not here to micromanage, I'm here to help. That's all I want to do. I want to put the board together, I want the board to help. If they need to come, and I think what Joe's trying to say, let's just say, I'll say Dan.
Well, I want to ask Joe, I mean, have you asked some of the committees if that would be helpful to have a liaison? Has that
I did.
opened the door discussion
I
occurred?
did.
The
I did.
threshold discussion?
I did with the police department.
Okay.
Over the year and a half, I did with the police department. They actually would wish to have a liaison. And particularly because of the structural issues we had before, where there was, a member that had to recuse herself, so they felt that they wanted that connection. The community preservation felt that the liaison along with a member of the Board of Selectmen would be helpful. Cable TV for sure. Cable TV, I have been the liaison. Every time we've had a failure, I picked up the phone and say, what happened, and then I kind of report on it.
Just for instance, if I were a liaison, CPC, I wouldn't be able to help myself from talking about fiscal restraint, and maybe they ought to, pick a few projects and prioritize. So, I mean, what would be the role of the liaison? I mean, to sit and listen, or get
Well,
involved and try to
good-
promote policy and
It's a good question.
agenda? Because
Are you looking at it like just to be a conduit between the boards?
Well, I'm trying to define what is a liaison. Is it an advocacy position for the Board of Selectmen? Because certainly our job, we're managing money and people, and some of these boards might want to get the money and the people.
But the thing,
And our job might be to say, well, no.
the thing that we have in the past Selectmen Board, we adopted was a 90-day or 120-day rule where we were gonna bring each one of the committees or whatever in to talk to the board, which it seems like we started it, but we couldn't get on it because we're always too busy, what have you. I am going to ask this coming week for two of them to come before us in Selectmen's time, but I think.
I can
what-
answer Dan's question.
Okay,
Expectations, if you look at the draft, I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but, there's assignments. It is requested that each committee, this is what a liaison is in other towns. It is requested that each committee board which has been assigned a selectman has a liaison include the Board of Selectmen liaison in the distribution of all general meeting correspondence. This will make, so in other words, if I'm the liaison to XYZ board, I get copied minutes and agendas. That's important. If you look at expectations, it's probably, and then the last piece, participation, I'll read some of it, so for our audience as well. For expectations, each board member will maintain some level of communication with each committee board to which he or she is assigned. Attendance at every meeting is not required. However, regular updates to the full board are expected. It is especially important to keep board colleagues. So, how would I define it for myself? Bill can assign me to 3, 4, 5. I will accept whatever the need is, I will fill. So if you guys want to fill in your preferences, whatever is left over, I'll take. But here's what I would do. I would only go if invited or as needed, and I certainly would do most of my reporting to the board once I accepted publicly released minutes and agendas. So I might ask a month from now, the chair to allow me a few minutes on the agenda to talk about an issue that I've learned about by studying the minutes of a meeting of one of the boards that I'm assigned to. So I definitely would take a kind of a backseat approach. I certainly would be available to them if one of the conservation, for example, when we were negotiating for the busing, I remember that Mike Dempsey made frequent requests for attention from the Board of Selectmen. So now, knowing that there's a liaison, I would be able to relate that to you and say, by the way, we're having some issues that the Conservation Committee would like to come up with, would like to speak to us about, and here's the reason why. So my role would be, if invited, occasional or as needed, and most of my reporting to this board would be by looking at the minutes and the meetings of the board that I've been assigned to kind of bring awareness to this board of what's going on. That's just how I think
Okay.
I would handle it.
I think Denise wants to say something.
Yeah, so just to touch on Joe, what most communities use as liaison is really just a conduit for information. They do not actively participate in meetings, they're not a voting member, they really don't do any of that. It's really just to facilitate, if there's something going on in the finance world and the finance board, they go to their liaison who then reports back to the full board. And that's really what the purpose of the liaison, it's not to micromanage the board, it's not to influence the board in any way, it's just to provide information. If the board has questions on something, I'm just gonna use Mike because he's here, about conservation, and you have a liaison, that person would then contact conservation and say, what's going on, the board's looking for information. It's not to be anything more than that, really.
Conduit.
It shouldn't be, correct.
That's why I think we should define it and kind of
So-
govern it
So,
ourselves.
my question, do you want to talk to Ann first?
No, I'm listening, it's just, I wouldn't micromanage anyone, I might macromanage them,
But Dan
And
brought
tell
up-
them, hey, you're way off base, you ought to go this way,
Dan brought up a good point. it looks like the other towns, I've looked at Brookline and Chelmsford, I've looked at three or four towns. It looks like they do have liaison also for those that would be considered quasi judicial, like zoning boards.
I mean, most do
planning
have them
boards.
for all, you know, boards,
All, yeah.
mostly selectmen appointed. You can certainly have them for elected committees. But most communities with 5-member boards tend to do liaisons just to, because
Move to
it's
what?
kind of difficult for every board and committee to come before all 5 members at all times. So you have that one
Liaison
point
or the
person
committee
just to,
assignment?
This is what happened at the ZBA last week.
exactly,
Might
well,
be,
it feels
wanna
like
be
a
aware of
pressing issue,
ABC, yeah.
correct.
okay.
It
Especially,
wouldn't be every week, but it would
give you
say,
a
you know,
couple.
just so you know, this case came
Fine, yeah.
before,
Right.
there's a big development going on,
Right.
things like that.
Okay, so,
it's great stuff.
okay, so, as Joe probably knows me, I'm not one to sit back and, I like to move forward with it, so would the board like to move forward with some of Denise's list tonight? I'm gonna ask each item and see if who would like to be involved in it. One of the ones I was gonna suggest would be, I like to see Joe deal with the schools, only because he's dealt with them in the past, and I don't know if Joe would accept that one or not.
I'll
but
accept
that's-
that, I have 9 years on the
And
school
again, I'm not
committee,
just
that's
saying Joe, but if someone else wanted to work with him,
fine. That's
but
fine.
I like to see Joe with the schools. I'll start at the top of the list. Does someone want to take and work with the Affordable Housing Committee? Okay, I'll do it. Board of Health,
I'll do that.
Joe?
I'll take Board of Health.
Are you making a list of this, Denise? Okay, Joe.
22 years in the catering business, I know something about Board of Health.
Library Trustees,
I'll take that one too.
I think Ed raised his hand.
No,
Okay,
no,
go ahead.
No,
Oh, no?
no, I
Okay.
didn't.
All right,
Fine.
all right, Joe. Cable TV,
I'd like to kind of pass that off to somebody.
I'll take cable TV.
okay, Ed. All right, capital improvements, I'd like to do that one,
I was gonna take that one.
and I'll work with you.
Yeah, that's
Okay, I'll put Mike down. Okay,
I'm sorry, that was Mike, not Bill?
I'll let Mike have it, and I'll work with him.
Okay.
Community preservation,
I'll go for that if no one
all
wants.
right, Dan. Conservation Commission,
I'll go with that too.
Dan. Light Commission,
Yeah, I'll take that. That's close. to me.
Mike. Finance Board,
I'll take the committee,
Finance Board,
finance board.
Committee,
I'll go with that.
Historic,
I'll take that.
Open Space and Trails.
I'll do that also.
Mike, would you want to work with him on that? Or you,
I'm more interested in the planning board, actually.
okay, Planning Board, so Mike. All right, so Ed, you're gonna take the Open Space and Trails?
Yes.
Okay.
How many have left, Bill?
3.
Oh, I need at least 2.
Recreation Committee, I would like to take the recreation on, because I know there's gonna be some.
One more, maybe.
Okay, that's all right, that's all right, those specialized ones are good.
The Recreation Committee would be me. Water and Sewer Commission,
I'll take that.
Joe.
Yep.
Zoning Board of Appeals,
Can I make a suggestion? Can you, it doesn't have to be me, if somebody else really wants it, if not, I'll take it. Police Department,
I'll do that one.
and then one for the Fire Department.
I'll do that one.
Well,
Well, if I mean, just, Bill and I had spoken about that, and I think we were getting away from department liaisons with selectmen. You've
Okay.
changed my role to oversee, so we kinda,
okay,
when
that's
Bill and
fine.
I spoke, we were gonna stay away from actual
All right, so
department
neither one of
liaisons.
us have those. Okay, fine, so, good.
Okay,
Now, you have some specialized ones.
okay, 1 second, I gotta finish up here.
Pretty interesting.
Zoning Board of Appeals, did anyone, you're
Well,
on
you
the
have
board?
members, so you may not need liaisons.
Yeah.
You
What's
have
that?
You have 2
You got 2
board
members.
members that are on the
Yeah.
ZBA,
Right, okay, so
so.
we're gonna leave it with Dan.
Well, yes and no. I mean, if there's a pending case or a pending appeal.
Right, that's
I'm
right,
not
that's
gonna
right.
talk
I have,
about it.
I have attended, I wouldn't mind taking that.
All right,
actually.
then, Joe.
Kind of like a,
You know, some things, if
All right,
they're
Joe.
pending applications, you can't say anything.
All right, now where's the other ones, Denise?
So we do have the regional finance, the Pentucket Regional Finance. We meet quarterly. It's myself and 1 selectman from each of the 3 Pentucket communities.
Joe, do you wanna do that one, or are you good with it?
as a liaison or as a member?
No, we need a member.
Yeah,
We will
no,
need a member,
I
'cause
have,
you have
I'd like to,
resigned.
I really hope that somebody will take that. All the ones that I have had, I'd like to come off.
Oh, I'd be going on that one, yeah.
You want that one?
What's it called?
Regional Finance,
You're gonna meet with school members.
I hate accounting. Can I do something else?
School Board,
What?
That's right in your wheelhouse.
Well, let me- hold on, he brought up a good question. It's really interesting service. I've been doing it for a long time, and on the school committee I was involved. It
You
consists.
know what I'm volunteering for,
Yeah, no,
thank you.
you meet four times.
When you
a
say
year-
I become a member, I'm not sure I wanna join.
Well, like I
Well, it's a
said,
voting member, because it's the 3 communities that make up Pentucket.
Okay,
And it's 1 selectman from each community and the finance director, and we meet quarterly to discuss Pentucket issues. Their budget, any issues that come up that involve the 3 communities, they're talking about building a new school, bringing things back to town meeting, et
I'll
cetera.
be all, voting on money,
Right, Dan.
how to
Yes.
spend it.
Okay, we got Dan.
I'm in.
Okay. What's the next one, Denise, the other one?
The other ones were your,
Oh,
so I
okay.
would say, I mean, Little League is not a town committee, you could certainly do, but they're not town.
But I still wanna have someone involved that they can, and I like to have Mike do
Yeah, I
that,
can take that.
Little League. I mean, I'm not gonna micromanage, I just want them to be able to talk, I know they've had
A
problems. and
point of
they-
contact, basically.
Point of contact, Mike, okay?
I can back him up on that, my kid plays at AAA.
Road study, I would like to do that if someone else wants to help me,
Yeah,
but,
I'll help you with that, Bill.
okay, the road,
what, road study for what?
I'm gonna try and get a road study to do the roads. A road study committee back to do the roads, look at the roads.
Cool.
Governors,
That sounds great.
Okay, that's Bill and Ed.
been on smoother dirt roads.
Okay, and then we had, the schools Joe's doing, finance board Dan was gonna do, road studies me. Services would be, that I was thinking, services would be, like, we have, sure, the Army, what am I trying to say, the Veterans Day services, have a representative from this board.
I'd like
Go.
to do that, because
Right.
I'm gonna be speaking this
Right.
week again.
And
for
I was gonna say that
3
to you
years in a
anyway,
row
so
I've
Joe
been
would do
doing
the
it.
services.
That's great.
And Joe, probably if you could let me know if you need me to be there as a chair or whatever, I
Oh, you-
would,
All of us could be there.
no, I'm just saying.
Yeah. Oh, you mean this week for the event, the
No,
Memorial?
no,
Day?
no,
For Monday.
whoever can go wants to go.
But it's
Thursday
Thursday
night.
night.
Thursday
Yeah,
night.
it's Thursday night.
Oh, it's it's 21st,
6 o'clock or 6:30, I believe.
I don't know if I'll make it, 'cause I'm so busy. The rec committee, Again-
You're on that, you made yourself the rec committee.
right, Little League is them. The bus and land use, I'd like to see if I can get Dan on that one with someone else possibly, and only to work with the committee that we're trying to form, work with the committee.
Let me ask you this, because I wasn't, because I'm new here, okay? I don't know what discussions and what extent there was on the committee, but I wanted to clarify what the charge was of that committee, and if somehow the Board of Selectmen could narrow it, because I have some ideas on, what to do there, so, yeah, Denise, Chairman.
If I may. There has not been a charge yet. The committee has not been formed. The board gave permission to Alex Johnson to go out and gather names, and then he was to come back before this board to actually figure out what their charge would be. So that has
Okay.
not been defined
All
yet.
right.
But it is this group that would define that.
Okay.
And I would just say, and I don't want nothing against you, but you were on, I think, they were naming you as a zoning board representative, on the list that I had gotten. So, because I had said to hold off to see if you were gonna be a selectman. So I don't know,
I don't know that I want to be the zoning board rep for
because they had
that,
listed you as that
but,
on that part.
I wouldn't mind being the selectman rep for that. I mean, I like to keep zoning separate from everything, and then to maintain
Okay.
independence on that, if I'm gonna serve on 2 boards. I just really want just a complete
Okay.
firewall there between anything else I do,
All right,
So I'll let them know that you will
for
not
my
really be
own
selectman, not zoning.
well-being.
all right, so we're on to the bus and land committee, which hasn't come back before us with a form committee yet.
Correct, they were
So
still
I would
putting
like
names
to
together.
have, if Ed would do it and Dan would do it.
I'll do it, sure.
Okay, the 2 of you guys can split it up.
I'm interested.
So you're gonna, get a hold of them, see if they're coming back before us, see what they got going on, what have you.
But we're gonna meet on a charge, obviously.
Yes, and Bill, they actually had, there was only one selectman
There's
spot,
only
I
one
believe.
selectman
They
now,
had,
we
they
can't
had
have
all the
2.
positions spelled out by
Right,
who's
but I'm
represented.
saying one could be the selectman spot and one could be the person that come back. I'm not talking about being on the board. I'm talking about a
Be the liaison.
representative that they would come to come.
But I think Dan's talking about, he wants to be the selectman representative on the board.
I wanna
to
have
serve on the board.
discussions, I wanna move that committee in a direction, and, I'll be straight with that.
So we're talking about 2 things at the same time here.
Yes.
Right.
I'll hold off on that.
So someone needs to be appointed to that when the committee
Right.
comes, and I think Dan's
Right.
volunteering for
Right,
that.
but can Ed still be on there to let them come and talk to him? Or you only can have one selectman period, that's it?
No, I mean, you certainly can, but
I think Ed wants to be the representative and he wants to be on the board.
That's fine.
Okay, all right,
All
good.
right.
You mean
So
the
you're on the board,
Okay with that, yeah.
you're on the board, and he's gonna be the
I told
person.
him I'd flip him for it.
Okay, all right, so we took care of that one. And then,
As I want to tell you, lose.
as we talked about, the Pines has a project going on down there right now. I know Denise is the procurement officer, Bob Akelian is running the project. I was just trying to find someone that could go and get an update here and there, what have you. I did talk to Denise earlier about having Bob Akelian come in before us and bring us up to date on the project, and she said she'd do that. But I'd still like to have someone down there that, if anyone in the public wants to say, hey, who can I talk to about the Pines project, they'd go to you.
Okay.
Okay? So that's all. I'm not looking for you to go down there and change anything, or us change
Nope.
anything. Leave the project the way it is, make sure things are going smoothly.
Yep.
Work with Denise, work with Bob, that's all I'm asking.
Okay.
Okay? All right, so I think that was on my list. Mike
That's all you got?
raised his hand, I don't know if he can.
Yep, you can.
Okay,
I have a question about the Community Preservation Committee. So you have a representative on that committee as a member?
Joe has resigned,
Okay.
so when the
person-
appointments come up, Dan has recommended, or had like to be take Joe's place.
So the person won't be the liaison, they'll be a member on.
Right.
Correct.
okay, so we're all good with this stuff, because I'm getting
Recommended myself.
the nod over here.
You got
I'll deal with
drafted.
him in a
We'll
second.
work well together, Mike.
All right, so we all set with these appointments and what have you, and what,
Yeah, if we can get a write-up of what we all agreed to, that'll be.
okay,
Yes.
Just a request that we do have on the next meeting, on the agenda, the draft language for liaison. We need to, I feel we should adopt a policy on what a liaison is. So take it home, kick it around, change it, add to it, edit it,
Okay.
or accept it, and let's give it at least 2 more meetings, like, before we actually vote on it. Kind of, okay, that's why I put it in this folder for you, so you can kind of put it on your coffee table and study it.
I would like to see us come back next week. I'd like to see us have a draft in place, like Joe just said, but I'd like to try and put it together sooner than later. So, I don't know what everyone else is thinking, but,
That's the best way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, if,
Yeah, it's-
I don't know, I'd look to other towns' languages. Is there something out there, Joe, that you've found? I mean,
Well, I'm sure you could look up a
I put it
Dixie.
in
I got
there.
Chelmsford, but I'd look at a couple others. And
I looked
I
at
don't-
Brookline, it looked like everybody was, 2 towns that copied each other. I don't know who sourced that, but most of that looks like copied work from other towns, so.
Okay.
Seems to work, but I wanna make sure
So-
and we can adopt it so that we're comfortable
Right.
with it.
so that's gonna be our next agenda, okay, good.
If you look at it, there's a piece of it that's really confusing. One of them, it says, you try to facilitate communication, then there's a piece in there that says, but you shouldn't show up at a meeting unless you're invited, so that, to me, I really need your opinion. I need everybody's opinion, and look at that and really clean that draft up so that we're comfortable with it.
Okay. All right, so everyone's good, 'cause I gotta move on here, we're beyond the time.
That's how we did the other
Joe,
6 or
on
7.
on that issue, there may be times when some committees, say the finance committee,
Yeah.
maybe they wanna just work independently.
Oh, I know.
So they might say,
They might be sensitive. We don't want you.
they might not want you there. Well, they're working. I
That's
mean, I
fine.
don't want people around me when I'm working.
All right, we gotta end the discussion. We're moving on to
Thanks, Bill.
Chief Lay. Well, we'll pick it up again next week. Chief Lay's giving me the nod, which I'm gonna make this on record, a jokingly record. You were 10 minutes late, so I held you to be 10 minutes late. So now I owe you 10 minutes next time we meet.
And you'll only get 10 minutes.
And you're only gonna get 10 minutes next time. But anyway, Chief Lay,
Speaking in multiples of 10,
don't take
I had a 7:35 start, and I was 1 minute late.
1 minute?
There's 1 minute.
I just
All
came from
right.
a planning meeting at the church. Joe, welcome back.
Thank you.
It's good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Mike, Frank?
Mike Wood, yes.
Yeah,
Nice to meet you.
congratulations.
Thank you.
We hugging and kissing.
We're hugging and kissing.
Daddy,
Hey, Bob.
welcome aboard. It's all gonna be good, Dan.
Yeah,
It's all good, man.
How are you?
It's all good. Thank you. I asked Denise to get me in front of the group, just a couple of things. Do I need to sit down?
Yep.
Robert Ray, Georgia Street, Groveland Fire Chief. I know it says that the way in.
He's doing all my work for me.
A couple of quick things that I want to go over, and all this talk about liaisons, clearly, and what you'll understand is, you'll get plenty of information from me. I'm working on a lot of stuff. You'll never be surprised by what I'm working on. It's all good, okay? But tonight, I have 2 things that, and I'm involved with Bill and some others on the planning document for permitting. One of the things I needed to get done before that, any of that gets adopted, is I need to have new permit fees effective July 1. These have not been touched in 10 years. I will give you, he gets the first one always. See, I'm learning.
Thank you.
Take one and pass it down.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, this is the current.
That's the current. I did add the report one. I didn't change it.
Is it, so it's revised from the one that I've given them?
Yeah, so, I revised this today to put two things on the new one, the effective date. Oh, take one.
Thank
pass
you.
it along, Joe.
You did,
That way. I'll give you one.
yes.
So, these haven't been touched in 10 years, we're up to date. Whenever we do this kind of work with contractors, we are told that we have the lowest rates of anywhere. That forced us to take a look at it. You can go on any fire department website and look at their fees. We're leaving a lot of money on the table. I say a lot of money, I don't know, annually, $4 or $5 grand, probably is what this adds, rolls up to. This is, most of these are what the state allows. Okay, I have expense to the department against doing these. We pay people to do most of this work. There's training associated with people learning how to do most of this work. And the one I will tell you that is not simply an increase, but is new, is the open burning. And you know what? It doesn't say it. It's the first one in the line, right above oil burners. I don't know why it's not in there, but today we do not charge for open burning. I have a link on the department website that allows you to go in and register and then activate the day you burn. I pay $750 a year for that. People love that because it takes them out of calling dispatch and sitting on hold till they can get picked up. The police department loves that because they are not swamped with telephone calls during burning season. It's been a no-brainer. But my point is, we don't charge anything, okay, and it's all expense right now. And I would say we probably have $300 a year. At 10 apiece, you can do the simple math. But the site's been good, so I give this to you. I know you don't have to decide tonight. You have time to think about this and do your own work and figure out if this is the right thing to do or not. But again, 10 years, they haven't been touched.
Well, you're here in front of us, so let's have some discussion,
Sure.
as much as we can.
Yep.
I'm in agreement with you that we have been behind the times on our permit pricing and what have you. I don't know where we find the fine line, but that's what the job of the board here is. And I will end it there and open a discussion to the rest of the board to discuss.
I have a question. You said the open burning, the website that you maintain is $750
A year.
a year. So if you're getting 300 people annually, average,
Yeah.
requesting those permits, now you're going that's a surplus of $2,500 or so?
That you get.
Right, I mean, I understand that, but do we really wanna tax people another $10, $15 to get a burning permit too? When it's only
Okay,
$750?
So that's part of the cost.
Right,
There is cost associated with, fire prevention, and for the people that aren't doing it right, we end up on calls. There's other costs associated with open burning.
I realize that, but shouldn't that part of the grant to do open burning have to do with the weather evaluation and the wind, and, I mean, that goes into play, right? So that cuts down on whether people actually can burn that day. I don't like to tax people just for the sake of taxing people, that's my concern. Or charging a fee just for the sake of charging a fee.
Again, who gets the money? The fire department?
Everything on here is general fund.
General funds? So what's the push on your end to do it?
Good business sense. I don't, Georgetown gets 50, we get 25. They get 10, we get 0. All day long, up and down the valley. Everybody gets twice what we get. It's nice if you want to.
Well, we're higher on some things like special permits, $650. Other towns are much cheaper. So we're higher and we're lower, but some things, like the smoke detector, when you walk around and you push the button,
Really?
it's pretty much all you do, right?
I have people that are not only trained to do it, so there's a level of training,
and then we schedule, we consult, we go out, we fail, we go back. Going around and pushing the button, that's not what we do.
It's all part of
What we do.
I understand that, but
And you know what? Again, you wanna leave them the way they are, go right ahead, but you're leaving money on the table. You are leaving money on the table because everybody else is getting it.
it's our money, though. It's our money.
So how many, we're talking about special permits for ZBA, how many,
It's our
many-
money, though. When you say, we're leaving money on the table. My taxes are over $7,500 now. So to get another $10 out of me because I want to burn some brush in my backyard, why? I mean, it's nickel and dime. That's my point of view on it. I don't know, I don't speak for anyone else on this board, but I think it's just squeezing a few more drops out of the orange, and government's got too much already. That's my perspective.
And just my comment on that, an increase in fees is a tax. You increase the fee, you're taxing the people. Under the open burning, are you gonna give the people anything? Are you gonna go and inspect each one? You mentioned that you had problems with fires getting away from people.
well, that happens.
It happened. Are you gonna go and inspect each one along with this $10 fee?
It was not part of the plan.
There was a fire that got away from on the corner of my street.
Yep.
Almost lit the place on
Burned his
fire.
garage down,
It was windy that day. They shouldn't have been burning.
burned his garage down.
It was windy. So the permit shouldn't be given out when the wind's blowing. You know, and again, I'm not a weatherman, I'm not a fireman.
Was there a permit given that day?
I don't know. I don't know, but I remember coming home from work and it
Well,
was a
I
little
guess the
singed.
point to that one is, we did allow open burning that day. It was a little breezy, but the conditions of pile to building would have allowed for that. He was way too close.
He was too close.
So he went on our website, acknowledged that he read the rules and regulations, and the rest is history.
Did he have a garden hose there? I mean, there are other things you have to have.
Insufficient. So, but it's not
Okay,
about that. I
so
mean,
to-
I put this in front of you.
Right.
It's not been touched in 10 years. It's a fee, it's not a tax. Tax is for everybody, a fee is for only those that are
What's
doing
on-
this.
I'm not familiar with the acronyms here. What's on? Forgive my ignorance. AST, UST, what is that?
Underground storage tanks and above-ground storage tanks.
So you go and inspect the removal of that? How does that work? I'm not familiar with that at all.
It depends on the type of.
And I don't mean to belittle like pushing buttons, you know, or just what's involved. I don't know.
Go ahead.
I would,
Is that laborious is what the issue is? If
None of it, you
But,
know.
but back on the smoke.
I don't want to
detector-
tell you this is all researching the code to do some of this stuff is where the work is at.
All right.
We've just adopted a new national code, NFPA 1, which is CMR 1. I don't want to get all technical on that, but
Right.
a lot of this, I just grabbed two of my guys who recently trained, and I said, we got a filling station, a refueling station that needs to be inspected. They will pore over the, code for a couple of weeks to figure out what we need to go and do.
Okay.
So it isn't just a drive-through and say, oh, you're still pumping gas, have a nice day. Our job is to keep the community safe and the residents within the community safe. It's all under fire prevention. I would never want to tell you that the work that's being done is not important, because it is. So the fees associated with it, these are customary fees. Every other community charges this fee. We haven't touched them in 10 years.
okay. I will say, out of anyone here, Chief Lay will look me in the face and say I'm probably one of the most critical persons to him. And I will say that I've been involved in oil tank removals. I've been involved in oil tank installations. There is fees involved, there's inspections, his men need to go out and inspect it. I think some of these things in here definitely need to be addressed, for sure.
Well,
I
that's
think-
what I'm trying to find
and-
out.
and- right, and-
If it's time and labor intensive, that's it. But I've been involved routinely with the sale of real estate. You order a smoke certificate, and literally, the fire prevention walks through in and out of the building in 10 minutes.
But-
I know that doesn't cover the overhead and all the behind the scenes. I understand that.
And I will go back to trying,
But once you're trained and that fixed cost has been satisfied, all right, it's paid for. It's paid for. You got one guy, he's fully trained to do the job, and then it's just a matter of volume.
okay. let me just carry on.
Doesn't cost any more to do one
It
than
does
two.
cost money, because Chief Lay is paying that person to go out and do the inspection. Am I correct when I say that?
You're correct.
And I'm not trying to belittle you at all. It's just that there is cost
That's
fixed
right.
in here, but, and it's not, I don't think we should look at it as a tax, because it isn't a tax. There's a service being performed behind almost all of these. And that's all I'm coming to his defense on. And I think that maybe some of them are extensive. I personally think a burning permit for $10, if we got rid of that one, I mean, it might be excessive for sure. I think we need to go through this list and take a good look at it and see what we need to put in, what we don't need to put in. But I think there is definitely a cost to a lot of this. He has to pay his,
There are, but you pay for it in your taxes. You pay for it in your taxes. If your house has an oil burner in it, well, it was there when you bought it, maybe it wasn't, but you're paying a real estate tax bill every year, and you're paying for it. So, you know, why not have a fee to come inspect my chimney this year? Why not have a fee to go through and check the faulty wire in my house if there is any? Where does it end in terms of red tape? It doesn't end.
it doesn't, but I will say
It
one
doesn't.
thing.
How do you know I don't have flammables in my garage? Come by, charge me to inspect.
Okay.
Where does it end?
It doesn't, and I agree with you. But if we offset it, if we offset the tax, people paying taxes with this, so why should everybody in the town of Groveland, if one person's getting a tank inspection, why should everyone pay for that? And they're making their taxes higher.
A removal is not necessarily a recurring event annually, is it? You pull the tanks out and they're good for what, 10, 20 years, 50 years? I don't.
Correct.
So maybe
It's a
that's,
one-shot deal.
and maybe that involves, like you said, you guys gotta go hit the books for hours and days and make sure they get it right. So that's an extraordinary item that maybe you should surcharge. But somebody that has an oil burner in their house every year, I just,
No, but this
Doesn't
isn't
get
every,
done. This is not every year.
this is only for
This
underground
is-
storage tanks being removed.
Well,
No,
we're
but-
talking about an oil burner. So in order for you to install an oil burner,
it says annually. It says annually, unless I'm not reading it right.
you're not reading it right.
I think that's just the top.
Oh, that's the top line. So that's not annual? It's just a one-time when you put a
All of
brand-new
these-
boiler
yes,
in?
you're right.
All of these fees
Okay.
are associated with
Oh, I thought you were charging that annually.
with a
on the boiler.
one-time event.
God, no.
So if I do, 40 of those a year, oil burners,
That would be part of a new installation.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, so that, all right.
so the contractor, it's the contractor.
My
that pays-
mistake, I thought that annually
In-
applied, and I'm like,
If you took one of these, like the cutting and welding, if there's a guy downtown Groveland, and he's putting in a welding, a handrail for Jerry's Variety, he needs to come into the fire department, pull a permit, and that gives them the notice that they're there, he's working, something can get out of control, they're on watch. In Boston, that happened, they burnt the house down, so
They hadn't pulled a permit.
they didn't pull a permit,
This one also
exactly.
says plus details, so when a certain manufacturing company in town starts a significant project in the foreseeable future, and they're welding, because I've talked to the contractor, there'll be a permit, and I'll put a detail out there, and I'll have a person stand there all day long while that welding's going on, and charge them $35 an hour. That's the way it's done. So these fees, I'm telling you, they're customary, every other community gets them, it's part of having work done, it just is. We spend a lot of time doing plan reviews today, they won't get paid anything for it. And I pay my guys to do plan review.
which ones of these are annual?
None of them are annual, other than the open burning permit.
Could you provide us, before we vote on this, the
Actually, on
low-high
that-
limits on each one of these that are allowed by law? Could you give us the high-low limits?
Low is 0, the high is on here,
So every one of these is at the high limit?
I believe
This
so.
is, but this is the proposed one, right? This is the actual.
That's
this
what
is
we
the
get
proposed.
today.
That's what you get today.
Proposed.
So it's your recommendation
today.
to move up to the
This is
state
what he
maximum?
wants to move up.
So he wants to go up,
On
to-
average.
you want
He
to go
wants
to
to
the
go up to the
highest.
state level, right.
He's like, no big deal, it's only money. It's only money.
I hit my point. The,
Which one is too low is like I'd like to focus on. What's too
okay.
low? What do we
I
charge too
I
little for?
personally think too low is what we're doing right now. I personally.
On
think-
everything.
On everything.
I disagree on the smoke detectors. $25 a unit is reasonable.
Most of that, they're repeat visits. Most of them.
Is that per unit, Chief?
Most of them, they're outdated. okay? What's the date on yours,
If they're-
Dave?
if
What's
they're
the
over-
date on yours?
If they're over 10 years, they're junk, I get it.
Right.
I've been there.
I'm telling you, so it's all day long for my inspectors, okay? You get out
You
there.
can't sell your house unless you get it, I know.
Chief, is it per unit, or is it 25 for the whole house inspection?
Whole house, single family.
So $25, right now, we're charging for a whole single-family house. And your proposed rate is?
50.
50, okay. So, we don't have to sit here and hash this all night. My suggestion would be that we take and look at what the board would like to do as far as.
We can vote up and down on all of them, each
Right,
one.
Right,
I'm-
okay?
I'm
So,
against.
and again, we can turn around and we can sit there and say, put the, what he's charging now and move over to the one we're doing, and you guys, I'll read them off, you guys can say whatever you wanna say, and we'll go from there. And again, the $10 one for the open permit, that's $10 annually for the whole season to burn a fire at your house, not just one fire, the whole season.
Correct.
Okay, good.
But you have to go
just-
back to the
What's
website
the
anyways,
AST
right?
removal, how involved in that, is that?
But you get
I'm
the
not clear
permit.
on that.
There's,
What's it to tell them to burn?
above ground storage tank, that's your common.
A visual
uh,
inspection.
275, oil tank.
Make sure it's not leaking, rusted, valves not leaking on the
Make
top.
sure the fill pipe's removed, the fuel lines, make sure it's being transported by,
Got a concrete base under it or something.
all
Right.
all that stuff.
I'm gonna go down through the list, if anyone has any discussion, stop me and discuss it, and if someone wants to yell out a fee, and we can discuss that as well. All right, we're gonna start with the open burning permit. It's annual burning permit for the season, $10. Any discussion?
Is that what it is now, or what is,
It's
That's what-
nothing now. It's zero now.
Nothing now, zero.
it's zero?
Move on to the next.
Vote it up, vote it down?
I think it's like what Dan said, it's just another way to get another revenue and tax you to death. So I think leave it at zero.
Okay, zero, board vote,
I'm with zero.
board vote?
Somebody needs to make a motion.
Okay, I'm
before we
sorry.
vote.
Make a motion to,
Somebody has to second it, and then we can discuss it.
okay, make a motion on zero. Anyone second it?
Second.
Second, I'll leave it alone.
Leave it alone. Any discussion?
Nope.
All in favor?
I'll go along with
Okay, so you got 3 and 2.
it. I'm abstaining.
Abstaining?
Yeah.
We get 3 and 1.
Why'd you abstain, Joe?
I just, I'm not settled either way. I like the disclosure, I like the permittingness, the purpose of permitting is to disclose things that are happening, makes.
Well, you still have to get a permit.
I understand, makes our men safe, and I realize it's only $10, and you can, unlimited burning, so I'm just not settled. I can't vote either way.
Okay,
It's
Oil
a pure
burners?
abstention.
do I have a motion to change, abstain, or stay?
Looks like it's staying, we can move on.
Motion to, keep it where it is,
And that's at $50 or the current?
current.
Current, okay? So you have a motion, you have a second?
Let me clarify that. We talking about $50 on this new?
No, he's talking about the current.
He's talking about keeping it
So if we can-
$25.
Okay, fine, got it.
Bill, just a suggestion, if you vote to increase it, then we can vote on that. If not, it stays the same, right?
Okay,
I think-
well, there's a longer list here than over here, but
There's
anyway.
items that are not on the old list. so.
All right, so on the oil burner inspection, we have a motion on the floor to leave it at $25. And does anyone second it?
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
I'm okay with increasing the price on some of these items because it has been 10 years and other towns are getting additional revenue. I'm not in favor of doubling it, strictly because we can.
You know, I've been before this board, and everything is a two-week venture. Why don't I leave it? You guys can take until July 1st to figure out what you want to charge people for permits.
We can do it right now. I don't need more than
Fine,
2
do it.
seconds
This-
on it.
this is
I don't
all-
wanna
this is
raise any,
painful.
I don't wanna raise any fees. I make a motion, we leave all of the
You wanna get
fees
it done,
at
or
the
do you want,
current level.
we're gonna come back here again another night, we're gonna be doing the same thing another night. So, and you wanna come back to us and you've given us what we need. It sounds like these guys aren't gonna go with what you want, so I'm only trying
It's
to
not
find
what I want,
Well,
okay?
what
But here's-
suggested?
Here's what I'm doing.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to, leave all fees at the existing, levels,
I'll second that.
Someone seconded it?
as is, status quo.
Beautiful. That's even easier for me.
Okay, oh, we didn't vote yet.
However, we need to address the ones that are new.
That's what I was trying to get with it, but okay.
Well, you can do those after.
All right, so
If it's not existing,
I
it's new.
seconded it.
Yep.
So,
Any discussion?
any discussion? And now we vote on it.
All in favor?
All right, leave it all the
No,
same.
I'm in favor. No, I think Dan may want to address, or one of
I'm
us,
sorry, I didn't know who voted, actually.
we all voted for it. I
No,
second
I
it.
didn't see everybody. No one, not everyone voted. I just need to know who voted.
Who voted?
I voted to leave it the way it is.
Leave it the way it is? To,
Ed, did you vote on this, one way or another?
Yeah, I voted to,
Lift it.
I don't wanna leave it the way it is.
Okay, so
Okay.
you're voting against that?
Yeah.
I'm voting against it with him.
You're voting against it?
I'm with Ed.
All right, so it's 3-2?
Yep, 3 to
So
2.
now let's go ahead. Someone would like to make a motion to address those items that are not on the old schedule.
Make a motion that someone would like to address the items that are not on the old schedule.
Which ones are those?
We're going through it now,
Let's go through them. Let's work through it then.
Smoke detectors on,
It's a business meeting, so let's work through it. There's no clock on this. Let's get it done, please.
Chief, can I ask you what is the propane inspection listed as something else on your new schedule?
On the new schedule,
Yes.
they would be above ground.
So that would be the UST?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And that, on the LP, that's, again, that's just installation. It's not annual
Correct. Installation or removal.
or removal. So there's no timeline. They could be 10 years old, 30 years old.
Correct.
Aren't they stamped anyways with a timeline on, expiration?
Yep.
For testing.
I'm gonna try this on for size. How about if we adopt the schedule as proposed for those items that are not on the old fee schedule?
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I want to ask some questions on that. The LP tags, aren't those like, was it hydrostatic tested? How do they test them? What do they do with those?
They are, I'm not exactly sure.
Say that again?
I don't do that work.
But doesn't that satisfy the inspection? What I'm driving at is, does it?
No, we inspect upon installation and upon removal. In between, the person filling the tank is responsible for making sure it meets code.
And up until now, you have not done that. Well, you have inspected but not charged.
Right. No, I don't know if we charged, okay? If it's not on the schedule, I don't know what we would have charged, so we probably didn't charge. I'm trying to tighten up some of this where nothing has existed previously.
So-
That's part of what's going on here.
You had a motion on the floor? I
Yes.
seconded it? Okay,
You really shouldn't say.
I can't second, okay.
Somebody else
I'm
should
gonna
say.
pull back my second.
I had discussions.
your motion was to,
Well,
the
Bill,
chairman.
Bill shouldn't second, he's the chair, so somebody else seconds
I want to
it?
make sure I understand what you're saying. So the ones that were not on the old schedule,
Yeah.
you want to make a motion to
Let's adopt them.
adopt the existing price line for
Exactly.
those.
What's being proposed, yeah?
I'll second that.
Okay, now we have a second.
Okay,
We've already had a discussion item because Dan, so anybody else would like to discuss?
Well, I wanted to ask what the plan review was. We have a planning board, we have all kinds of plan reviews. What does the fire department do on the plan? Plan of
Yes,
what?
we
Plan of a
review the
new
plan
house, a new
against-
building?
Fire code. So depending upon what the plan is, there's fire codes that apply.
And the building inspector doesn't make sure that
Not the fire-
happens?
Not for the fire code, no. He does the stuff that's under his jurisdiction, and we do ours.
So when you build a single family, again, forgive my ignorance, the building inspector doesn't review the hardwired fire alarm system in the house?
No.
Well, the best example is that was SD lumber property. You came in and you had to do your own work,
So
totally separate.
part of it is the electrical inspector does the electric. We're responsible for the fire detection system,
the units.
okay? To make sure that the locations are correct. And there's other things, I mean, I have guys that are skilled at this. They pore over the whole set of plans, make recommendations for driveways. There's a number of considerations depending upon the plan. Subdivision, other concerns.
How quickly would that be done? The other concern I have is, does that cause delays, or it's just you inspect anyways?
It does.
Will that cause delay in the
Not
in the
cause
construction
delays
process?
if the plan's fine, it doesn't cause delays, but you catch a lot of things during a review, okay? Which, if you have a good plan and you have a good review session, then you eliminate reworks and things having to be done later. And that's the whole idea of it. So, you know, a lot of these things, and I didn't say this earlier, and I probably should. I currently pay, I'll go back to the smoke detector. I believe the current fixed fee that I pay them is $15 and change. It's not been, it gets changed by 2% every year. It's not enough. I'm gonna increase what I pay the people to do those. So I'm probably going to 25 on a smoke detector inspection. Because
In
it
terms
takes
of
more
cost,
time.
in
Some of
terms of-
these,
in terms of cost.
I need to pay more.
Yeah.
But it's in my budget.
Right, so if you take a look, so my colleagues, if you take a look at the old fee schedule, smoke detector inspection, I'm really hoping that you would agree with me that we should take a look at the smoke and carbon monoxide detection, single-family, two-family, 3 to 5 units. What the chief has done is expanded that, and that $50, $100, and $150, I think is appropriate for that line item. Because we don't have an exact match. We have
Are we
something called.
changing, we had a motion, we had it seconded, and we're having discussion, are we gonna have a friendly amendment?
I can't make a friendly amendment to my own motion. But if somebody would like to.
We've already voted on that. I mean, what's the difference between the fire alarm system and the smoke detector inspection? I mean, one's installation related and one is existing?
I have a fire alarm system in my home. So it's monitored, it rings in.
It's more involved. It rings right to the fire department.
No. It rings to a central monitoring company. We discourage things ringing here.
Some, you can though, right? Some towns do have that.
All right,
We have a few today.
we're gonna move this to a vote. We had discussion. Take a vote on Joe's,
My motion is to adopt the fee schedule that was proposed by the fire chief on those items that are not reflected in the old fee schedule. So, if you look at that two-family, single-family, 3 to 5 units, I mean that in the strictest way. Single-family, two-family, 3 to 5 units are not reflected in the old schedule, so I'm suggesting that in my motion, we are adopting smoke and carbon monoxide detection in those 3 categories, the way the chief has proposed them, at the dollar amounts that you see.
okay,
I'm clarifying that, Raoul.
put it to vote. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry, could I make a comment on that?
You can make a comment or a friendly amendment.
Instead of going right to the high end on all that, why don't we do the baseline of 25, 50, and 75?
Are you making a friendly amendment?
I don't know, is that what I'm doing?
Yes. I will accept the friendly amendment,
Okay.
as you
So
suggest.
25,
Right, so instead of going right to the high
Yeah,
end, that's
75.
That's fine.
and, what'd you say?
25, 50, 75, which
50.
is 25 increments.
Let me ask you this, you gotta pull a permit for all of these things, don't you? Doesn't the owner of the property have to pay a permit fee anyways? Isn't it all in there?
It's not all in there. These are separate. These are the fees allowed by Mass General Law.
All right,
Which is always our taxpayer's friend, right?
so we have a friendly amendment. We need to put it to vote on
So as
Mike's
amen-
friendly amendment.
As amended by Mike,
Mhm.
which I accepted.
Joe accepted it, and we're gonna vote on it. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed.
So we got 4
Okay.
to 1. Okay. So, that takes care of your fee schedule, am I correct?
Yep.
Okay. You had the second fold, you came before us to discuss the fees which were done in the veto.
The veto. Little bit of a history lesson. In that CPA money was approved a couple of years ago to rehab the space that the veto is in.
Where is that?
That's perfect.
You may want to explain what the veto is if they don't know. I'm not sure if they all are.
Veto is rumored to be,
Fire truck.
be quick, oldest piece of fire apparatus in the country.
Really?
And it's sitting in an oven. I mean, it's sitting in a room with no air conditioning.
It's made out of wood.
It's made out of wood.
Should be in a museum.
It's not good. So here's what happened. I give you the history lesson. The truck was in the Lars Anderson Museum in Brookline for many, many, many years. In 1976, it was brought here for the bicentennial to show it off. They didn't bring it back to the museum. It sat in this fire station in South Groveland for Eddie Way in, 10 years, under a canvas. We decided that that probably wasn't great, so we moved it down to the fire station, put it in the foyer, where it was a coffee table for many, many years.
We didn't steal it, did we, from the
A
museum?
group of, I don't know, a group of individuals known as the Veto Association, and it was not a lot, but there was some active members around the time, did a fundraiser to put an addition on Town Hall. This is the Town Hall, the addition's out front, and that's where it sits. It's not climate controlled. The mold is growing up through the floor, literally. All the paintings in there are faded beyond recognition, so it's not good. So the Groveland Firefighters Association petitioned CPA to care for it. We got some quotes. Doug Mund, who is a museum designer, lives in town, gave us a nice plan. Long story short, $38,000. Get cabinets, get everything taken care of. Good story, right? CPA, classic. Last week, I got stopped in a parking lot by Anita Wright, who is on the board of directors for COA. She said to me, seniors need space. Does the Vito need to be there? If we take the Vito out of there, can the seniors have a senior center and use it for, activities? Because apparently this town is struggling with usable space. I don't know if that's true or not true. We got VZ Park, we got Washington Hall, we got all kinds of places. True or not true? I don't know. So what I said to Anita was, it's interesting you single me out because I'm not in control of it. You are. This is your building. This is your town. This is your show. So you could take the oldest piece of firefighting apparatus in the country and you could send it to Detroit, you could send it to Brookline, you could send it to Haverhill, you could leave it there, you could build a building over there with CPA money. So I'm not in control of that. What I did tell Anita I would do is come in here and say, while I represent the fire department, there's also 1,600 seniors in town that need space to, for activities. I don't know what the answer is. We don't have a senior center, that's for sure. Does it make sense to do that? I don't know.
Well,
But here's the thing. This is the proverbial handoff, in case you haven't figured it out. This isn't mine, this is yours. Okay? So if we don't do something now, Denise puts it out to bid, we rehab the space, the Vito's in it, it stays. Could be the right thing to do. Here's what I will tell you. Less than a handful of people. I mean, Dan's around here all the time, he didn't know it was there. I talked to someone earlier.
No, I know it was there.
No, I talked
You
to
used to have a different name other than Vito. You know the other name?
No, but I'm sure you're gonna tell me.
No, I'm not. I was asking. I was reading up on it a little bit. It had another name before it was called Vito.
So,
Right.
you know what? This is not a fire department issue. Okay, at all,
It's a historical preservation issue.
clearly.
And
I would suggest, there's two things you can do. Let it continue, get the space built, preserve the piece, and that's a good thing. Or, you figure out the right kind of committee to say, what's the right thing to do for the community?
Wasn't it already voted on at town meeting on the 38,000 to do that?
That was, yes,
What do you mean that was? The build-out
yes.
or the restoration of the
No, the build-out.
the apparatus itself?
The build-out, and then later, we intended to come back and ask for more CPA money, and we,
Was that location designated?
they must have been, 'cause they built it, I wasn't involved.
Well, then why don't we follow through on
Let me,
something?
let me just carry through for a
not,
second.
okay, so, that's fine.
Okay,
So, I don't know how to answer the senior question. There's 1,600 people over the age of 60 in this town that don't have a place to go. 5 people a year look at the veto.
All right,
They need to come to town meeting.
all right, let me weigh in on this. You've said your part.
Yep.
As you've said, I know, Tracy, I'll get to you. My opinion is, and I'm only speaking of my opinion again, I have come in this town hall, I lived across the street for many years, and you are right on your statement that probably 5 people a year come here. Number one, I always thought myself personally, it was the wrong place. If any place, it would have been in the front of that building over there. That was my personal opinion, but it's here, and whatever. So, as a board, like you say, do we have a discussion in moving it out of there, possibly getting some preservation money, in good money, CPA, preservation, whatever it is, build another room over there? I don't know the answer, but I can tell you, you are right that we need space for the elderly and what have you, but we also need space for people that work in this town hall. I know we've talked about in the past, taking the old selectman office, dividing it in half, putting storage in there, making it into extra space. We definitely need another meeting room here. The town is kind of growing to the limit where it could use more space. That's something we could look at. That's my opinion. So I know Tracy had his hand up and he's waving his hand. He'd like to talk?
I'd like to talk.
Okay. Let me just give Tracy his minute here.
Just announce who you are, Tracy.
My name is Tracy Guilford. I live at 4 Abbott Circle, a member of the Cable Committee as well as the Fire Department. I have to admit, it was 5:30 this evening when I looked at the agenda that I found out about this was going to be discussed. We did have a committee of firefighters that presented this to town meeting 2 years ago. And I'm a little disappointed that we weren't notified that this was going to be on the agenda. I'm also disappointed that it's taken 2 years after the townspeople have voted to go through on this project. I'm listening to what the chief has says, and I respect if the Board of Selectmen decide that they don't want to go through with this, but I think there needs to be more discussion, and the rest of the committee that presented this to both CPA and the town meeting should have been involved. And my suggestion to the board on all CPA projects in the future would be that you would have every 3 months an update of where the project is. So I have to admit the committee members, none of us are pushy people. And every time over the last 2 years that we asked for updates from either the Board of Selectmen or the Finance Director as to the status of this project, we were put off and it's being worked on.
Okay.
I can say I'm totally disappointed with the process, but like I say, if the, Bob is right, the building comes under the Board of Selectmen, so if in your judgment, the better use of that space is for the Council on Aging, fine. But I have to admit, one of the things we did discuss was in addition to one of the fire stations, either central or south, for display of the veto, and it was decided upon town hall for it because if we had put it on the fire station, we were afraid of somebody parking in front of one of the engine bays and blocking access if they were going to view the veto, and that by putting it on the front of the town hall, that the veto is owned by not the fire department, but by the people of Groveland, and that it would be viewed more often if it was on the front of town hall.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. I think Dan wanted to talk next.
Yeah, I think, you know, if the money was set aside for it, one, you should follow through on it, and it shouldn't take years and years and years. I think it belongs on that side of the buildings. That's where people come into the building, not over there. And you say, yeah, I didn't know it was there. I didn't know exactly where it was, because it's on the back side of the building. It might as well be in the basement. If it was at the entrance to Town Hall in a mentally controlled, glass case, if you will, I don't know how you do it, but you do it. Everybody would come in and say, wow, that's pretty cool. That's the oldest piece of fire apparatus in the country. So you get more out of it, more bang for your buck, and people would see it and appreciate it, and then,
Well, I think to Tracy's point, we had all of those arguments back in the day.
But the other issue about we don't have enough space, come on, we got VC Park, windows falling out. It's not even used over there, half as much as it ought to be. We have the old town hall, what is that?
But I was gonna say, what's being used that?
What is that, a paperweight in town? Seriously, open it up, use it. That could be the rec hall for
I'm not sure-
children.
I'm not
it
sure
could
what
be-
you're
We gotta
talking
stay
about.
on top, we gotta stay on top of it.
Well, that was part of the
all
discussion
right,
here,
well-
Mr. Speaker, that if there's a reason that we don't have enough space here at Town Hall because of the oldest piece of history is in one room,
Mm-hmm.
I think that's rubbish. It's straight up rubbish. We got more space in this town than, an open space tries to buy more.
Well, I think what we're alluding to was maybe that space wasn't used at the time the right way, or maybe we didn't need the space, but it's getting to the point where we need the space.
It's probably the wrong space. It belongs on that side of the
All
building.
right. I think you might. Ed wanted to talk.
Yeah, just, and I know I spoke with Tracy before about it. When this originally came up about the Vito being down here, I always thought it should be in a freestanding building somewhere so that people could actually see it, wherever. And I know I spoke with you about it and some of the others on the committee, that that's not the, I don't feel that that's the place for it. And when it came up for the CPA funds, I spoke to you people again, that it should be a freestanding building somewhere. But where, who knows? That's all I have to say.
Okay, Denise?
So I just wanted to comment on the building of or the renovation. So I don't know why it wasn't put out to bid the first 2 years that it was approved. Since I've been working on it, I actually don't have final plans from the committee. Your architect has not provided me the final plans. He was supposed to change some of the drawings. That was the last I've heard. So that's why it has not gone out to bid, is I don't have the final plans as to what that room was to entail.
Okay, well, I would try to say here that it sounds like we need more discussion on this. Can we get the committee, is there still a committee in place? Get them in, let them talk about it, and let's try to mull this over a little bit more. I don't think it's something we're gonna make a decision tonight on.
Two things, and I don't have a horse in this race, at all, okay? I don't. Rehab the space, leave it there, I'm good with that, okay? A committee, this committee, they're all fire guys. We want a fire truck.
You got a
Okay?
fire truck.
I did, not that fire truck.
Oh, sorry.
I don't have that one yet.
Oh, it's coming.
You know,
We'll give you the veto instead.
historic,
Yeah, give him the veto, save the town some money.
if I thought you could do that, I'd take it,
Okay.
because it's worth more. I'm sure.
Interesting.
Sell it.
I like the way you, I like the way you think.
Turn it into money.
The point is,
Send it to
see,
Barrett Jackson.
see, I was, I was making you aware of, what's going on in town, okay? And I tried to hand this off to you, and you just handed it back to the committee, that's gonna come back and say, fire department wants to keep it where it is, tell the seniors we're not interested. That's where that's headed.
Do you
Great op-
think,
can I
do-
just-
wait a minute,
can I
hold on,
just
hold on,
finish?
no, wait, hold on. Do
Continuity's
you
a
think,
good thing.
do you think, seriously, do you think the committee should have say? I don't think we should throw the hands up at the committee. That would be saying, we're gonna run the town. Five guys are gonna run the town.
Why
I
do
think
the-
we should let them have their input. If they take that route, then we'll have that discussion. But I don't think we should just shut the committee off. That's my
But I
opinion.
just said that the five guys could run the town, because what the town doesn't have is a master plan,
Why do the seniors
working
go to
on it.
you? Why don't they come to us?
access.
So so the.
I don't get it. Is it the
Council on
rumor
Aging.
mill? Is that,
I'm not, I don't know what that is. I'm in town hall a lot, and I ran into,
a lot of people that bring it up to you? I was just wondering how it gets to you, why are the seniors going to the fire department on space?
One of the Council on Aging board members was actually going to stand up at special town meeting and speak against the extension of the renovations. She was here one day measuring the space, I saw her with measuring tape, and I had a conversation with her, and I said, I really don't think that's the best approach. I think you should come before the board, talk about the need for a space in town hall. That same day, she ran into the chief in the parking lot and said, hey, what about this fire truck you have in the space? I will tell you, this room is it for the Council on Aging. This is where they do everything. They do their aerobics, they do their painting classes, they do their artwork, they have their movie day, which is fine, but when they're in here, we can't have a meeting in town hall of more than 5 people. We're stuck.
Yeah, but why
You're
aren't,
not gonna be able to use that space for aerobics.
but why
and all
aren't
that anyway.
aerobics
Small,
done at
right?
the Bagnell Elementary School or something?
Because the Council on Aging is in this building. So the Council
Well,
on
that's
Aging
probably
is physically
But
located.
we shouldn't have to go build more facilities because we can't find a place for them to do aerobics.
Wait a
mean,
minute, I got
it's-
the answer.
It's awesome.
I got the answer. The fire station.
Empty
They
bay?
were utilizing the meeting space at the fire station, but we have
No, I'm
tables and
fine,
chairs.
it's Class B
They were.
space.
They
Wait
were
till you're a
using that.
senior, wait till you're a senior and you get sent to the firehouse to do your stretching.
But
Okay.
to Dan's point, why can't we use that old town hall that's being, it is partially.
Make it the dance hall for the
I don't
seniors.
even know where
This-
the old town hall is, to be
It's
honest.
by the old fire station.
16.
They're talking
South
about
Groveland.
they're talking about the
1500.
project,
Seniors.
Washington Hall?
Washington
Yeah.
Hall.
Let's go to town
They're not
meeting.
completed yet.
Right,
Well,
but I mean,
completed.
that could be
So-
used.
The issue with Washington Hall, I've been told, is they don't actually have a kitchen, and we provide meals and snacks and things for the programs, and there's not a kitchen at Washington Hall.
Build a
That's why
kitchen.
the Council on Aging really couldn't.
No money.
Get a couple of
Right,
hot
but I mean,
plates.
but if they're gonna have a function.
Catering.
Exactly, it could be catered for a cheaper price over the
Catering.
course of a.
Can't do anything because it's not completed yet. It's gotta be completed. So
Again.
once we get that completed,
And I think
But
that's
it's
a
big enough to
perfect,
do that type of activity.
and I think that's a perfect conversation to have with the Council on Aging, is those
Right.
resources.
What about VC Park?
They were at VZ Park, I was told there wasn't enough space, because there's offices, so their space was limited up
Why
there.
don't we bring the officers here?
Where?
Space.
all right,
This is a great game to play.
all right, let's just turn around.
I don't have the
and-
answer, I'm just telling you,
Okay,
it's out
so
there.
we heard the chief's
We can go
issues.
forward, you know?
I think we need to turn around, and I think, me personally, I think I need to have Denise, if you could, give the committee their say, let them have their say in it, please, if there is a committee still.
Bill, can I ask you this?
Sure, go ahead.
What, if what was voted on 2 years ago at town meeting, why don't we just do it?
Turn that room into the veto room?
Yes. If that was voted on, why is it that we gotta go back to the committee, second guess the town meeting?
Okay,
If we're gonna start down that slippery slope, I'd like to go back and second guess buying Center Street and the rail
Okay.
trail and every other
is
thing on
that,
the
is that,
list.
is that a
I
motion?
mean, is that what's gonna happen? We're gonna go back and second guess town meeting on every vote?
Is that a motion?
That's a motion that we let it be.
And spend the money as it is?
Yes, it was
Okay,
voted
so someone
on.
needs to second it.
I'll second that.
Joe seconded it, and put it to vote.
Has that already been allocated? Is that what you said? The money's already been allocated to that?
Community Preservation has set aside money.
Okay, so,
Now, if it comes in over 38,000, we won't be doing the project, so just keep that in mind. I don't
But
know
it
what
hasn't
the
gone
bid's
out to
gonna
bid
be.
either
Has
yet,
it-
so
I
we
don't
have no
final
idea if that's on
plans, correct.
budget.
That is
Right.
So-
correct.
But then you're in a situation like the Shanahan bathrooms where you gotta go back for an extension or an additional,
downgrade it.
downgraded or upgraded or make a mod to
Okay.
it.
Okay, sure.
Tracy Guilford again. You know, the other thing, this project was approved 2 years ago at the 38,500. So yeah, realistically, we could come in over budget because 2 years ago, construction costs were cheaper. So,
Right.
you know,
We can't do nothing here tonight if
Nope.
that, we can't
We
prevent
don't
that
know
other
what the,
than,
bu- yeah, we don't know what
we
the
can't,
cost
we
is.
can only, when the time comes, we can deal with it at that time. That's all we can do. So that,
Yeah,
I got a
see-
motion on the floor from Dan. I got a second from
Motion to
Joe.
follow through on what was voted on 2
Okay,
years
Joe
ago.
seconded it already.
Seconded it. Any
Okay,
discussion?
any discussion?
Further discussion?
Any further discussion?
Let's go ahead. and
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So it
Now,
passes.
I would like to ask the chair, it's, well, maybe during Selectmen's time, about having the Council on Aging representatives come in here and talk about their concerns.
Okay,
Because the chief
All right.
brought out a very good point.
okay.
He's been communicated by a key organization that they have a need, and we need to invite them in here as quickly as possible and
Okay.
talk about what they're
But
concerned.
that the issue is mutually exclusive of that
Of course.
issue.
Okay.
Well, that's why
So-
I supported the motion.
So Chief, I think I've answered your questions of the evening.
Did.
Could you do me a friendly favor?
Depends what it is.
How are we doing on the ladder truck? Let's just,
I'm doing good.
dear to my heart.
doing good. Specifically, what do you mean?
Are we gonna come in at the budget price? Are we gonna come under the budget price?
Straight,
That you know, or you
straight
haven't bid it
stick,
yet?
half price?
Or you don't know yet?
Here's the thing, and it's funny, 'cause I already bumped into this. Found a Cadillac, $750. You appropriated $750.
Mhm.
I said, geez, we found a, the Mercedes of fire trucks, loaded, it's in the show, it's discounted, $750. One of my very own said, thought you were gonna try to be interviewed, you're gonna spend all the money.
Right.
Okay, so, think about that. We give you $750, but spend $6. So it's where we're headed. We're trying to
Headed where?
understand. I got a call from the Pierce guy today. Pierce is the premier vendor in this game. But we're talking to others. The shows are in June. The New England show is in June, out in Worcester or Springfield. We're gonna go look at trucks. There'll be trucks at that show that now come out of the show circuit and are then demos, and
So,
that's the market we're in.
so we're
So the
going to,
range, Bill, is anywhere from $6 to $750,
right,
depending upon what equipment we decide to put on it, because there's, the technology continues to change, that's part of the problem. There's, a lot of them come dressed with equipment, necessary equipment.
Yep.
And that's where we're looking, so.
okay. The only thing that I ask is keep our men safe. And
Absolutely.
when you left the room that night, you guys said we'll try to get around that 600, 625 mark, and that's what I ask.
And that's what we're trying to do. And I will offer any one of the 5 or 6 of you that would like to go to the show with us and look at trucks. They're very educational. We've been invited to the Pierce factory in Wisconsin. They'll fly us out, take us through the factory, understand the vehicles. If one of you are interested in that, seriously, let me know. But, because this isn't my purchase, this is a town purchase. And we get many chances to do something like this, and we need to do it right.
Okay.
So the more people that, I've been very transparent on all of this, you need to know what's out there. And there's a pretty good demo market, which has never seen any fire service use, so. it's
Where
really
and when
one-
is the trade show, you say?
It's in June, Springfield, I think. Worcester, I believe it's Springfield.
Coming up next month.
Yeah. I'm gonna say third week of June.
I'd like to know about that.
Yeah, I can
I'd
send
go
you.
if I can, if I don't have a
I would go
conflict.
if I can.
If I don't have a conflict, I'll go.
Yeah, it's on a weekend,
Okay,
so Saturday, Sunday, very educational. From that, to go and hang out at a trade show when you're not buying anything, okay, just looking at equipment. When you're in the market, it's different. You
when
can
you're
get
trying to
focused.
save the town money, love it. I'd be there.
If you found a demo that had a cab at the end of it, or double stairs, double ladders,
The bucket.
Joe,
a
you're
bucket,
not getting
yeah.
on the fire department.
Right.
Forget it.
Trying to remember what those features were.
Al credit, it's.
The bucket.
Does it have to have the double stairs?
Nope. Not stairs, the ladder, I meant. What's the piece at the end?
The bucket, Joe. It was the bucket.
okay.
The
The
bucket
plat-
He
is
wanted the
here
bucket.
versus
The platform
the
is
ladder.
He
safer.
said it was $1 million to get the bucket.
Get you up on the
And
roof and
he
down.
thought we could find something.
I would
Just
be,
a footing.
this is just me
Most have
speaking.
ladders.
If you had that feature in there, the maximum safety feature,
Most have
we-
ladders.
Most departments have ladders,
Right.
straight stick ladders.
if you had that bucket, whatever you call it, at the end, and other top safety features, I would be very comfortable with you spending $750. That was the whole idea behind that motion. The motion was, we were hoping to get a demo with maximum safety
I'm working on
features.
it. I am
Okay.
I'm not
working
gonna
a
nickel
lot
and
on it.
dime safety.
Working overtime on it.
All right, we need to get moving. Unfortunately, we're late.
Yes, you are.
Thank you for your time, for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so at 8:20, which we're blowing that apart, but, the Pines Dog Park discussion regarding cleanliness and a letter from the Board of Health. So we have a letter from the Board of Health. Do you wanna read it, Denise, for me?
You want me to read it?
Or do you,
That's
just,
fine.
we don't have to read it, I
I
mean,
can read it. So it was dated May 12th. Dear Honorable Selectmen, per your request at the Board of Health meeting on April 28th, 2015, discussion was held with regards to dog owners not cleaning up their dog droppings at the above reference location, which is the Pines Recreation Area. The Board of Health suggests the following recommendations. The town's general bylaw, section 3-4 and section 3-420, disposal of dog waste be placed on the town's website, please see attached. Signage posted with fines for violations in accordance with the town's general bylaw at the dog park. Notice enclosed with the next mailing of property tax bills. The Board of Health would like to stress the importance of funds budgeted specifically for routine maintenance of all future town projects. Very truly yours, the Groveland Board of Health.
Okay,
And they have attached the dog bylaw and the fine schedule, the fee schedule.
okay, so I know in our past meetings, we've discussed this. I know I had gone down to the park and the park had been cleaned up. I don't know who did it, but the piles had been removed. The place looked pretty clean. And granted, I agree with the letter that it can be very disheartening to drive down there and see any kind of a mess. I know that I've heard from some of the ball teams that the ball fields will have drop-ins on them, what have you. And I've also heard that people want us to take a look at maybe moving that facility in the future to a different location in the town. A couple of them that had brought to me was, we have some property on Center Street, which we're gonna be developing hopefully someday, and possibly VC Park. I don't think the highway department would be a good place for it because you have vehicles and you have high traffic coming in and out. But that would be down the road conversation, just something to run by you guys.
I think the benefit of having it down there is you're able to go down there with your kids and bring your dog and not have to leave at home. So I don't know about moving it, if that's a good idea, but I like the benefit of having it down there. Now, I've been down there when there's not been very clean either, but, you know, other times it's been great, so. I don't know if it's just the luck of the draw when you get down there and people aren't picking up after the dogs, or.
Right. Well, anyone else wanna say something?
I'd like to
I
make,
think we leave it down the Pines. I mean, somehow it need to enforce, picking up dog do. I don't know how
Okay.
you do it.
I'd like to make a motion that, to adopt the recommendations made by the Board of Health as written
Okay,
in the letter dated, what is it?
May 12th.
May 12th.
anyone else have anything?
That's my motion.
No, I'll second the motion.
Okay, I just wanted to say one thing. Is there any way that we have, I know the highway, it isn't their job to go down there and clean up that park, but if we're gonna have that park, I think, as us as selectmen, we should have some kind of a policy in place. If it gets out of control, if it's dirty, someone's gotta clean it. I don't know who we go to, but it's gonna have to be cleaned. Now, I know the highway doesn't wanna take it on, or they shouldn't have to take it on, I guess, but, I mean,
Why not? Don't
well,
have it-
someone's gotta clean it, someone's gotta take care of it, if it gets out of control, I mean,
Well, I think the problem you get into is if you have somebody cleaning it, then people aren't gonna clean up after their dogs.
okay.
So you need to
I'm not
hold the
saying-
people using it accountable to make sure they clean up after their.
Okay.
Or
Problem is,
maybe
how
we
do
put
you
a
do that?
camera down there, maybe we have, the Board of Health agent go down there during peak times and keep an eye on things.
Okay,
We should make sure, I know there is signage, maybe we need to increase signage.
Right.
Maybe we should purchase, I know people leave bags in the fence they're not used, maybe we should purchase a doggy disposal post.
right.
Or the
Something
bag
to-
dispenser?
Yes, the
My-
bag dispenser, something to try and make it, but I don't think we should automatically have a policy to clean it if it's
Nope.
not, because then people aren't gonna clean it.
That's not what I was saying. What I was saying is if it gets out of control like it was before, which it did get cleaned, someone did go down there and clean it, I don't think it was the highway, but all I'm saying is we need to have something in place, or we deal with it at that time. If it's out of control and needs to be cleaned, then we deal with it then. But
I mean,
in the interim, like you said, in the board here, if we put policies in place and we have the policies and hopefully people adopt them, then we're good. So,
Someone has to be responsible for ultimately cleaning it up. I mean, if, someone's gotta empty the trash, someone's gonna do, if somebody litters, somebody's gonna
does
pick it
dump
up.
the
So
trash?
it's
Yeah.
a responsible thing, but there's a fallback position, is someone in the town has to maintain the town parks.
We don't have a parks department, though, that's what so the
We
trash
have a highway
company,
department.
the
that-
trash company
the
dumps the
trash
trash.
company goes down and empties the barrels.
Okay, so who puts the doggy waste bags into the barrels?
The
people
owners
that-
are
People who are
supposed to.
using
Okay.
the park.
So we'd probably need to have a sign saying,
Who
on
cuts the
certain,
grass?
There is a
There's at
sign.
least the one down there.
okay, but I'm saying, do they know when to put it into the barrels, or just say put in the barrels, period,
They
that's
should
it?
put in the barrels as soon as their dog
fine,
makes a
all right.
mess, they
Who-
should be
who-
picking it up.
Who maintains the grounds, though, the lawn and the grass?
I hire companies to do certain things at the Pines. We hire companies
That's
to
part of the
maintain the
Pines.
fields and,
It's part of the Pines maintenance,
Yeah.
so.
I think the,
Shouldn't it come out of that budget?
it could come out of that budget, but I don't know, do we hire somebody? Do we hire a person to maintain the fields for that matter, I don't know.
Ed, you wanna say something?
I think the
I would
recommendation
say
now
close the
are a good
dog park
start.
if they're not, if it gets dirty
Well,
again.
and I will be honest, that was what the Board of Health
that
was
would
going
be the
to
thing to do.
recommend initially, but they said that they'd come with this first and see if it was kept.
that's-
They're
makes sense.
concerned that it's a public health matter
It's
at the
health,
Pines where people are
But
playing.
if you do
Okay,
that, you
it's-
punish
It's good first step.
everyone for the acts of a few.
Right.
Okay, so,
You know?
Well, I feel like it's the same conversation as the ATVs.
Okay.
We need to increase enforcement, we need to increase the signage, you know, see if we can get the people that aren't cleaning up after themselves.
To
A lot
cooperate.
of the issue this year was the snow.
Mhm.
People didn't clean up after their dogs in the snow, and then it melted and left it all
Right.
behind. And that's the problem all around town.
so,
So maybe we won't have the issue going forward in the warmer weather, I don't know.
so Joe, did you have a motion on the floor?
I did, it was seconded by Ed,
By Ed?
and we've had a good discussion. I
Okay.
think we should move the
All right,
question.
so I would only say that, yes, I agree with Joe 100%, I agree that with the motion, and let's give this a timeline of maybe 6 months and see how it goes in a 6-month period. If we have to revisit this within 6 months, then we take a harsher measure, okay?
Good?
So,
Sounds good.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Unanimous?
okay,
Thank you for supporting that.
all right. So, the next thing would be the cable, the cable, and how can I, the cable broadcast, meeting on our last meeting. So, I had talked to Chris, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, Logari,
LaCory.
about the last meeting, and also not only the last meeting, that the way that the cable has been not broadcasting all kinds of things, some things are being missed, et cetera, et cetera. I asked him to come in tonight, and I asked him to come before us. He couldn't make it.
Put it in writing, right?
He put it ready. Do you want to read it?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
No, you're doing a good job.
So this is Chris's letter. Last week, we had a combination of human error and technical error difficulties with our recording system. While the live transmission on 5/5/15 BOS meeting aired fully and in its intensity last Tuesday night, we did have a technical problem with our backup recording deck that I have since fixed. Unfortunately, the deck entered a lockdown mode that prevented us from using it to record. At most, support has since walked me through in a workaround of the problem that occurred. A separate mistake with the primary recording system was also made that evening, such as that it caused a 10 to 15 minute to be omitted from the primary and only recorded file that night. This was completely unintentional, and the first time out of the over 50 meeting, and both recording systems have let us down at the same time. I have completely redone the broadcasting checklist in instructions and included visuals of what everything should look like during the operation, and I will be retaining our operations to make sure another mistake is not made. I will have our operators run a third backup camera for the BOS to give us more fail-safe to prevent another incident. Please accept my apology for this incident, my assurance that this mistake will not be repeated. I will say that I was a big advocate on having these committees come before us and what have you. This is one committee that I would like to see come before us. I know I talked to Chris, he sounds like he's got it under control, but we spent a lot of money on this system, and it doesn't seem to be working. It has been, I know there was another problem, it was a Comcast problem. I just think we need to get to the bottom of this, and I think the selectmen's meetings are important, and I will say, only last meeting was, I'm sure Selectman Demore was upset, I was upset. It makes it look like someone's doing something. These things have gotta be put on and they gotta record. And I don't want anyone to leave here and think that funny things are being done and they weren't being done or what have you. And I just think that if we're gonna have this thing run, it's gotta run smoothly. Anyone have any further
Well, there's always
discussion?
been kind of an issue with the audio recordings of being able to be heard on the,
I think they should be tested. I mean, are they
Right.
tested? I mean, you know,
Or maybe the microphones need to be recalibrated or something, because they weren't at times picking up everything. I
They
don't know
should
if
be
they are
tested
now.
and tested and find out what fails and when.
I know last night I was sitting watching TV, I turned on channel 22 and it was blank.
I mean,
Recording was going, and it was a blank screen,
it's like
black.
it's like a town meeting, I mean, the microphones didn't work.
Right.
I mean, does anybody go in and set up and test before you go live? I mean, it's a question, I mean.
That's why
Sure. Yeah.
Tracy Guilford, I am on the cable committee, and I just want to make some comments regarding this. When Chris made me aware that there were issues at the last meeting, I'm usually here, but sometimes I do have to work, and so Charlie or Chris take over. I was the one that made the suggestion that we run a separate camera to have a backup, because I said the Board of Selectmen meeting is critical, and we cannot afford to ever miss, like, Board of Selectmen or town meeting. Last year, we had issues with equipment at town meeting. In regard to the sound system at the school, I have asked Chris to do some research that we buy our own portable equipment. That was the school equipment that we used that night, and I guess they hadn't replaced the batteries in the microphones. So when Joe made me aware that one of the microphones wasn't working, I ran home for 2 AA batteries. I'm going to make a suggestion to Chris that, one, we have our own system, that the batteries would be replaced just before town meeting, and that hopefully Chris would set up the sound system and check it. And he's been coming in before Selectmen meeting now to make sure this is working properly, because I've had at least one incident where, unfortunately, because the equipment here is not covered, people have played with knobs, and I assume it's kids, visiting town hall, and the parents let them go, and people touch stuff, and, it's an issue. So I do apologize for that, but we're trying our best to figure out, instead of dwelling on the problems, finding solutions so that we can move forward.
Okay, thank you. Like I said a few minutes ago, it is an ongoing problem, because last night I was sitting down watching TV and I flipped on 22, the screen was black, the voice was going. So I know Joe had been on the board, and he said he had recently resigned.
Well, I'm still on until July.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm still.
I would like to get to the bottom of this and see what we can do to smooth this out. It's just, I know after the last meeting, some people said that they saw it run for a couple of days and disappeared, and there was all kinds of drama going on and what have you. That's just one case. I just think we gotta get to the bottom of this board. We gotta get this thing running smoothly, and I think that someone from the Selectmen should be involved.
And I would just let you know, I did meet with Chris today. Some of the issues that we have are, the system, obviously not this room, because we spent a lot of money to redo this room. But in redoing this room, the money wasn't invested in the main head-end room, which is in the police station. So the equipment over there has been band-aided through the years. The wiring is outdated. He is going to get a price from the company that ran all the equipment here to see what it would take to upgrade that room, update the wiring. We do have issues with Comcast, so he wants to get Comcast out here, and figure out, whether it's that room. So the Channel 22 issue, he said it was back up and running today. He had to reboot some equipment. Again, it's between the old wiring and Comcast. So he is working on it. He's looking to get the people here in that room, see why we keep having these problems. And like I said, a lot of it is that the equipment in that room now is outdated.
Okay.
So he is trying to put a plan together to address these issues.
Well,
Okay,
I'd like to say just one thing, because I was aware of the problem, that on May 5th, I don't think it even went out live. I've talked to several people, they didn't see the first 20 minutes of that meeting. So I want to be very delicate about this, and I don't mean to offend anybody, but we've also had a competence issue as well. We had a failure of understanding how to operate the equipment. So music to my ears is what I heard tonight, is that there's been a doubling of effort now to do an airline pilot's quality checklist. That is the key, so that even a dummy like me with technology can follow that checklist and turn the right buttons on.
Which should be
Okay.
posted over here.
It
Alright,
is, it is.
So,
And we have that now, we didn't
Alright,
have that 2
alright.
weeks ago.
Okay.
thank you.
That's
So-
important.
And there are pictures, and it does show specifically what buttons to turn on.
It's not just equipment, it's also competence.
So in backing up what Joe said is,
No offense.
Chris called me at my home and discussed, because I asked the board to come in, he was telling me he couldn't come to the board, and I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus, but he clearly told me it was human error on the 5th. So that's where I'm getting at. We'll let it go at that. It sounds like we've brought it to the attention, and hopefully they're gonna move forward with it to get it addressed, but we gotta get the human error out of it as well. Okay, so try to get you guys out of here. 840, is the Groveland grass cutting on the corner of Main Street, School Street, the property at the square, assessed map 10, lot, take my glasses up, 01001. So, this is the property, if you're gonna go over the Groveland Bridge, it's on the left-hand side, right across from the diner. Last year, you probably remember, it had really, really high grass, about 4 foot high, and, a person from Groveland had brought it to my attention that it needs to be taken care of, it did not look good, and we don't know if it's Groveland's, am I correct, Groveland or state property?
We don't really know, but I've spoken to the highway department, and although they have to really cut that grass by hand because they can't get equipment over that guardrail, they will take care of it.
Okay, so that's all set.
Well, that
Okay.
was nice.
Yeah, that
Moving
was
forward.
easy.
To approve and sign the liquor
Well,
license.
You did have another item on there, I don't know if you want to, it's the, so the property is the gas station, that you wanted to discuss, and I will just remind everybody that it is private property, so conversation about it is
Okay.
limited in open session, but you had asked me to put it on the agenda, so.
Okay, so the gas station, property is, I've heard a lot of people have talked about the gas station. It's unsightly in their eyes, they want something done with it, et cetera, et cetera. One of my suggestions was gonna be to go to the property owner, ask him to try to dress the property up. It's not really like broken windows or anything like that. I was only saying it to try and do something if they could try to improve the property. Denise and I had a discussion about this, and at the end of our discussion, the property will be somewhat cleaned in the end of June, 1st of July, I do believe. The 21E should be cleared at that point. At that point in time, like I said, if it's a valuable piece of property, hopefully it would go up for sale and it would be sold and become valuable again. I was just asking the board if they wanted to give the property owner a letter and just say, is there anything you can possibly do to improve it, however you can improve it until that time, to make it more presentable?
I'm a little confused. I thought you said that it's gonna be done by January?
Well, we're expecting the 21E report.
21E, okay.
Well, should be
They're
coming
doing
in
a
by June.
21E on the property because it's privately owned.
If you could just announce what that is, so people that are listening.
Okay, 21E is when they go in and they test the property for any spillage of gases or what have you, and usually what they'll do is, they'll have a company come out, do a test it, and then after a period of time, they gotta come back out and retest it, and I think that's where they are right now, is waiting for a retest.
So you're suggesting you wanna maybe send a letter from the Board of Selectmen and ask the owner to clean up the property?
Whatever she can do, whatever she can do.
Well, can we ask them to make a decision rather than just leave it to dilapidate? You know what I mean?
Well,
It's
we
been
can't
sitting there.
enforce her.
No, we can't enforce it, but we can ask her to make a decision on what they're gonna do with it. Are they just gonna leave it, or are they gonna do
They
anything with it?
can't do anything till the 21E, I
Right,
believe.
but if that's scheduled to be up and done, what, in a month or two?
Yep, it's for sale, I believe.
It is
It's for
well,
sale.
I've seen this for sale sign. I mean, I have seen some people
Maybe we can
express some
send a
kind of.
letter.
Well, there's been some talk about people interested in putting some kind of businesses
Yep,
there, which is
right,
great.
Right, so
Um,
maybe we can ask her to send a letter to her, ask her, can she, what she can do to beautify it, and maybe then say, what is your plans?
Yeah,
So if you wanna tag that on, say, what's your plans with
just
the property?
to have an idea, because right now, it doesn't look like there's anything planned with it.
I do
I
just
don't
want to
think-
caution, it is private property,
Right.
so, I mean, we can only do so much asking someone what they're gonna do with their own property.
You know, that's the way I see it, is if they're not violating any regs or laws, it's private property, and, you know, the people in town that don't like it, 'cause aesthetically, I mean, if they wanna buy it, they can go buy it. I mean, it's just, I don't know that
It's all hers.
you know, if my house needs a paint job, what are you gonna do? Tell me I gotta paint it? you know, it's
But-
just,
And it's
I
not,
might not have
it's
the
not
money.
overgrown, it's not damaged, I mean, it really is maintained for the property, it's just closed, so it's a
Right.
closed gas station at this
I mean,
time.
just some things aren't solvable. You can't please everyone in town, and there's always gonna be people that wanna, you know, do something about, commercial property or vacant buildings, and the way for them to handle that is, you know, put the money on the table.
Yeah, I'm not saying we need to enforce it, I'm saying maybe we're,
Friendly amendment.
well, no, just,
It's kinda like if someone hasn't cut their grass in a year, you say, hey, you mind cutting your grass? And, you
well,
know, you
it's just
drag
a
it down the
conduit to have a
neighborhood, but-
discussion between the owner and maybe some ideas of what to do with it, not saying we have to go
Right.
and tell us.
I wasn't trying to enforce anything.
No.
I was trying to just write a friendly letter.
Yeah.
Let her off. What's your plans? We're not telling her to do anything. Just say, you know, could you,
It'd be nice if something was done with it, that's,
Well, maybe they get the ball rolling.
that's it.
What are you gonna do, say, your building doesn't look nice?
no, but I mean, maybe
It's been
she's
down there
waiting
for
for
what-
suggestions.
How long we going on now?
It
3,
looks
4
like a
years?
ga-
5 years? It's not like it's something that's a year. It's been going on for a long period of time.
Are they paying their taxes?
I don't know.
It's just,
Okay.
But
it doesn't
again,
bother me.
no, but again, if another business wants to maybe go in there,
It's private property. I
is.
mean, if they're happy with what they're doing, then it's none of our business. I mean, that's how I see it. It's not ours.
Well,
I
And
tend to
peop-
agree that it's a bit of an overreach to tell someone your property's unsightly, it's in downtown, can you clean it?
Yeah, it's like
I
walking up
didn't-
and
I
telling
never said it
someone,
was-
well,
I
you
didn't
know,
say
I
that it was
think you're
unsightly.
ugly.
Never
I
said
mean,
it
you
was
should do
Whatever,
that.
I mean, it's very delicate. I'd rather send more, however, I am interested in sending a letter saying, what are you interested in doing with the property? That's
Right,
a
so
it's
there we
only a
go.
question,
That's
you
like a
know?
different
Well, I
subject.
understand what you're saying, and, you know,
That's a different subject.
but it's a subjective issue that I think is kinda like, what are you gonna do?
I don't like
I think
Dan
Joe just said it, and I
McDonald's
think
house.
Mike said it, and then Joe just seconded it, or whatever.
It-
Send a letter off and say what's gonna happen, what do you plan on doing?
Well, that's
And then again,
That's separate, and I would support that.
it's a slippery slope too, 'cause so you do it on this property, and then where's the next one? And then you'll end up at my house saying,
Right,
"Dan,
but
you
it's
know,
only
you
a
get the
question.
boat out of the,
it's only a question to find out if there's a plan or if she just wants to keep it. If she just wants to keep it, okay, because she owns it, but.
My
if we
opinion
can-
is, it's not the town's business.
No, but if we can kind of bump a little, say, hey, why don't you think about this property? Are you gonna do something? Oh, no? Okay, well, maybe we have
Dan,
suggestions.
There's
We
another
do
way
have
we can do
other
that.
abandoned property in town, so I would
Right.
say if you're looking at one, you really shouldn't just,
Single out,
right, you can't single out one
Single it
property
out.
because of the
Well,
location.
the only reason,
So we do
right,
have a significant number of abandoned
right,
spots.
it's
that-
location. You just said it, it's location.
but again, it's a personal
It's a
thing.
personal,
Right,
correct.
And
Okay.
you know what? Maybe it's none of our business, and maybe, you know,
I can see
and
from my
again,
house
in
in
general terms, somebody could leave a building empty for years, because maybe the market's rising.
So
Maybe
what-
the longer you hold it, the more you get. So again, I don't know the
Okay.
issues.
But that
And
would be
again,
answered in the question.
It's, I don't think it's for us to delve into, hey, what are you doing over there?
Because I do think she does have an attorney, you know, she is in the market to sell that property. I just don't wanna have the town cross any boundaries and say, hey, you know, we wanna know where you're going with this. If
It's just-
if it's gonna
Somebody
cause a
could reach
problem.
out to their lawyer or their broker, and if they wanna have a conversation, that's permitted.
That was the best method, a better method is, there is a real estate agent involved, so one of us.
Could reach out to the broker and have a
on
dialogue.
with the consensus of the board, with the approval of the chair, you can maybe have one of us call the real estate and do a little fact finding.
I think
fine
that's
with
a
me.
better way to approach it.
that-
Somebody
that's-
just reach out to them, make
Okay,
a telephone
so do you
call.
wanna
As long
do
as
that,
we're
Mike?
in consensus,
And if they
nobody's
wanna
acting on
stop,
their own.
Wanna make the
Yeah,
call?
I'll do it.
If they wanna engage us, they can engage
All right,
us.
so Mike said he'd make the call to the,
So we don't put anything in writing, we're just making an inquiry, and the board gives consensus, the chair has granted permission for you to do that little project for us, Mike. I think it's a great idea.
okay. So we come up with, we're all set
Just
with
don't
that.
say anything about cleaning up the place.
I'm just gonna buy it on the spot.
Okay. So moving on down the list,
I would like to talk about Dan McDonald's house color, I would like to have that changed.
You hear that, Dan?
You know, I mean, the paint's peeling, I mean, you know, nails are sticking out in a few spots.
my house is 1703, I need more, my house needs more work than yours.
Yeah, but mine was built in 2005. They don't build them like they used to build. I mean, they don't.
All right, moving down the list, to approve and sign the liquor license for the Groveland Market and Liquor, Inc. at 1 Washington Street Package Store, all alcohol. Does anyone want to make a motion?
We all sign that? Do we all sign that?
No, so I will just explain, so this was the former NC Liquors. They came before you about, I don't know, 60 days ago and requested a transfer. We just got word on Thursday night that the Alcohol Beverage Control Commission approved of the transfer. There was some issues initially with the former owner. So now you just have to approve the new license. Hours are remaining the same. He is just changing the name to Groveland Market and Liquor. It will be under the manager Charbel Maroon.
Does anyone want to make a motion to approve the license?
I'll make the motion to approve it.
I'll second it.
Seconded, in discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, good. Flip the page, okay.
I thought you could.
We need to move to the minutes from April 21st, 2015. Let the minutes indicate that these minutes must be voted using the rule of necessity since the majority of the board was not here when these minutes took place. Does someone want to make a motion to approve these minutes?
Somebody? Not I will.
Can you explain how this works? Because I have no idea what happened back in April on this meeting.
Right, most of us weren't here.
Well, the idea is you want to read the minutes, and, you know, when we get a packet, Denise usually sends a packet on the week, the Thursday before a meeting, and we should open up our emails. I'm not being facetious, I know we're
No,
all
but I
busy.
mean, I haven't watched that one and compared answers, so how do I know?
No, that's what I mean, 60% of us
But you
didn't.
know, you brought up a really good procedural issue. You're not approving anything but
That's what I'm asking you.
just if it's accurate. You're approving the minutes because the minutes reflect what occurred at that meeting.
I wasn't there, it's hearsay, I have no idea. I have no idea. If
These
I,
minutes were given out in the last meeting.
how about this? I mean, if I went back and watched this, then I could tell you.
If you want to do that, then.
But I haven't done that, so I don't know. So to vote on it and say
Are you-
they're accurate, I'm,
Did you look at them at all, Ed? From the-
Yeah.
Well, I would say, and you could certainly refer to two of the board members that were at the meeting and ask them if this, so I will just tell you for the board members that don't know, our minute taker, I hired a woman who, lives out in Western Mass, who works for several of the boards and committees and does their minutes. She takes our minutes on YouTube. So she watches the YouTube meeting, produces the minutes, she's completely impartial. So her minutes are right from the YouTube video. She's not here, she doesn't see any of the notes.
procedurally is allowed to vote on this, that I'm relying upon. Denise is saying that this is accurate of what
So
transpired
that is
at
the rule of
meeting.
necessity, unfortunately, because the majority of the board has changed and you three were not here. We have to legally approve the minutes, and that's what the rule of necessity
So
states.
we can take the
So
recommendation
could
on
someone
Joe
here-
and-
Take their
Okay.
And
recommendation.
you can
Someone
rely
he-
on me too,
I was
because
Andrew.
I was
Could
here.
someone here say
read it.
that this is true as written?
That is true as written. This woman writes these minutes almost like depositions. They're very
And
accurate.
Relying on your word,
And I've read them.
Joe,
And
Good word
I
to
watched
rely
it
on.
and it looks accurate.
I
So,
will
okay,
agree.
so we're good, we're
Okay.
good with them. So we have,
Sorry to be so difficult,
so
but
we- seconded
again, it-
seconded by someone, so.
can't just rubber stamp things.
Correct. And I'm
Seconded.
sorry, so who made the actual motion? Joe, did you make?
I made the motion.
It needs to be seconded. You
I'll
can't.
second it, sure.
Ed,
All right.
no, he can't.
Yeah.
Ed-
All in favor?
Ed made the second.
Ed made the second. So all in favor?
All in favor?
Okay. Joe, you had your hand up?
Yes, absolutely in favor.
The minutes from the April
So Mike-
27th meeting?
Did you vote on this?
No, he can't, because he didn't get the minutes.
Oh,
He didn't read them.
okay, that's fine. I
Okay,
just wanted
I
to
mean,
make
I
sure.
could do the same thing and rely on Joe's word.
Nope, that's fine. I just wanted to make
You're
sure,
supposed to take-
which you could, because you,
No carry out.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna move on to the April 27, 2015. Anyone wanna make a motion
I'd
to
like to
accept
make a
those?
motion
Joe?
to accept
Made
the
the
minutes
motion.
as written, which is an accurate reflection of the
Okay.
meeting.
Thanks,
Anyone
Joe.
wanna second that?
I'll second it.
Ed will second it. All in favor?
All right, thank you for supporting me on those two.
and
Okay.
again, let the record show that that was by the rule of necessity that the board had.
Okay. Minutes of the May 1st meeting. Someone make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the May 1st minutes,
Okay,
which are accurate representation of the meeting.
seconded.
Second.
All in favor? Okay.
All right?
Okay, is there any new or old business?
I wanted to bring up something. New.
Okay,
Is this electmen's time?
No, this is
Under
a
new or
new
old
category that Dan had asked to be on the agenda in case he wanted to rehash any items from the past or bring up
Oh, yeah,
something new.
I remember that. Okay, good.
go ahead.
New item. My understanding of the revolving accounts, they were approved by a warrant at annual meeting. missed some of the meeting, but I was there for most of it, and zoning board got up, Tom Wakefield read the report. My understanding was that not all of the revolving funds were presented, their report, to the town meeting as required under state law. So I would like somehow that rectified by asking those in responsible positions for those revolving funds to come before the Board of Selectmen, read us those reports, and to cure what wasn't done at town meeting. So that is what I would like to bring up, and ultimately, I'd like to make that motion to do so. But before that happened, I wanted to make sure that I didn't overlook someone and misspeak. But Denise knows what revolving accounts there are, subject to warrant and subject to that state law on disclosure at town meeting as to revenues and expenditures. So if Denise could tell us who was not presented at town meeting and who was required, then I'll defer to you on that.
So we have, I have to check, 4 or 5 revolving. So we have the Bagnell School Summer Program. We have a revolving fund on the boat ramp. The zoning board, VZ Park has a revolving account. And I believe that's it.
Zoning Board of Appeal.
I said them, zoning
Okay,
board,
copy.
yep.
So who did not show at town meeting that was required to?
Well, it's not that they didn't show, the last few years, they have not been required to stand up and give reports, so,
Doesn't the statute require it? In the warrant itself.
statute does, and the article voted, but no one has asked them to stand up and present, so, I have told.
I'm asking
No,
because
and-
if the
right.
statute requires it, we ought to comply with the law.
No, I agree.
All of us.
And I have told, I'm not sure if I've told everybody yet on these revolving accounts, but I would like them actually handed in and printed as part of the warrant going forward. So when they're voting on the article, they see the revolving report right on there.
But I'm interested in finding out, for instance, what went on at VC Park last year, and I don't know, because it wasn't presented at town meeting. And I'd like to know what went on at the Bagnell, and I don't know, because it wasn't presented,
Correct.
okay? And what about Conservation Commission?
Yes,
That was
they-
pres-
you don't have revolving, they just have a fees account.
Okay.
They don't have a revolving.
So, again,
And I can certainly request those for you.
I would like to see that.
Yep.
They should have done it.
So procedurally, that
I-
becomes
but-
an agenda item for
Yes.
next meeting.
All right, so I think
Yeah,
Mr. Dempsey
Mike
wants to speak.
Dempsey, Conservation Commission. You, Denise, you had told me that you wanted a written report submitted, and that's what I did. So I wasn't planning on presenting anything, because I thought that was gonna cover me. And I actually had the copy of that report. Unfortunately, I didn't bring it with me that night, or I would have reported on it. But normally, every other year, I do stand up and give the report.
I thought it had been done
Yeah.
before.
Yeah.
But this meeting, I only saw Tom Wakefield up there,
So I
for
apologize.
ZBA.
I
So,
apologize that I didn't.
and I read the warrant and the statute, it says it's required, so it's not optional, it's not a may. It's a shall. So I think we should comply with the law, and, here's the thing, in all due respect to these, if you submit, and you too, if you submitted the report, that's one thing, but the state law requires a disclosure at town meeting so that the people are informed. It's a notice requirement.
So I'd be more than happy to come.
More information
next
is better
meeting.
than none.
Absolutely.
So, you would like in our next meeting to have them reports? Is
I
that
want
what-
those reports in
Okay.
front of us.
I think
and-
Mr. Dempsey just said he would gladly turn them over in our next meeting.
And I would like them to come here so that I could ask
That's
them
fine. You'll have
questions
your board
about,
come in.
hey, what's going on at VC? What are you doing? And
The
what's
agenda?
going on?
Another big night. That's fine, as long as your board can come in and with it. I
Or
don't wanna have
just,
you come in.
just Mike?
Well,
And I
maybe
would
his
just
board will come with him
suggest
for
in the
once.
Well,
Mike
Put
can handle it.
Mike, put Mike.
Well, am I wrong for asking?
No,
No, no,
you're not,
no,
but
no,
I would
no.
suggest, that's a discussion that should be taken place with the new moderator, the items that they really should be holding to at town meeting.
They
because-
should insist on that.
Right, and so that was one of the things I had put in that job description was the voting, right before it comes time to town meeting, that we're gonna have someone meet with the moderator, go over all that stuff to make sure this is all done. We've had the conversation, so hopefully we're gonna iron that problem out. So in the interim, Mike will come in before you with the paperwork for our next meeting. It gets put on the agenda.
Yes.
Okay.
But I do plan to have them printed in the warrant going forward, so people can actually,
But-
so people shouldn't hear that for the first time that night. They should actually read it before they can go in and make a vote.
Even
Okay.
better.
You all set?
An issue of, old item.
Yep.
On the tax list of the delinquent taxpayers. So Denise submitted, gave us all copies of the list. There's sub-items on there
I
where,
have not given all copies yet. I just sent it
Oh,
to you
just to
because it
me?
was done
Oh,
this
I'm sorry.
afternoon.
Oh,
You guys
okay.
requested it.
I got a list.
So I haven't sent it out to everyone.
Pre-screening. He's special.
Had I privileged here already, I'm moving up.
Good job.
Thank you. On that, it looks like there are some issues of, as to title, who owns the property and who you're gonna bill. So I was wondering how the town handles that. I know as an attorney, if I had any question as to title, I'd hire a title examiner. They usually charge $150 to $200. They'll go do a title exam for 50 years, and they'll tell you all the liens on it, encumbrances, all the clouds on title, so to speak, and they'll tell you who the has an interest in it, and what problems there are, if any. So I was wondering how the town handles that in the most cost-effective manner to determine who should pay.
So, as I may have said at the last meeting, so now that we have our list, we do have documents that, you know, my office has gone through the registry of deeds to look up all of those properties, so we have some title information. We know who has a tax taking. I will then take that list and send it to the assessor's office. She can go down and tell me what's changed hands, any deed information that she has, and then at that point, we will have to then hire a title examiner as part of the tax title process to go in and actually research. My first step is gonna be to send everybody a letter, because we don't wanna waste money researching it if they come in and pay it.
Right, and there's
It's
some,
unlikely, because some of them are many
there's some
years.
big numbers on there.
There are some big numbers.
There's some, 22s and
Correct, so just-
38,000s, and there's some big numbers on
And
there.
off the top, it's about 369,000-ish was the principal tax.
Plus
outstanding.
200,000 in interest.
Correct.
That's $500,000. There's maybe a fire truck, a dent in a fire
No,
truck.
don't say that.
He's gonna come back in here.
No, don't say that.
The first step will be to send everybody letters and
There's the
say-
new rec hall for the
All right,
senior
here's a new rec
citizens.
hall. We'll buy a truck.
The first step will be to say, this is your
Dan,
final
thank you.
notice before we go to advertising. So give everyone sort of because some of these have been sitting there since 2000. And then if they do not pay, then we have to go through the tax title process and advertise. So in the next 30 days is when we'll start really like focusing in on which ones we can legally lien. If a property has transferred ownership and someone didn't do the proper closing, then we can't go back and collect those taxes. We can only go back 2 years from date of sale. So hopefully, if any of them did have a transfer of ownership, it was done properly and we had a closing and we had an MLC required and.
Yeah, if there wasn't an MLC on record, then they're exposed.
Correct.
So that all needs to be looked at.
Correct, so those are the things that we will start doing
So
now
you're
that I
on
have a
that, so,
list.
so we don't lose any more of those statute of limitation
And there, right,
properties that are in arrearage.
correct. If nothing has happened to the property, we can go back to 1900 if we want to collect taxes outstanding. So if it's the same owner for the last 20 years, there's no limitation to what we can collect. And I believe that that's the majority of them, because it is the same owner for the last 15 years on record.
So that's in motion,
Yes.
and it will never revert back to the
It will
days
never
of
revert
old
back.
where they just ignored it.
Because you're here.
Nope.
Well, it's partly because I'm here.
Well, I would
mean,
hope to think it's because I'm here.
No,
too.
I'm just, no, you know what I'm saying.
It's
We're
'cause-
teasing.
It's because I'm here. and,
Denise actually made
Denise
that a
is
very
gonna
No,
get the
but
job done.
she has been working on it for quite some time. I will give her credit, she has. And I always questioned her and what have you, so she has been definitely working on
She
it.
announced that initiative
She
a year ago.
did, she announced it with 3 or 4 different
Very
times.
good.
So
I'm
yeah,
glad
so
you-
it's
Because
in
of some,
process.
because of some lapses on a statute, we've got to zone in on those, that we run the risk of losing real money.
We do run the risk,
So
and
it-
there are a significant number, which I meant to identify with, or maybe I did. There's about 61 properties that are listed unknown owner and has this address as their property location. So those ones we now have to research to see what the deal is, if there really is an unknown owner, if the town ever foreclosed on them. We do have properties on our outstanding list that are listed under the Conservation Commission, but they're still carrying outstanding taxes, which hits us on free cash because they weren't cleared off the books. There are all types of issues.
Are those properties reconciled with the assessor's office, their office and your office? Do you get together and compare, property, tax cards or whatever they are, and to determine if you're looking at the same thing? I mean, how
Well,
does-
yes, I mean, so the assessor, when she gets the deed information, she goes right onto our system and updates the information. So she goes into her system, and then it's pulled over into the receivables system. She will go through the and I will give her the list and have her comments.
I find it a little astounding that for years, we don't know the owners of certain properties.
I will tell you, that's very common, though, around Massachusetts. There are significant unknown owner properties on pieces of land
And
that,
they use town hall as the address.
no, that's unknown. I
So
don't know
from now
why
on,
that-
I'm gonna have my mail delivered here.
That I don't know why it
And two.
happens. But
Any
unknown
parking
owner,
tickets coming here.
unknown owner is not uncommon, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But usually there is a mailing address associated with that from one point in time. That's not the case here.
All right.
So I don't know if those properties
Sorry
are
to
even
bore you,
legitimate.
Bill, but one more
No,
thing.
no, I'm not getting bored.
One more thing on taxes. 'cause
Go ahead.
I like taxes.
Go for it.
You know, saving taxes. Where was my train of thought here? You just want to understand mechanically how it works. In order to collect all of the tax revenue, you have to make sure you get all of the assessed properties from that's why I wanted to know how you reconcile that with assessor's office.
Right,
So
so,
that you're on the same page and you have the same answer.
correct, so we have to. So every year, and it's really done, the big time is for the January 1st taxes. So throughout the year, the assessor will go in and put in the permit information and any adjustments on the assessments and her
So she initiates all of
valuation
those
data.
changes in the tax value, the property ownership,
Correct. She does all of that in the assessing software that she has.
and you get the information second.
So then when we do the January taxes, her system creates a file that we upload into the billing software, and it actually goes through, makes all those changes. I get a report of the assessments, we tie to her report of the assessments and know that we balance. At that point is when we're able to bill
Because it
it.
has to. If she says
It
the
has to,
assessed
correct.
value is 12 million, you better collect 12 million.
Exactly, so our billing has to match her assessment.
Okay.
That's required. And once it does match is when we actually can send out the bills.
Is there any reason why it slipped through the cracks over the decade?
Reason why what?
The back taxes weren't collected?
You'd have to ask.
I think,
The people here before me, I don't know.
Your predecessors.
I don't
Right.
know.
I think, Dan, this is just an opinion, I think we have a board and a finance director that is willing to address the issue while always exercising maximum discretion and sensitivity. There are people that have fallen on hard times and not paid taxes, you got that element, but you also have people of them have looked the other way and perhaps have been protected by people in authority. And I really believe that. And I believe that now we have a finance director and a board of selectmen, and you're leading the charge here, Dan, congratulate you, willing to address this issue for the first time in 50 or 60 years.
Well, the other thing on the terms of, you know, and I've said it before, you know, you want to give some, you know, leniency to people that are disabled or, you know, something happened. And I don't know if there's a mechanism on a payment plan. The statute doesn't allow for it,
So
does
the
it?
statute does not allow for it until it's in tax title. So we can only legally establish a payment plan when you go through the tax title process.
So you have to get there before you can work
And
something.
it's a very aggressive payment plan, and it's usually not worth it for the resident,
Yeah.
because they have to pay a significant amount down, and they have to pay it off within a year.
So
and it's usually
unfortunately,
not
you have to
advantageous.
treat everyone the same.
You do, and you know what I think what we should establish is a foreclosure policy. So once we do go through this process, you know, at that point, you could then look at hardship and say, you know, we don't want to foreclose on someone that's making good faith efforts and making $50 a week, and even though it's not catching up, but they are continuously trying to do
That could be
something.
negotiated at the land court level.
Correct, correct. And then you look at, you know, you don't want to foreclose on someone that's having a hardship and trying to pay versus someone who's ignored us for 15 years and makes no effort to pay.
We had hardship.
So those are the things that, but everyone should go into tax title and follow that process.
But people should know why, what we're doing, why,
Yes,
and how we're gonna handle it.
correct.
Once
So
we-
the letter that they will get this week, I'm sorry,
No,
will
no.
state, you know, the next thing you get will be the notice to advertise you. So, and I will just tell you that, any fees associated with advertising, any attorney's fees, all gets passed on to the residents, unfortunately. They become responsible to pay all those recording fees, legal fees, advertising fees, everything.
Well, it's fortunate for the other taxpayers.
It is, but it certainly does add up for the people that owe us
It's
money.
burdensome, but I mean, they should come forward.
Correct, and I know we're kind of late, but I will just say, you know, we have situations all the time. Someone came in today and wanted a break on their demand bill for an excise. And why can't we get a grace period? I said it was due 52 days ago. You had a grace period. There is no more grace period. People want an indefinite grace period. I don't know what transpired here in the past, but people think they can just come in and pay whenever and not pay interest or fees. Unfortunately, I don't work that way. The day it's due, on the 31st day, we legally assess interest, and that's when people start paying interest. But people need to get used to now, there is a process, so they pay their interest, they pay their demand fees, they will go into tax title. And that's the way we need to treat everybody, all billings, all the time.
All right. I could talk about 10 other things, but I'll leave it for 2 weeks from now.
Okay,
All right.
does anyone else have any other new business or old business?
Well, all right, yes, I do. I'd like to, at every meeting, there's three things that I'm gonna always look for. One of them, Dan already opened up, and that's what we just talked about. I also would like an update on the building inspector search and, actually the description of the job description. And I would like to still see when are we going to or schedule, and we'll support you, Denise, on this, but I'd like to schedule the time that we have a discussion regarding the reorganization of the recreation department and the youth groups, how they are organized and should be organized by authority, and also fiscal management. I'm very concerned about the fiscal management issues that remain outstanding. And I know that's a big project, and we've talked about it for a few months, but I'll just bring that forward at every meeting, or almost every meeting, and I'm hoping to see that we'll actually sit down and have a discussion about how we're gonna reorganize our youth groups and our recreation department, and how they operate, and especially how they operate fiscally. That's really important.
Joe?
Yes.
On that subject you're talking about,
Sure.
did you wanna try and schedule that for an upcoming agenda item?
No,
Don't you wanna
because I think what I think would work best is if you can work with Denise, because this is kind of Denise's project.
Okay.
See when you can,
All right.
Denise can get to it. It's a big
Okay.
project. We
All
just
right.
want to be supportive of her,
Let
but.
me ask you this, why is
needs
it
to
Denise's
schedule it.
project?
Huh? Say it again?
Why is it Denise's project, Denise?
Well, I'll let Denise answer that, because I know if you can.
Because I spoke with you about that as well. Dave.
So, it was something I brought forward shortly after I was hired. Again, just seeing permits come through, field use, signs being put up on town property, buildings being built on town property without coming to the town. And I had stated that, you know, money is coming in, but not coming to the town. They're town appointed, it's a town appointed group recreation, and there's no oversight really. People aren't getting 1099s, they're not getting W-2s, it's not being accounted for through the town books. So it is something that I stated we needed to take care of. The meeting after I stated that, I had angry emails, I had angry people wanting to come before the board en masse to argue their point. And what I had stated to them.
In masks?
En masse.
Mass.
And what I had stated to the
Bastille
board
Day.
Oh,
was.
in mass, all right.
I didn't think that was the appropriate forum to house 50 people from every sporting agency in town to talk about. I think we need to develop a plan, figure out how we want to organize it, and then meet with one representative from each to say, you know, this is what we're trying to do. Tell us the fields you have, the permits you have, you know, explain the process. And I think that's what needs to be done before we say to everybody, we're doing this, but yet we don't have a plan in place. So I think we need to actually develop something.
So where would the development start from?
It would start from us, myself,
Board.
the board, to figure out what
Okay.
you wanna do. Do
Okay.
you wanna have a recreation department? Do you wanna have a director with a revolving account to self-sustain itself? Do you want it to collect fees? I mean, those are the types of things that we need to figure out.
Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to take out that sheet that you had last summer and introduce it to our new board that actually delineated pros and
Next week.
cons and two different ways to go.
But Joe, I've thought about it. I mean, I think we could put it on an agenda and hash it
Yeah,
out amongst
maybe.
the Board of
Yeah, maybe
Selectmen
that's a good idea.
before we, but, you know, I'm against adding new payroll. I mean, if we're gonna hire a recreation director, what's that gonna cost?
Well, that would be,
It-
I wouldn't recommend adding I would
it-
recommend establishing a revolving fund and making the recreation director earn their salary and fees and maintaining the fields.
went-
and
Those
it pays
fees are
for
gonna get
themselves.
passed on to
Hold on, hold on,
GBL
hold
and
on.
GYS. It's
currently
just
do.
another hidden tax, though.
Okay,
But they
hold on.
currently pay fees, they're just not paying them to us.
All right,
But all those people are volunteers, though. GBL doesn't get paid. GYS doesn't get paid. So if you take that away from those groups, and you're gonna hire a bureaucrat. I don't,
Hold
honestly,
on one second, let me just
I don't think there's any bureaucrat that's gonna do as good a job as GBL down there. And I've gone to other Little
Okay,
League
let me
fields,
just-
and they're horrible, and
Right.
Groveland's,
And I'm-
Groveland's got the Cadillac
I
down
will
there,
be,
it's gonna get
in
better.
all defense to what you said is 100% true. I went to I bid on some parks over in the town of Raleigh, and they had one person that represented the town. He did not get paid, it was voluntary, he took it on, he did the bidding, he did the scheduling and everything, that was his thing. And all the board, the ball field, soccer, all of them elected this person to run for this position, and that's what he does. And he was not a paid official.
But there's competing interests in Groveland. You know what, the way it is right now, I think it's settled. Washington Park is the baseball park, all
But
right?
no one said it can't stay that way, but I'm just.
Share to hear is where you play soccer.
Right.
You know, the Pines, I don't know what will happen there. It seems like we have Babe Ruth at one field, and that's their territory, and the field's a certain size, so
I don't think we're gonna
you're not gonna play
micromanage
Little
it.
League or 50-70
I don't think we're
on
gonna
a Babe Ruth.
micromanage, I think we're gonna bring it up to state regs, what we're supposed to be doing to meet the state guidelines.
So
Which
my-
That's all we're trying to do.
You can require a GBL to say, you know what, you have to be compliant with, sending out 1099s to umpires, for instance, without taking control of the whole organization. I don't know how they're structured, I don't know if they're nonprofit, I know nothing about their organizational structure, but if they, for instance, were a nonprofit organization incorporated, then you can just say, you gotta meet these requirements and let all of their volunteers take care of it, lease them the park for $1 a year. It's public service, it's not us versus them, they're doing a fantastic job over there, and it costs the taxpayers next to nothing other than once a week someone cuts the grass.
Well, yes and no. I mean, we do other things at these properties, so that's the issue. I have no problem if you wanna keep it the way it is, but then it needs to be completely separate from the town. We should be renting space to them. We own all the property, so it should be,
But
let recreation disband as recreation and be their own committee that oversees soccer and Groveland Day and things like that. But they shouldn't be an appointed committee by the town because they're handling money and not turning it over to us. They're handling it, dispersing it, doing whatever they want with it, but they're a
That was one of the
town-appointed
auditors.
committee.
How is that any different than what VC Park does?
BZ Pack turns their money into us, we pay their bills.
They turned it all in, so
Everything
you
comes through the
want
town.
them to turn the money in and then you'll pay the bills.
Correct, that's how it
One
should
of
be.
the-
But you could do that without a rec director. You could just have them turn in the receipts to the town accountant and have them pay the bills monthly.
Correct, but that's not what the board before you wanted. They wanted
I'm
someone
not,
to.
I'm nothing like the board
But
before
that's
us.
what I'm
Let me,
saying.
let me tell the people that. I'm nothing like the past boards in Groveland.
But that's
Nothing.
what we've been discussing for the last year, is to have someone coordinate the field scheduling, the maintenance, the sprinklers, everything should be one point person in town.
We don't-
I think
we
the-
What
don't-
happens is, right now, a lot of the boards will come before us and they'll say, the selectmen delegate what, they give us a schedule for the fairs and we need to approve it, what have you. And I understand what you're saying, they've done a great job, but they
You're
have.
gonna add another layer of bureaucracy to town
But
that can't afford.
I'm not for saying hire a $20,000-$30,000 person to run the recs, I'm not at all.
If you have one person, there's a
Oh.
potential that you're gonna get one field competing with the other field, and right now you don't have that competition.
No, you don't have that competition,
There's
but on the
gonna be a-
same token, that we, like Denise said a minute ago, do we turn around and say, okay, give us X amount of dollars a year, lease the space or whatever? Because
buck. It's
whatever it
public-
is, I don't know,
it's public service. We
all I'm
shouldn't-
saying is we need to comply with the state guideline,
The
that's
town-
it.
The town
That's
shouldn't,
it.
the town shouldn't make
However we get
money
there-
off Little League
I'm
baseball.
not saying making money, I'm not
Shouldn't
saying
make money
that one
off
bit.
youth soccer.
I'm
Shouldn't
just
make
saying we
money
need
off
to,
that.
in our audit report, was this one of our failures in our audit report?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
In our audit report,
compliance
we need to
issues-
comply to bring our audit report up, and that's all I'm asking to do, that's all I'm
But
asking
you
to do.
can skin that cat another way by
Okay.
shifting the burden onto them. And like I said, if they could lease it to them for a buck and you have all these stipulations, you have to comply with all of these regs, or you violate your lease. I mean, you can put all of that.
So we
framework
haven't
in.
had the dialogue to have that conversation with them, or whoever they are, yet.
But to go down the road of we're gonna hire a recreation.
We didn't say that.
We didn't say
We
that.
didn't say that.
I think the writing's on the wall. I listen.
We didn't say that.
We didn't say that. I saw a document last year that was prepared by Denise, and she's gonna spell out on this document 2 different ways of going. And I am certainly gonna be in favor with maximizing autonomy, as long as it's the money flow that's the problem.
As long as we can,
What do you mean by the money flow?
The money flow.
The town can't get its hands on it? I mean,
No,
what do you mean?
we have to have the youth groups be compliant with state law on how they handle money.
Fine. So you order them to do that.
And I can do that without appointing a czar. I can do that without changing how they operate, other than how they handle money. That's all.
Okay, I think
And-
that's the focus.
And there's a document, that
That
we.
is the only focus.
That's
Right,
it.
Because I think they do a great job with what
And
they
I
Exactly,
said
I
three
agree with
times
that.
now, I agree with you 100%.
But part of me, I think the undertone is,
I think you jump into
they
conclusions.
they don't pay for any of it.
What's that?
They don't pay for the use of the spot or something, you know?
No, we have an audit report that we need to get in line.
Yeah, there's-
Part of the audit report is
There's
however we do it.
material weaknesses, and
in-
just
in-
accountability.
It's on the list, it's on the list. It's on the list of material weaknesses.
Right.
I think it's a lot easier to fix than we think. I think very likely this board will probably, I think the consensus is going to be that we want to maximize autonomy and let the volunteers do the good work they've been
Without
doing
adding
for 60
payroll.
years. As long as the money flow is corrected, I think we're going to be fine. She has it in, Denise has a couple of different ways of looking at it in writing. We looked at it last year and we never acted on it. So now this board will have an opportunity
I
at
don't know
next
whoever
meeting.
said that we were gonna hire him, I never did. I mean,
I've spoken with
Well, it's-
Denise.
it is
and
one
she
of the
mentioned
plans.
It wasn't set.
It was
is one of the
what was
plans.
discussed last year, Bill.
Yeah.
We
That-
wanted, to establish a recreation department and have someone in charge of all of
A
the
director,
fields
a
and the
director.
It is
sprinklers and
one
the
of the
maintenance and the
avenues.
scheduling, and it is, it's in the minutes of last
Okay,
year's
all right.
meetings.
So,
I'm categorically opposed to adding a new
okay,
department
all I'm saying is,
head.
what I'm saying is, I wanna bring
Let's
it
have
in
the dis-
line, forget what was said
But
last
again,
year.
I'm only one of 5 here.
Well, it's a new board, I'm just saying,
only one of
I
5
wanna
here.
bring it in line with the state guidelines.
Joe,
and
I'm only
the
one of
audit
5 here,
report.
but if I could frustrate the process so that doesn't happen, I'm happy
Okay,
to do
all right.
so.
Chair,
So so Denise, are we good to bring that paperwork next week?
I'll just email it out to everyone tomorrow.
Okay, fine. And then, are we gonna discuss this again on an agenda item for the
if you
next
don't
time?
mind putting it on the agenda just to get
Go
the
ahead.
discussion
I
going.
think we should, put it on the agenda.
We'll have reviewed it in advance. I think it's a great idea.
And I also think that we need to bring at one point, we need to bring the committees in front of us to explain what we're doing, so we're not having them thinking, well, what's the selectmen doing? Well, you know what I mean? We need to bring them to abreast of what's going on,
Of course.
okay?
That's
Are
good.
you all set with your stuff, Joe?
Reorganization of the, well, that was a big subject, thank you. And the building inspector, I need an update. I would like to
I
get
think
an
we're
update.
coming up on that in the thing.
Okay.
Under,
Thank you.
under new and old business, what I wanna do is put on the agenda, it doesn't have to be this next meeting, it can be a meeting down the road, because I wanna bring the VC Park Committee in, because I believe that the VC Park doesn't get the right representation from the town, I don't think they ever have, and I wanna bring them before us, and I wanna work with them. I wanna work with them to try and make that property a better piece of property, and I will take it under my wing, that I will do anything I can do to help them lease it, turn it over, whatever they need to do. And I like to,
Well, we have Mike coming before us next week for their revolving account. Do you want me to just add it to
Sure.
that agenda? You can have a discussion with
I
Mike.
think we should have an update on what they're doing, because I've heard, again, everything's conjecture until it's substantiated, but, what's going on with the tenants there?
Right.
What's going on with the state of the buildings? Are the buildings in disrepair? Do the buildings that are rented out and have families in them, are they de-leaded? I mean, I have all kinds of issues I'd like to
I'm
ask
not,
about VC Park.
I'm not bringing them in to crucify them, I'm bringing them in.
I
to
don't want to
try-
crucify them, but you know what?
I wanna try and work with I wanna work with them.
As long as we're on the idea of compliance, I want to make sure those buildings are compliant. If you're
All right.
going to rent them out to the public, well, they
right.
better be compliant.
What I'm trying to do is I wanna try and help them with that property. And I understand what you're saying, I'm with you 100%.
So I don't want to crucify anyone, but you know what? If something's deficient and it's creating liability for the town, we better find out. We better find out.
Okay, so I guess if we could add that either next week or whenever we need to. And the last thing is that I wanted to do, it doesn't have to be next week, it could be one down the road. I wanna bring the finance committee in before us and have a little discussion with them as well.
Seems like we got a full agenda for the next meeting. How about,
Well, I said,
how about a couple
I
of-
said either next or whenever. So it doesn't have to be the next one, it can be
Mid-June.
down the road, then
July.
one after that. And then, I had a discussion with Denise, someone had asked me about the flowers, she told me that they are gonna be installed hopefully by this weekend, on the poles downtown for Memorial Day.
Well,
And-
that I don't know. We approved it on April
Right,
1st.
right. So
I
we're gonna
don't-
check into it. I should-
I sent her an email to follow up, but I don't know
Okay.
that they will be installed by this weekend, so.
But we're gonna, I should reframe what I said, it's getting
Yes.
late, sorry.
It's okay.
She
So
will
I
make the
did
call.
ask for status on
Okay.
where they are,
She's gonna
but,
ask for a status, where they are.
but yes, I
Okay.
can't guarantee that they'll be.
Meeting room, storage, okay, I think that's good. So, does anyone else have any new or old business?
Either Ed or Mike have
I
any?
just wanna thank Denise for the, we're improving the budgeting process.
Yes, and just so you know, I've asked her to consolidate it going forward. It will not be one page for each fund, so it'll be a much smaller report, and you'll see it all, because to me, that's a lot of paper.
Yeah,
so
you and I
you're-
talked about.
Yes.
That'll be on my selectmen time.
So you'll still get the exact same information, it'll be just consolidated.
Okay,
How small's the
so,
font gonna be?
moving
No,
on,
it's the same size font, it's just you won't have a page break on each department.
Gotcha, there's too much white on the
Yes.
page.
so moving on down to correspondence. We have the minutes from the May 15th meeting in the correspondence, which will need to be looked at and brought in for next week.
So I encourage all of you to look at the, on Thursdays, whether you come here and pick up a copy or you read it online, just read your packet on the Thursdays, Fridays, the weekends before the meetings, this way here. That's where you'll pick up things like minutes and things.
Okay, we have the year-to-date budget report that was in our packet for us to go through.
Yep.
We have the draft description of the building inspector's position. I think that's what you were just asking,
Oh,
Joe?
yes, that's right, that's on
It's in here for you guys to go over. We have the draft job description of the custodian facilities position that's gonna be for the town hall maintenance. In the packet, we have the water and sewer operations technician's job description.
So just to comment on that, the water and sewer operator is actually posted right now. So in the future, they will be bringing a candidate before you. The water department wanted you to see the job posting in advance so that you'll know that to expect some candidates coming before you soon.
Okay. We have a letter from Mr. and Mrs. LaFrance at One Wharf Drive from the police chief regarding complaints about hours of operation at 441 Main Street, which,
So the police have been responding to all complaints, specifically by Mr. and Mrs. LaFrance, for work or issues at the former SD Lumber property. The chief has actually sent a letter to them stating that they will no longer respond to hours of operation complaints, because that does not fall under the police department, that falls under the building and the zoning. So they will continue to respond if there's any nuisance or anything like that, but when they're complaining about hours of operation, they will no longer be sending an officer to the scene to look at it, because it's not their jurisdiction. But they have been responding all along to all of their
And they
complaints.
have a log on everything.
They have a log on everything.
That's
So
right.
they will log them. They can certainly still call the
They're still
police and they
gonna
will
log
log them,
Right.
but they will not be sending an officer to the scene to look at the fact that
Someone's
someone may be
operating outside of
violating the
hours.
zoning
okay,
bylaws.
I did get a call from Mrs. LaFrance stating that there was some trees being cut down that were privacy trees on the fence line, and I told Mrs. LaFrance, basically, we're in litigation with the court or whatever, I cannot talk to you, and you need to come before the board, so that's just to bring you up to date.
She should not come before the board. She should contact her attorney.
Okay.
She has
Well,
retained.
I did say that
She
as
has
well.
retained counsel, so she
Okay.
should contact her
Okay.
attorney if she has issues at this point.
Right, okay. The invitation of Eagle Scout of Honor for Stephen R. Sample. So there's a letter in the inviting us to something for him.
What is the date of that? I looked at it earlier.
Sunday, May 31st. It is at Lone Tree Scout Reservation in Kingston, New Hampshire. It is for Stephen R. Sample.
Okay? And then 9:15, which we'll pass out a long time ago, finance director's time.
So I have a few, hopefully quick things. The first one is I wanted to put before this board, before I did any work creating a policy. A gentleman came in 2 weeks ago to my office. He would like to purchase, he has not done so yet, a mobile hot dog vendor truck. The town has no policy for mobile food trucks. It actually falls under state law as a hawker's peddler's license. We don't have anything established here. It would require selectmen, Board of Health, and police departments. The hawking peddler's license requires civil fingerprints, which the police are not set up to do at this point.
What kind of fingerprints?
Civil,
Civil, okay.
so non-criminal, civil fingerprints.
Why not? I mean, I got a gun permit, they fingerprinted me.
That's for a permit. So this is for hawkers and peddlers, they're supposed to be running fingerprints for
Query
really
background check type
criminal
thing?
backgrounds, correct, but they're not set up to do it. So the fingerprints they take, they actually send to the state, and they run the fingerprints for the gun permits.
They can't farm that out for the hawker's license? Or they won't?
No, the deputy has information that he needs to give to me. He said it's actually a quite in-depth process. Most of the police departments have gone to digital fingerprinting. We don't have that equipment. It is quite costly. So I don't know if that's why they haven't instituted it in the past. The gentleman who wanted to purchase the food truck wanted to go to the parks in town that actually already have snack shacks, so I didn't know how willing the board was to actually go through this process and establish a policy if we didn't have the funds to do that, or,
It's similar to having like an ice cream man drive around town,
correct.
right?
And we don't have any ice cream trucks in town either.
I don't think we'd wanna
did.
have a hot dog taco.
We did have them, but there has not been any, at least request, formal requests, which they do have to register at the police department.
Right.
There haven't been any in a few
It
years.
seems, I know that process is expensive to fingerprint, to at least set it up to have the town do it, but, I mean, I've done it for the federal government, I don't know how many times, applying for either TSA pre-check or global entry or something, so, I mean, that's $100, that's nothing. So if they go through that, then you should be able to get that kind of license, I would think, to satisfy that need somehow.
Oh, I see, yeah.
You know what I mean? It's,
Well, you can, so you can register, the hawkers and peddlers can register with the state, and then it takes sort of the local piece out of it.
right.
But if they don't, then if we offer this type of service, then we would have to offer the service here.
Right.
I mean, I suppose we could require them to register at the state.
It's just an option. I mean, I've
Maybe
done,
that-
I've
maybe
done
that's the
both
way around
programs.
it, you know?
Yeah, I've done both programs. It's not time consuming. It's just scheduling it and they go and they fingerprint you and they ask you some questions and then you're good to go. So I'm assuming if you pass that you'd pass some kind of civil.
Right. So I
But-
can certainly work on developing a policy if you're, but I didn't want to, I mean, obviously I didn't want the gentleman to go and buy his equipment if the board wasn't going to even entertain the idea.
I don't think I'd wanna have them in competition with our local food stands that we have at our parks. I mean, that's just me, if they're gonna go to a special event, Groveland Days or something like that, fine, but if they're gonna be going down to where we're having our
But
ball
there's-
games and they're gonna be selling hot dogs and we're trying to sell hot dogs, I don't think it's fair to.
But there's nothing down at the Pines, right? There's only Shanahan and Washington Park.
Right.
to have the snack shack down at the Pines as well. Well, there was the last time I ever saw a plan.
But there's nothing built yet. When are the plans scheduled to go in? All right, so,
The whole area is under renovation.
okay.
Well, they
right.
certainly shouldn't be in competition with the sports leagues.
Right.
Correct, so
recreation
his
leagues.
plan was actually to be mobile and to go around throughout the day to different areas in town, but he did identify,
Was this a local resident?
it is.
Okay.
I thought they were supposed to, I know Havel that did it this way, you were supposed to pick your spot in town, and then either the selectman or the mayor or whatever that is, council, will say that's your spot, they okay it?
They do that in Boston too.
Yeah, and you can
Boston.
certainly handle it that way,
Right,
yes.
Like you have
Right.
downtown, or
Right,
you
exactly.
have
Right.
Chesterton,
Correct.
Salem.
Right.
yeah.
Because actually, the hawkers and peddlers, the law is funny, it's, because that's really for like parades and things like that, that you're required to move so many feet in so much time.
Right.
Because you're not supposed to stay stationary.
Right.
So I assume that he would come before you and look for like a property use, that from 12 to 1 on Mondays, he'll be at the Pines.
That's
and
what I
From 2 to
was-
4, be at
that's-
this location, and then you would grant him a permit based on where he'd like to go.
Is there a tax revenue?
No, he's gonna be down the pine.
There should be.
source?
Well, there should be a
It's
fee
right.
associated with, and he would have to, because you would need Board of Health approval, they actually have to inspect any food, mobile food units. The selectmen would have to issue a permit, and the police would have to do their investigation. So there would be a fee associated, that's still to be determined as well.
Again,
How about if we get him in here and have him explain how he wants to operate?
I can do that.
That's a good idea.
And then he can make his decision off
Oh,
of
we,
it.
we talked to them.
What kind of food he's gonna have? I mean, you can't get french fries now, the Shanahan or
mentioned
the,
hot dogs. So I don't know, he wanted,
Maybe move
he's
the sausages.
retired, I think he watches his
Fries out?
grandson. so he
Sushi or
said
something,
one
you
of
know?
his
You can sell
grandsons-
sushi in
Healthy sushi instead of hot dogs.
change up the menu, and stay away from the hot dogs and hamburgers, but we're going to sushi?
Gotta go healthy.
Okay, all right, and
So I can invite.
He is a
him before-
Groveland resident, it's a good courtesy to extend to have him come and talk.
Yeah, I'm
great idea.
pro-business, I'm all for competition too.
got a huge property on Center Street he can sell hot dogs off of.
Two for one.
And the other issue I have, I just want to bring you up to date. Ed and I attended the Whittier, we had a meeting on last Thursday night. It was a regional meeting with all of the communities that participate in Whittier were invited. It was led by the Pentucket Regional Finance Board. The 3 communities actually spearheaded this. There have been some questions in the paper recently about Whittier and some of their policies, so we thought it was good to get everybody together. Unfortunately, Whittier did not represent themselves. They had a school committee member there, so there was some misinformation, I think. It was a little unfortunate because he was pretty much targeted, and I really felt bad for him. But the outcome really of the meeting is they would like to establish a subcommittee of one representative from each Board of Selectmen. I believe there's 14 Whittier communities, to figure out what we actually want to see. And the biggest thing is the regional agreement with the communities in Whittier has not been opened in 50 years. It's not up to code. They're not meeting state law. There are things that are being done that are clearly in contrast to what the law requires. And Whittier, what I've been told is Whittier has not wanted to entertain this regional agreement. They have not wanted to open it up because they know that some of the loopholes that they are working under will go away. But this group decided to have one representative from each community, figure out their plan, and then actually attend a Whittier school committee meeting and start looking at, how can we get this open? It requires a majority of the Whittier school committee to approve opening up the regional agreement, or 5% of the registered voters from any of the communities to sign a petition. So we figured the first step would be to ask the school committee, everyone has representatives, contact the representative, ask them to agree to open up their regional agreement. If they choose not to, then we may take the next approach and have one of the smaller communities with the smaller registered voter numbers to sign a petition. So if there's anyone interested in here, serving on that subcommittee for Whittier, I will pass the name along.
Is, Joe, is Jane Moran still, wasn't she the representative?
Doug
Doug
Gelinas
Gelinas.
is
Doug
the,
Gel- Okay.
and I would say, my only criticism to the regional agreement is, and it's nothing against the people personally, but I personally don't feel that the Groveland representative should be appointed by Pentucket School Committee, which is the case. I feel that our representative should be appointed by this board, so they're representing the town and not the school's interests, and I do feel like that's what's happening. I think they specifically chose a school committee member because Pentucket has issues with the way Whittier is running. And they haven't come before the board. There hasn't been communication from Whittier School Committee to the board. It's really driven through Pentucket, and I don't think that's the way it should be. And there are several other communities that feel the same way. So that's one thing we do want to change if the regional agreement is open, that this board chooses your representative to Whittier, not
Agree.
Pentucket.
I agree.
Sounds like a conflict for Pentucket.
I agree.
I agree.
You
I
might
think
want to
it's a
send all the high school kids over to Whittier, save you a few bucks, there might be some incentives to
I agree.
work
And he
a
is a
certain
Groveland
angle.
resident, and that's great, but he's really representing, they appoint him, they, so they assign him to be the Whittier rep.
We've definitely lost the voice. No disrespect to Doug at all. Doug is a real champion of our school system in our town, but we definitely lost the voice, and I was public about that as well. I had the experience of working on a major redraft of the regional agreement with Pentucket a few years ago as a Board of Selectmen member, so I would be interested in being considered by this board to work in that capacity, to work on the regional agreement with Whittier. And I think that would dovetail pretty nicely with the liaison position that the chair granted me tonight, because I'm going to be working with the school committee as well.
I don't have a problem with that.
So you'll try to get us a good deal, Joe, right?
Um,
You'll get us a good deal.
I think so, and I'm going to come back here and ask for some opinion, too.
So you,
Yeah, I'm gonna, when the work is in progress, I'm gonna update the board and ask for your opinion about, what's going on, so.
So do you want to take a vote on having
It's not
Joe?
gonna be a completed work, and then I'm gonna come back and say, hey, it's done. I'm gonna ask for your opinion as well. It's gonna be a big
Motion first, right?
project.
I'll make a motion that we appoint Joe.
Seconded?
Second.
All in favor?
aye.
Aye, and I vote in favor myself. Thank you for your support.
Okay.
And that's all I have for you tonight.
Okay. So the selectmen's time, I think I did mine pretty much already. I don't know if anyone else has any other
Yeah,
selectmen.
I wanted to make
Go
a
ahead.
I
comment.
got 5 more things.
Okay, let's let Mike,
Yeah,
Well-
I had a conversation with Denise about trying to save some resources and some money on printing. And I asked her not to make a copy of this for me, that I would use my computer to access the document only. And I would encourage the board to actually use some technology instead of printing 100 pages.
Yeah, I agree. I have read the entire packet online over the weekend, so that's just a habit from 9 years being on the school committee. We always did that, so.
So I can tell you that some communities, specifically boards of selectmen, have gone away from paper copies and have gone to iPads. The night of the meeting, you're all handed an iPad with the agenda uploaded and all the documents, and you would scroll through it. At the end of the meeting, you turn that back in, and we do the same thing for the following
Hey,
meeting.
I'm not suggesting that the town issues are electronics. I mean, I have enough laptops that I can use it myself. I'm just
I'm all
saying.
for saving money, but I'm a big fan of just, hit print. I stare at a computer all day. It's affected my
So do I.
eyesight.
But again,
I just,
you multiply this
whatever's
by-
on the screen, I always print it out. I really
tell you-
read off the computer.
I am very conscious myself, and it actually takes me way too much time to photocopy, because I will look to see what I can double-side, what should be single-sided. I stand at that copy machine and figure out the best way to conserve on paper.
Anyways,
but
for myself,
it's a lot.
I'm suggesting.
If you can email everything, like you did,
Yep,
I'll just hit print and use my own paper.
that's fine, and then so there are, so obviously
So
tonight,
if you
there were
need
like
to
3
supplement a
items
couple
that
things,
I
I mean.
didn't have on Thursday that I gave you. I
Right.
will just print those out and
That's
give
fine.
any
Okay.
adjustments.
I mean, I just,
I prefer a hard copy in front of me. I'm not gonna waste my paper. I wanna be able to look, I
That's
wanna be
fine.
able to look at, I wanna be able to look at things.
Right on 'em.
Exactly.
Well, obviously, there's some things that need to be signed and
Can I-
documented, that kind
can I
of
make
thing.
a-
But
I always
for
have hard
myself,
copies of
I
those.
can make notes on the laptop
Can I-
easier than I
I
can.
don't even own a laptop.
Denise,
Yes.
can we come to a, I
don't
need it,
want it either.
Ed needs it,
Yep,
he
that's
doesn't
what I'm
need
doing.
it, don't bother getting one for him, Joe needs it, he
Yep.
doesn't need it, whatever.
Yep,
I
that's
know I
exactly
need
what I'm
it,
doing.
cause I like to go through, check off as I go.
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing.
Yeah, and I will
Ed-
say, tonight's agenda is really, because of the police reports with the dog hearing, there was a lot of information that,
Yeah, it's a
they're
little bit
usually
of a-
lengthy, but not like it was
And you have
tonight.
a budget, too.
Well,
In the budget.
I also like it because I can put it in a folder, and then I can access it without trying to find where the stuff
Yeah,
is.
so I will still email it to all of you.
That's how I work, so it's
Right,
easier
I will
for
still
me.
email it to all of you every Thursday, and then I will just
Sign the
print
guy's
off.
liquor
So
license?
Bill, you want me to print you a hard copy?
I like to have it here at the meeting, so I can flip down through it, and I know Ed, he just said he wanted it, cause he doesn't have a computer.
So I'll be the only one up here with a laptop.
I sign a blue.
I might adopt the same thing, too.
Joe, do you want me to print one for you?
No,
Okay.
I'm gonna work with, maybe I'll
sign
bring a
this, too?
laptop, just put it right
Okay.
here and
No.
look at it.
And
So-
the town does have Wi-Fi, or should I bring my own?
No, I can give you the Wi-Fi password.
Look like it?
Maybe I'll do that. That's good.
It's easier for me.
So anything other under selectman time?
Share it.
No, I'm all set.
You're good, Dan, are you all set under selectman time?
Yeah.
Mike?
I'm
Joe?
good.
Okay, so at 9:45, which we did all right, we're gonna adjourn,
You need to keep
If I
that.
make
Zoning board, we have another hour.
So it's 10:10 if you're planning.
Just
10:10, I meant
Oh, yes.
9:45, we did good, we're still at 10,
Just
not that far out of.
Just procedural, you don't have to announce the times except for public hearings.
Okay,
You
so,
really should, because we have someone taking our minutes.
No, I mean the old times, the times that we didn't meet.
the next,
Say 9:45 when it's 10 past 10.
the next scheduled Board of Selectmen meeting would be June 1st, 2015 at 6 PM. I state the time, 10:10, 10:11.
Oh,
Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Can we make sure we start these meetings no sooner than 6:15? I mean, 6:30 is better. I'm struggling to get in. Tracy, I mean, we need Tracy here. I mean,
I missed my kid's baseball
All right.
game tonight.
honestly,
So,
I'll go 7. How about 7 PM?
I think 7's gonna be too late, cause
I'll
he's.
go.
7, and we'll be here till 11.
I'll go
Yeah.
8 to midnight,
Zoning board.
No, we can't.
and I
I
want
think
the town to pay
6:30
for
I think-
coffee.
All right, got any suggestions, Mike?
And then, Denise has been here a long day. I think 6:30 is a
Right,
great
yeah,
break
that's what I
hour.
want.
Don't worry about me, just whatever.
6:30 is is 6:30 doable? Because Tracy is gonna be the most, he's gonna be taping and running this equipment for most of our
The
meetings.
later the better. ZBA starts at 7:30. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It really
All right,
is.
so we
You
gotta,
go home, you can
is that
eat
a motion,
supper,
Joe?
you can come here, you do what you gotta do.
It's not a motion, just consensus. Let's.
well, all right, so we have consensus with 6:30, we're changing the meeting time?
We have to vote.
Make it easier on me, because when I'm out running
I'm
around trying to get
working, I
here.
have a job.
A friendly
usually in
amendment,
Boston, so-
7.
7, we're gonna be here till 11.
I'm not gonna go for 7. We're gonna be
7's
until
too late.
midnight.
You'll
Denise has
speed
been
the
in-
meeting up.
she's
We'll
been here
stop
a
the
long day.
discussion.
I'm gonna say
We'll condense
6:20.
everything.
I would rather listen to you all night and get it all in instead of not
How about
having.
this? How about this? I'll
We're
make
not
a
starting
deal
at
with the
7.
town. I'll make a
6:30.
deal with the town. I'll only talk for 10 minutes or less if we start at 7.
No way.
No way.
Cross
You-
my heart.
Okay, I got a friendly minute, 6:30 for the rest of the board, 7:45 for Dan.
There you go.
All right, all right.
Skip the
so
first
6:30
20
it is?
minutes like we missed last
You
time.
can do, you
Twice,
can,
6:30?
for 15 minutes, you can do like stupid pet tricks or something.
3 times 6:30?
Yeah.
Okay, we all good
Yes.
with 6:30?
6:30.
Okay, 6:30.
You adjourn?
Good job, well done.
I think you need to.
No, they have not taken a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion
Make
to
a
adjourn?
motion to, yeah, a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.